what you
But
can.
I'll contact everybody again.
All right. Hi, guys. Okay, so we have, oops, hold on just a second.
Is this until 3?
It is, we're gonna take a break. Yeah, we're gonna do the whole, okay, perfect. All right, so we are here for Win with Sellers. And let's just make sure we got that, okay. So thank you guys for being here this morning. There will be, I don't know where Russell went, but hopefully he'll be back on. And then maybe 1 or 2 others that come from our, oh, here he is. He's back. Oops.
We can't see that for you.
That's okay. I actually saw it pop up, so as long as I can see it. I'll just have to go back to this for the next 15 minutes. I'll be paying attention. Okay, Russell, if you can tell me, make sure that you can hear me and you can see this, the screen.
Yep, all good. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay. Let's double check here. I think I'm gonna be okay. All right. Good. Russell, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Excellent. Okay, we're good.
I'm having a
Thank-
little bit of issues with my internet this morning. I'm sorry I'm late. Hopefully it won't happen again.
I saw you come in, so I think that we're good. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start. And this is the Win with Sellers. So, perfect. Okay, so do you guys know why you're here?
We want to
Well,
win
we
sellers.
want to win with sellers? Oh, okay. All right, good. Well, let me give you a little bit of what we're going to go through as far as the class itself. The idea behind this is for us to go through when you're working with your seller from the beginning of even getting sellers and cultivating your database so that you have sellers rise to the occasion to then be your seller, as well as through the entire process, even to the end of the contract and close, and then referrals hopefully from them as you end that particular transaction. So we do have, everybody has their packet, which is great. Russell, let me just show you where you can actually find the materials. Are you familiar with where they are?
No.
Okay, so let me just take one moment to show everybody where they are, considering this is going to be a video. So if you are in your KW Connect area.
Mhm.
Whoops. And you're, well, that's interesting. Hold on just a moment. So if you go to your education and then into the little magnifying glass, you can do
Okay.
whatever it is that you're looking for. And then typically what's going to happen is you're going to have at the very, very beginning, this is on this, you guys aren't seeing this. Then what you're going to see is typically your KW University classes are going to come up. And if you click on the class that we're having, it gives you your materials, and you have on the left-hand side your student and on the right-hand side your instructor.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I can get that. Absolutely. You're very welcome. So let me go back to this one. Oops. Okay, perfect. Russell, are you now able to see Win with Sellers?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're all set. So have you guys seen the book? I think that everybody in this room has seen this,
Mhm.
correct? Okay. Some of you may have read some and some of you may not have read anything. I don't know Charlie, have you done any of it yet? Have you gone into it?
I own it.
You own it, that's okay. That's a fair statement. That's a fair statement. So
To read pile?
it is in your to read pile. There are going to be some things that we refer to that are actually in the book. And just as a reminder, the book itself, my copy, the book itself does have your blueprint on how to be a successful agent. Even though you're each going to have your own way of doing your business, it still has the foundation. So just keep that in mind. You might hear me refer to one of the models that are in the book or different things that are in the book. And that is something that you do want to, on the regular basis, be referring to, because it is your blueprint. And they have been working on a revised one that will be out eventually. It's probably the best way to do it. So let's just start this off with, where do we have lead sources? What are our lead sources that we actually get our business from? And, you know, being newer, you know, we have a little bit, you know, Brad's had a little bit of business, you've had a little bit. Congratulations on your first listing.
Thank you.
Very, very welcome. And then John, yeah, I know, yay, exactly.
I applaud myself every day on my team.
I know, that's right.
SOI.
More to come. So where do we find our lead sources? John's been doing this a little bit longer, so he might have a different way, and yet he was where you are. How long ago? When did you start?
2009.
2009. So
2007.
yeah, so that's
Really, I'd say 2015 is where it really started. Well, we spent several years doing nothing.
Mhm.
okay.
Or doing it wrong, not listening,
Well,
not reading the MREA, not following the models, half-ass following things. So,
got it. So you and I started around the same time. I was 2008.
Yeah.
Is when I started. So with that, if you do not have a lot of business yet, where are you finding that at least you're having good conversations that you're anticipating to have business come from? So let's just have an open discussion for a little bit. Russell, you can add in at any time, so just pipe in with where you are as well. Where are we finding them?
SOI.
Where who?
SOI.
SOI.
you're-
And exactly, kind of just making sure everybody knows. So sphere of influence. Probably what most of us have the most business. When we're in the business for any period of time, we do find that our sphere of influence tends to be where we are going to build our business and grow our business and continue to find our business. So sphere of influence, okay.
One third of our business comes from sphere of influence.
So yours is 1/3, okay.
Yeah, we did about 1/3 at sphere of influence and agent referral. We closed 60 plus transactions last year, buyer and seller, about 20 sellers, 66, I think. And then majority of it comes from sphere of influence.
Mhm.
And we knew no one when we arrived here. We're I'm from California, Anya was with me, and I mean, we knew no one. So having open house would be a great source.
Okay, so sphere of influence, referrals, open house is
Open
probably,
house, meeting people at networking events,
okay,
talking to everybody that you meet. Learn to have a conversation about real estate, because everybody has a place to live. Oh, where do you live? How do you like where you live? You know, all those types of conversations. So everywhere we would go, I just started talking about real estate, and I had our koozies and I gave them out. Oh, I'm in the real estate business, by the way. Like koozie? Oh, yeah. So,
yeah, I'm koozie.
Yeah, have a koozie. Oh, what's that? Yeah, I'm a realtor. You know anybody who wants to buy a home or sell a home or invest in real estate? So,
Yeah. And it may have been a little bit more of a conversation
It
that
always
led
is.
to that comment, but yet at the end of that conversation, you walked away and that communication had actually been done. Okay,
yeah. So
and that more so started in 2015.
I would say
It's
when
probably
we hit bottom, we had we were gonna get out of the business because everything was going south for us, going bad for us, well, at least. Everything was going bad for us, and we had this moment where we're gonna get out of the business entirely. And then I said, well, why don't we do some extra open houses and just do some extra work while we get our resumes together and just really sharpen the steel and do everything we possibly can while we're here. And then that was where we had the turnaround year, we closed 24 units or 22 units that
So
year.
your turnaround year was 24 units. And
Yeah,
at the
We
what month was it that you started to actually do the things? that are going on?
February of 2015.
So it's kind of the beginning, so the beginning of
Yeah.
that year, and then by the end of 2015, you closed 24?
Yeah,
Okay.
we had zero, everything dropped out, falling apart, so. And we kept having 12 units,
Yeah.
0 units one year, you know, it's like.
We don't want zeros.
Yeah, so-
We don't want zeros.
0, then it was like 6 or 7, then it was like 12, like 3 years in a row. It was like
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And that was the two of you working at it?
2 of us.
Yeah.
So, and Anya was kind of part-time in it and working elsewhere, so.
Mhm. All right, so in 2015, at the beginning of the year, they decided that they were going to do other things, different things, or also things that they could have.
Open house, talking to as many people as we can, doing like videos on Facebook, everywhere we can, letting people know that we needed some help. And we were looking to help them.
Okay, good.
So you can turn it around in a heartbeat. if you
That was
choose.
the story that you just said. Yeah,
Within,
and that was only 6 years ago.
yeah,
So in 6 years, they now are at 60, how many?
yeah, our goal this year is 100,
And how many did you have last year?
66,
66 last year. So in 5 years, they turned it into 66.
yeah, and that's with 2 buyer's agents, 1 listing agent.
Yeah. And an assistant.
And assistant.
Yeah. Because you had the assistant for the whole year.
Yeah, we've had
Yeah.
3 assistants so far.
Okay. Anybody want to add to those main things? Sphere of influence, referral, open house, networking. I am not graded on handwriting, please. I can bake.
I feel like, without obviously not selling anything, then you can't get referrals, so like I mean, from past business referrals, like, so you don't have the past business people yet, so.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are repeat business, right, so that's like,
It can be. It can be. They're not repeat business until you have their first business.
well, that's what I mean, yeah, so later on you get repeat business, so like as you like, and that's what I'm kind of like figuring out, like as you kind of amass things, or the neighbor of the person that you just sold, and so like, you just have to get that first sale, like for me, that's where I was like, okay, I'm gonna really focus on my sphere because I need to get one under my belt, and so at the beginning I kind of skewed, I was trying to do too much, I think, at the beginning, and now I'm like, okay, I just gotta focus in, because then the other things will start to fall in place.
They do.
Yeah.
They tend to do that. When you have that first transaction, you get through all of the firsts, and then the other parts become a little bit easier. So anybody want to add anything to these items? These are common. These are definitely the common ones, but is there anything that
So
you
for
want
sale
to?
by owner. There's a list of what, like, isn't there a list of about 100 or something, 20, 30 expired if they're.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot. Yes, we could do the whole 100. I'm just looking for some of the big ones. The big ones
Right
right now.
now.
For sale by owners and expireds.
Yeah.
Social media.
Expireds are not too many. For sale by
If
owner.
they expire nowadays, you gotta look at what,
Yeah.
what happened with
We got
that?
80 features,
There's a story.
Geo prospecting, which is calling or doing open house and door knocking around the neighborhood, or getting an open house is challenging, so maybe hosting some other type of event and telling people about it, like a food drive and saying, hi, your neighbor.
Those are events. Events, I'm gonna say. Can I put that under the umbrella of events?
Yeah, events, definitely.
Okay, so this is a good thing, and we will have conversations and we'll have more. It's not that this is the only place to find it, and yet this is a lot, especially these first like 4
Like the easiest
4
one.
and 5, they tend to be the ones that are easier or are in front of us. It is easy to have a conversation with somebody that we already know versus making a phone call and a cold call to somebody that we don't know properly, for most of us. And then once in a while, there will be somebody who's like, well, I'd rather call somebody I don't know and have them say no to me. That's okay too, you know, whatever is going to work. And yet these are a lot of the things that we can actually find a seller, because as John said, for the most part, people live somewhere. And also for the most part, people move, whether it's every 5 years, 7 years, last year was a little bit of an oddity, so it'll be interesting to see where that plays into it. But between 5 and 7 years, a lot of people move. That's just what the data is telling us. So if that's what's happening, then I guess I can be all fancy. Oh, maybe not. Hello. Oh, and Russell, technical difficulties. On my screen is a different screen.
Now you know what it's like, school teachers.
I know. Oh, probably because I'm on the wrong one.
And I find there's like this time lag, because what I'm seeing right now, that, I've been on Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn for 6 months. And all of a sudden, hey, we see you on there all the time. We see you all the time.
Yeah.
It's all about real estate. It's all about that conversation. And it's just been the last week, 2 people called and said, hey, we want to do something. It's going to be next year.
Yeah.
But the kids get out of school and this and that. We want a place on the water, the big boat, the dock, and all this type of stuff. And you're like, I'm here for you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome.
Oh, this is technical difficulties, just a moment. I'm trying to have it that it matches. It was not matching. That's weird.
Oh, what he was saying.
Yeah, this was entirely different. Let's just go here. Russell, just bear with us for a moment here.
I'm good, thanks.
You're good looking at a nothing, probably. Basically is what I'm imagining.
I can see your screen, but
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. Okay, so Russell, are you back to seeing Win with Sellers?
yes, I am.
Okay. Reason we've got the. All right, give me. Don't want my shirt. Oh. Hello. Go to this one. I don't know how to get over that one. Tell me if you get. Ah, here we go. Here we go. I do not want this. I want. Okay, apparently I have 2 screens going on here, and I don't need to have 2 screens. Let's see if that works. No, that did not work. Give me. Let's do it this way. Oh, here we go. I think I fixed it. Yay. Maybe? Yes. Okay.
There, that's the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew what was going on, but I don't know why I was doing it like that. Okay. Okay. All right, so Russell, I know you're like my test market. Are we back to Win with Sellers for you too?
Yes.
Okay, and it matches. Okay, for some reason we had the 2 screens going on. Anyway, all right, so we're gonna go over a little bit about mindset. let me ask you guys this, and Russell, you can chime in at any moment as well. Is there any reason why you can't do however many transactions you want for the rest of this year? We do have July, August, September, October, November, December. So we have John, who said in 1 year, when they turned it around, they did 24, right? I mean, if you took it from a month perspective, that's in essence, they have almost half of a year left. So if you were to take what you want to do in a year, and is there any reason why we can't get there by the end of the year? This conversation.
Well, I mean, theoretically,
I get it.
if you're following the model and doing all the things and
Mhm.
putting in your 3 or 4 hours a day in the morning and doing the calls and stuff, then theoretically it will work.
Correct.
Then you have this little thing called marketplace.
Mhm.
How COVID goes again or doesn't, and this and that and the other the variables. So I would think those have to play a part in.
There will always be something. Whether it's that something happens to you personally, that your life changes, you have something that physically you have to change, that you're not able to do the open houses, your life changes, things are gonna happen. And we can plan for that to a degree. We can plan that. We know that there's something. I don't know what it's gonna be. We didn't know 2020 was gonna have COVID, was gonna be one of the big things that affected everybody, but there's always gonna be something. Always. So if there's going to be something, let's make sure that we do plan for it. There are other agents that start this business and will start it this month or next month and will have more transactions than other agents. There will. It tends to be that they're going to either that they have maybe from an hours perspective that they put more things into it, or that they from a financial perspective maybe put money into it that another person may not be able to do. So it's typically going to be time or money. So when it comes to mindset, what is going to stop? So outside of thinking that something horrible is going to happen, what kinds of things get into our way?
Well, we get in our way.
We get in our way, okay?
Yeah.
So when we say we get in our way, what do you mean by we get in our way?
We buy into the negative, or as you said, we can buy into the negative, or we can believe in the positive, believe that we can do things.
Yeah.
We can schedule and choose to do one activity over another activity. So when I'm successful, I'm doing the things that I'm supposed to be doing. And then other things fall in my lap for some reason. I think it's the energy that I put out into the universe, give it to God, whatever it is.
Whatever your thoughts are on that, yeah.
Yeah,
By doing the things that you're supposed to do,
yeah.
it sometimes comes even from other directions.
Yeah, so I believe anybody can make things happen, because I did it for myself. It happened to me because I had made it happen.
I keep thinking to myself, you're playing the long game. That's what I keep telling myself, because I think I got in at the beginning, I was like, gotta sell something. But like, I had to change some things in my life. I had to rearrange some things. And I'm like, okay, I'm playing the long game. And I've been in sales before, and I know that's how it works. But I just kept I think the market was so crazy. I'm like, I gotta be able to just hop in there and get in this crazy market, because the market was so crazy. I'm like, so much is happening. Something's just gotta pop out for me. But I just keep saying, you're playing the long game, play the long
Yeah.
game, and it will pay off. So
I used to
That's
tell-
interesting that you said that. Did anybody else?
I used to tell my guys, we're all dead in the long run. You gotta make something happen now.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah, and here I am at week 6 and I've had nothing happen. So, I really relied heavily on the sphere of influence, the country club, my golf league, all that stuff. That, everybody knows I'm a realtor, but nothing has nobody's even said, hey, I know somebody that's buying, or I know somebody that's selling. Nothing has come from that yet.
I have a question. Have you asked that actual question?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
good.
And-
That's
yeah,
good.
and the you know, I'm hoping, you know, that that's gonna develop, but again, that's like I'm playing the long game there, and that's, I
You don't like
don't
the
wanna
long
say
game.
I'm playing the long game.
Because you
Yeah.
don't like-
Can you be playing a short game and a long game at the same time?
So for the
Yes.
for the short game, I've been trying to rely on social media, and, you know,
That's your short game plan?
yeah,
Okay,
and
interesting.
that's not a good short
It's a
game.
long game plan.
Yeah, I mean, I got 85 people that, I don't know, like my page, subscribe to my page, follow my page or something like that. But, you know, I mean, those are old friends that live all over the country. That's, you know, has nothing to do with living here in Florida.
But they wanna move here, and you have that, I don't
That's
have
what I'm
anyone,
hoping.
I'm a native Floridian, so I don't have what you have, I don't have people living all over the United States, so that's a good thing,
This-
they wanna move here.
That's a good point.
It's a very good point,
Because
and their friends wanna move here,
a
and their
lot-
neighbors.
a
and
lot of
their-
those, two of them have moved here,
Yeah.
unfortunately, before I,
Yeah.
you know, a couple months before I started. But a lot of those people do come down and, you know, rent for a month or two in Siesta Key or, you know,
Yeah.
someplace down here. That's, maybe those can turn into to buy.
That's
Those
true.
can turn.
They will.
They will.
They will.
They will.
Just as another suggestion, and my, if you try giving, and what can I do for you? Just, you know, we're all in sales, right? So you've all, it sounds like we all had sales experience, so it's, what can I do for you that would help your business do better? There's a law of reciprocity, and oftentimes people will help you if you help them, and then with the long term, you're here, hey, while you're here, could I give you some maps and some information in case in the future you or someone you know might want to?
There's a book called The Go Giver.
The go, I read that, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So.
You
I need
finish
to
or
per-
something?
Yeah, I personally always need to remember that, like, my wife was into cat, feral cat clinic, you know, spay and neuter cats, and we've got $1 million, you wouldn't tell by the way that people are dressed to go hang out with spay and neuter that they would care about
Cat
that.
ladies.
There are actually many wealthy people that are just, you know, out there trying to
There are
save
people that
the
care
cat
about your
world,
kids.
you know? And so. we've
I
got
bet you're
people-
passionate about that, right?
Yeah, we've got.
Oh, yeah, well, I
people
know you guys.
invited into their families now, like, hey, come to our weddings and
Oh my
that kind of thing, so.
I started reaching out to people that I used to work with in healthcare. So that's my background is healthcare. I did some sales in there, but like my job, my old job, and they work with people that are elderly and they move or pass away or they're moving into facilities. And so like I know that world. And so I'm going back to that world, even though I was like, okay, I'm done with that world. I'm going back to that world to reach out to those people and say, look, I know what these people are going through. Their parents have Alzheimer's. I've been there, I've worked with these people. Like, I am a compassion. I'm not just like a realtor that's gonna, you know, just a transaction. Like, so bring your value of your old life to this new world. And that's kind of where I talked to Susie about it the other day. I'm like, what's your one thing? You know, like that's gonna be for a while, I'm gonna focus on all these people that I know, give value to them. They trust me. I worked with them for years and say, I'm gonna help you help this family.
You should talk with Steve Dutoit, that he built his business on helping people transition out of their homes and into assisted living or independent living.
They're transition
And then-
coordinators, and that's who I'm talking to, those people.
Yeah,
That's
and
who I'm
go
here.
to the
Yeah.
centers that are,
Yes,
they
Yeah.
also give you a referral fee too,
yes, they
so
do.
that's a great, and then the attorneys
Yes,
that are.
yes, the
and
elder
Yeah.
attorneys, yeah.
That's a great, I mean, that's
So
Steve
I talked
Dutoit.
with, I went to breakfast and she's connecting me with all the people she knows, so that's, like, just go with what you know, because it's such a new world, and like, I was like, I'm not tapping into this world that I have, that I know a lot about, so I don't know what your background is.
Well, you were able to help them. I mean, but this is for anything. If you're able to help them in something else that you did,
Yes.
they again live somewhere. And so when you have that trust, there is a likelihood that they're going to feel that you have the ability to help them in almost anything. In almost anything, you've already earned their trust. And so therefore, when they do have that other thing come up, as long as you've let them know and you're doing things to ensure that on a regular basis, you're asking them the question on how to help them with real estate, then it does come up. So with that, wherever it is coming from, and we all have those organizations, and Charlie, you're gonna see this as time goes on because you are part of golf organizations and country clubs, and people do business from that.
From the golf course.
They do. We also say that it actually does happen. And therefore it is going to happen. So long game and short game, just keep in mind, we do want to play both of those at the same time. The likelihood of having a piece of business from doing something like an open house, because somebody has walked in the door because they have some type of real estate need at that time, when you do enough open houses, there is business to be had from that. That tends to be the faster way to get there. The long game, things like social media, things like that, that can reinforce as well as be the long game, because it tends not to show up right away. It can, but it tends to be more of the 3-6 months later, and then of course a year later, that person who you don't have that relationship, they have no reason to trust you yet.
Yeah.
They're not there yet. And so therefore they're not necessarily going to say, hey, help me with this extremely expensive purchase, or with all of the money that I have tied up in my house. That type of transaction may not be there yet because they don't know you. The other ones are going to know you, and yet you can use those in tandem. So why is it that we're here? I asked you the question before. So we want to win seller. So how many sellers do we want to win? What is our next 12 months? Assume that this is January, whatever the calendar year, it's almost irrelevant. What do we want to have happen as far as sellers go? Because let's keep this very focused on sellers in the next 12 months.
I mean, do I
Yeah,
want
me-
personally?
Yeah.
I would like to do one closing a month from a seller. That's my goal.
Okay,
One a month.
okay. So we have Heidi is, so 12.
Yeah.
All right, Charlie, you have an idea?
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable.
That sounds reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a plan to that, so keep in
Okay.
mind,
Yeah.
reasonable is fine, but there is a plan to that. Okay, John, Brad, what do we got?
What's the goal you're asking?
Yeah.
My goal is 30 or for the next 12
30
months.
sellers?
30 sellers, yeah.
Okay. Brad,
20.
20 sellers, correct? Russell, do you have a number?
15.
Okay.
I don't have enough context to generate.
We're not doing the why I can't do this, we're
Yeah.
doing the why we can do this.
You don't need all of them right now, you just need to find one or.
Just need to find a few.
I need to find the first one.
You need to find the first one, and even a few more than that. So let's get real with this number though, because when it comes to if it's going to even be 12, just because we've got the 12 and 15 as a number that a few of you are around that 1 plus a month, there is fall off sometimes. So having them in your projection and having a conversation with someone that is looking to sell their home 2 months from now, that you feel that, yeah, that person is totally gonna use me to sell their home, and then something happens in their life that it changes or postpones it or cancels it out completely, that can happen. So we wanna have some type of a fallout. So this is what our goal is. So realistically, we are gonna need to have a pipeline of what kind of a percentage are you feeling that you might need? There's some data behind it.
Mhm.
Like a 20% overage, is that what you're thinking? Like something like that, where you need.
Probably 20 to 30% overage. Part of that is going to be the sphere that you have and how tight that sphere is. So when we have organizations that we belong to for a really, really long time, and organizations can be schools, fraternities, golf, clubs, it can be a lot of things. Those tend to be less of the fallout because our relationship is a lot stronger. We know going into it where they are. And then there's the ones that we don't know as well, somebody that we meet that comes into an open house and we have a great conversation with, even get to the point that we go in, have that meeting, and they are saying that they are going to be selling in 3 months, and yet somebody surfaces that's like their best friend's
Yeah.
sister.
Yeah.
And you're out the door. Okay.
Or they can sell by owner. I just had one that did that to me, and now she's like, I will never do that again. I will use you. It was terrible. I'm like, yeah, I told you.
It is
But I helped her along the way, so she's thankful for that. But
Okay.
she's hopefully next time she will
So if it is, let's be conservative about this, that we're going to have more than we'd like. If we're gonna add, let's say, add 30% to that, right? So if we're gonna add 30% to that, make sure that you have that calculation. Russell, do the same. Have your 30% extra. All right, so have that written down. We're gonna be referring to that as time goes on. So Gary Keller, he's kind of a smart guy. He tells us words of wisdoms. When you interview the very top people and ask them what their biggest challenge is, invariably, sorry, different word, they will tell you it is mindset. Keeping it strong, focused, and positive amidst the many challenges that incur every day on their way to the top and staying there. The vast majority say that this is their top issue, not leads, but mindset. So I did ask you to make sure that you do have a number that makes sense to actually get down to that 12, 15, 20, 40, whatever that number is. We're not going to focus on the fact that we are going to have fall off. We're going to focus on the fact that we know if we have enough, that even if something happens, and sometimes you're like, you know what, you do need to take care of your family and take care of that issue. Sometimes that's the right thing to do. So therefore, we are still going to end up with whatever that number is. So when it comes to real estate, and for the most part, you guys do this more than part-time, I'll say. You still have other things that are happening in your license, and yeah, your intention is to be doing this more than part-time. When you wake up in the morning and that day you're the real estate agent, what's our thoughts on that day? Do we have a schedule? Do we keep to that schedule? It looks lovely. Every morning I have a wonderful schedule and it still moves around. Okay.
That's why you have to work at it.
You have to work at it.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you said that. Yeah, so we have that schedule. Are we treating this as a full-time or part-time, whatever your intention is? Are we treating it as if it was owned by another person, that we have the possibility of not having that job tomorrow morning? Or do we say, I'm gonna go and do this today? Which is, sometimes we have the fortune of being able to do that. But are we treating it as seriously to get to that person that needs help to move into that assisted living or something, and that you'll care about them and probably take care of them more than someone else would? Because there's a lot of people that are out there that aren't going to do it for the right intentions. Is there someone that's moving from another area, it's moving from Illinois, right?
Mhm.
Okay. I was like, wait, did I say the right state? And wants to retire in the Sunshine State, right? And then they are online and they find someone else that's like, oh, they've got a great ad, and so therefore I'm going to use them, because that can happen too.
That is something when we were talking about lead sources, and I hate to back up, but let me back up for a minute. People look at Zillow or Redfin all the time. Is there any good that comes from relating yourself to Zillow or Redfin?
When you say relating, what do you mean by that?
You see.
Buying the ads or buying
Well,
leads?
I know how I bought this house is my wife was looking at Redfin at houses, found one, and then it comes up with, this is your realtor or something like, however she bought
Yeah.
her way into Redfin, I don't even know.
It gave her information.
Yeah, but was that a fluke, or is it something that pays off, or is that a legitimate way to find out-of-state buyers?
So you can buy your business.
Okay.
You can, if you spend enough money than you can using Realtor.com, Redfin, and a variety of other sources that can bring you business if you want to.
Like even in the conversations I hear here, I think, John, you had one the other day, you know, that you guys were looking into purchasing leads and, or was it you or who was that?
I mean, we don't,
They're-
we've never.
No, there was somebody,
They have a different, you are paying for something to be done online, but it's not buying leads.
Right, we use Brivity to market.
okay,
us,
yeah, that was it. But it-
I know Lindsay was saying she spent a lot of money in first year on.
that was her.
Realtor.com.
That's
It was
her,
Lindsay.
sorry.
Yeah.
And she said, that was at the team meeting, right, when she
Yeah.
was saying that, because they were kind of emphasizing to not spend your money, especially at the beginning, to buy leads on it, because
You're
the
better off
return.
spending like $1,500 on party, for
Mhm.
friends, on getting together with some type of great community organization and getting your name in front of them.
Buying
As
advertising.
find leads.
Yeah.
And I just know a friend of mine at another broker, he spent $60,000 last year in leads. And he said, by no means is it worth it whatsoever.
60,000.
$60,000.
He does like $60 million a year is what it'd been, and then COVID and change, and so they're fluctuating, trying to figure out how to make their way in this stuff, but they spent that much money, and it was, he said, don't do it. Don't buy a single one of them.
Most of the time you're gonna hear, don't do it.
You know, yesterday I was playing golf at Greenfield Plantation, and around, I think, you know, one of the holes, and I see a for sale sign up there, and it's Lori Fox again, and I go, you know,
Lori.
she's making me crazy. She's everywhere I want to be, around every golf course.
Yeah.
You know, and it's
She probably lives on the golf course.
well, I know she's got a sister that lives in Terra near me, but she's you know, I mean, she's, every month we get a letter from her that, you know, everything that's sold in the neighborhood and everything. And I just think what that must cost to do, you know, but it's,
That's not buying leads, so that's just marketing.
yeah.
There- Correct,
Yeah.
correct. So there are there are multiple things that she's probably doing. And I haven't looked at that particular person as far as like what their history is and things. And most likely, because you do see her name enough, that she's getting referred, and if she's doing a good job, you know, good for her. She's doing a lot of the things. You have not yet had the open house, the listing, the sale, and all the other things that can kind of capitalize on that. So every time we do have a transaction, there are things that you can't do. However, she had to start somewhere, and there are, I'm sure, people who want to sell that will not use her for whatever reason, that they haven't seen all that marketing maybe, and they want to use, yeah. So that can very much happen to you as well. Is it gonna take over her in a 5-week period of time? Probably not. Can you take over neighborhoods in a 12-month period of time? You can, and John's made a lot of the comments. Being in front of them is one of the best ways to do it, whether you're in front of them by events, playing golf with them, walking the neighborhood, walking the dog, walk the dog, walk the babies.
She's in the golf course neighborhood. She's in the
Yeah, she's
places I
already there
want to
too.
be, you know?
Well, I'm in that same position where there's a realtor that's been in my neighborhood over 20 years. She used to have the lock of our neighborhood. She's waterfront properties, and she's been there forever. She's gone to different brokers, but she continually has farmed before I was a realtor. So I'm like, oh, how am I gonna compete against her? But you know what? Something's gonna happen one day. She's gonna move, or I've actually reached out to her to kind of meet with her. Cause I'm like, bring your enemies close. She's not my enemy, but you know what I mean? Like, reach out to her. How can we work together? Like, how can I help you? Let's be, I don't want her to be my enemy. Cause at first I was like, oh, she's got everything. But other people have
Got
listings
space
now.
to
She
do it.
doesn't have the market share anymore. So other people have broken in. So I'm like, if they can do it, I'm doing it. Cause she used to get a lot of.
I'm glad that you actually shared that with them. What she just said is very important.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and whether it's COVID has done that, has disrupted the market in some areas, not everywhere, but there are some agents that were thrown off their game, and others stepped up in that environment and did well. So that kind of, you know, mixed things up a little bit. And that other things can happen as well. So she probably did not build that business in overnight. And you're not necessarily gonna build that business overnight, and yet can you make a lot of progress in the next 3, 6, and 12 months for sure? Yes.
That's the long game. Your farm area is kind of a long game, right? Long and short?
It's a little bit of both. I maybe like the middle game,
Yeah.
the middle game. It is, because that's the relationship building.
It's the-
And so when you're having, how many people live in your particular community in Terra?
About 1,500 houses.
So 1,500 houses. Out of those 1,500 houses, there's somebody that doesn't like, and I do not know this woman. There's
some
somebody
people
that doesn't
don't
like her.
Yes, there are some people.
But there's some people that won't like you also, because that will happen as well. And yet there's 1,500 homes, and in the next 5 years, a lot of them will have some type of a change. So we just have to find those.
Are you in Jerry Golf Country Club? or-
No, I'm in Fairfield Park.
So I don't know anybody in there. I've sold some homes and condos in there.
Oh, see?
But I don't even remember how we got them. We met somebody and we just had a great conversation with them. And
Yeah.
next thing you know, they decided they liked us more than whoever was the neighborhood expert that I have no idea who that is, so.
No, it's an active area. I mean, just on my block, we've had 2 people that have, in the last year, 2 people that have gone to retirement communities from my block, and one that passed away, 2 that passed away. So there's a lot of, just on my block, there's only 22 houses on my block, and there's been that much action in the last year.
So you need to know more people in your neighborhood,
Yeah.
do things and drinks on the driveway.
I had a block party last month, but,
And then did you follow up with a letter saying, hey, did
Oh,
you
yeah.
have a good time at the block party? By the way, I'm your neighbor, and if you
Mhm.
know anybody that wants to buy a home or sell a home.
I actually got everybody's email address. And did,
And you know where they are, you know where they live.
And I said, I'm not, I'm not just your neighbor, I'm a realtor, and got, a lot of people wrote back, good luck, thanks, all that stuff. So I did connect with my block. Now, again, it's summertime, a lot of people are gone right now,
Well, we're gonna go on the positive side of
Yeah.
this. So
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
Because
do
we
this
can
again.
always-
I'm gonna do this again in fall. Yeah.
So there's something that goes back to the mindset, because we can easily, and we're all totally guilty of this, every one of us. It's like, oh, this didn't happen because it's summer. But you know what? This isn't gonna happen again because it's gonna be Labor Day. This isn't gonna happen again because it's Thanksgiving. This isn't gonna happen again because, oh, we had that crazy, rainstorm for a week. There's always that. We're gonna go on the other side, and there's someone in that I'll tell you, with 22 homes on your block.
Yeah.
The 22 homes on your block, every single one of them should have some type of communication with you on the regular basis.
So,
We're gonna build that plan,
33 times,
36 touch. we're calling
36
that.
touchdowns, or at least once a month if you don't know.
But they're on your block, I mean,
Something of
on,
value every month. Man, this guy just always sends me something really cool. Wow, he's got this cool letter that he drops off.
Even just a bi-weekly, if you got their emails, I mean,
the neighborhood, yeah.
yeah, the neighborhood bi-weekly.
And you can do it where you, less about the one that is auto-populated, because it's hard to make the auto-populated, it's actually not that hard, it won't work
Yeah.
for his particular little segment.
Oh,
But you can do a lot about like your block, if there's stuff that's happening, there's a lot that you can do.
Yeah.
We're gonna go through that. So let's do a little bit of a conversation around the fact that there are going to be creativity, and there's also gonna be models. So what happens is, oh my gosh, I saw that this person is just doing, this means nothing about, we have a few people that do videos in this office. It's like, I'm just gonna start doing videos, and all of a sudden I'm gonna take over YouTube for Lakewood Ranch or Terra or wherever, and everybody is gonna use me. There's always something. Well, first of all, they didn't do that overnight. They have done well, and yet it was definitely not overnight. But there's always something. I'm gonna buy leads, and all of a sudden I'm gonna have 10 transactions next month because I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this, and all of a sudden my world is gonna be, because it's gonna be something different that nobody else is doing, and yet I'm not gonna do the foundational stuff. So there's the creativity, And the models, and we talk about the models is because there is a foundation for how to do real estate, and you can't take the relationship out of that. The relationships are going to, sometimes we make that relationship in a couple of minutes because it's somebody that lives in another state, they come to an open house and they all of a sudden, you're the first person they met, you gave them a lot of information, you sounded to them like you knew the area, you gave them data or things that mean something to them, great conversation, and then all of a sudden you're the best realtor that they've ever met and you've been in the business for 6 weeks. That can happen because they don't know anybody else, and everybody else is the online on Redfin or did something like that. So which business model has the more stable foundation is going to be having the models and then adding that creativity to it. It doesn't dismiss the fact that there's a lot of creative things that are out there. I couldn't do it today, probably. When I first started, I was the one that I always had my grandmother's cookie recipe at every open house that I had. And I was the one that I was easy to recognize, not from a face thing, but they knew my card and everything because it was always attached to a cookie. Always. Every single open house, I had cookies in my car. I always gave cookies as much as I could. That or a loaf of pound cake if I went to your house. Whether you like pound cake or not. It was my grandmother's or my grandmother's neighbor. One was the pound cake, one was the cookie recipe. That's what I did. It was catchy, it worked. That didn't work without me actually making the phone calls, sending the letters, doing the stop bys. That alone wasn't enough. And I'm just using that as an example because I really want you to understand that we are going to do things that are creative, and yet it still comes back down to the foundation. So in, it's going to be on the next slide. Yep, perfect. So we have this also in your materials of the 7-step seller service cycle. I am not saying that. I am not saying that. Definitely not going to do that. So lead conversion. So we have the seller cycle is the lead conversion. We have the lead, we have the lead conversion. We have the pre-listing, the listing consultation, the servicing and marketing, the offers and negotiations, and the contract to close, and then post-close systems. So that's your cycle. That's that you already have it. So we will continue to talk about lead generation and sprinkle that through everything. And yet, when we have them, you're there, you're at the appointment. We then have to have them sign the contract. So are you ready to have that listing full-on presentation that they are going to ask questions? We will always have a question or something that we may need to get back to them. You're not going to know everything all the time. You may have one that goes really, really smoothly, and yet there are going to be appointments that you go on that you don't know everything. So just assume that that's going to happen. And yet we want to convert them into a seller. So let's say, we're going to use for this example, because most of us will either have this happen in the near future or we've had it happen. This is someone that is a neighbor of the listing that you are doing an open house at. Doing an open house, somebody comes in, it's a neighbor, they do not have a relationship with a real estate agent, and so therefore you're having a good conversation with them. It's irrelevant to them that it's not your listing, because a lot of people don't understand how that works anyway. It has a sign on the yard that says Keller Williams, and therefore you are a representative of Keller Williams, and that's all that in their minds that they need. Sometimes it will matter, and then sometimes it won't. So we have those, many of us will have what is called a pre-listing packet. Some of us use that and some of us don't. So let me go over a little bit of what this can all mean. There are some agents that will have a pre-listing packet that is something that is either emailed or sent over or dropped off prior to the actual meeting. It tends to have things like some references. So it might have like 3 or 4 people that you have worked with before in the recent past. And if you don't have that because you haven't sold 6 houses in the last 6 months, it could be that you have worked with other people that are absolutely there to say the this person is a stand-up person and they do a great job, they're super professional. It could be that. So if you do not have that, make a note, get that. The pre-listing packet can also have, here are my top 5 or 7 things that I'm going to do to ensure that I market your home. You do not give away everything. What you are going to do as a real estate agent is going to be proprietary. We're all going to do things that are a little bit different. You may or may not walk the neighborhood and hand out flyers. You may not be able to do that because it could be a neighborhood that you will be arrested, not arrested, but you'll be kicked out quickly, asked to leave. Now, some of those neighborhoods, you can do that until you're asked to leave, but that's a different story. And you'll just have to see how to do that. It may be a neighborhood that you send out a postcard. It could be a neighborhood that you make phone calls in the circle prospecting that John mentioned. There's a few different things that you can do, and yet you have to be willing to actually do that. Some of us will not make a cold call. And I'm not here to say that you can't do this business without ever making a phone call, because you probably could, and yet I'd like for you to be comfortable enough that it's like, look, if I need to make that call, I'm gonna make it.
I did an open house for somebody here, I can't remember, it was in my early days. They said there was a program that will look up phone numbers around the open house that you're doing to call the neighbors. Do you know what that was called? I didn't.
I have it, I just have to have the name of the
Oh, you
neighborhood.
guys do it, okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
We
Okay.
have it here in the office.
Okay.
It's not something that we'll just hand
I
over.
gotcha.
Yeah, it's a one user kind of thing.
Got it, okay.
Well, I have it, and
But you can pay for a subscription or no? You can't really.
it's not, you could, but it's not necessary because we have it for the office.
Got it, okay,
And then there's other systems, there are other systems that do it too.
okay.
But for that particular piece of it, if circle prospecting, we have something.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah. So the pre-listing tends to be a little bit about who you are and how you want to help them. It is not the full-on listing presentation. Depending on how you want to do this, many of us will look at maybe 5 pages worth of information. You are also not dropping off a CMA. If you drop off the CMA at a certain point, they think, why do I even need to talk to you? I saw what you dropped it off. We're good. I talked to you on the phone. That's okay. I'm going to meet with Sarah tomorrow, and I like her more anyway. That might be in their head. And so you're not really giving me anything special, and I'll just hand this over to Sarah. So pre-listing packet, then there's the listing consultation. So if you have not yet put this together, and I think that you guys kind of have this in the workings or have it buttoned up already, please have your listing presentation ready. So if you haven't, and even for those of you that have, let me just show you one thing. Okay, yeah, I have it working. So we have in Command, and there's 10 other places that you can find a listing presentation. Or just so that everybody knows where you can find information. If you go into Command, and then you go into Designs, you can create a design from here. And if you do it by print, even if you wanted to email it, you could do it that way. And there's going to be a lot of different things that you can do on the left-hand side. Now, we're not going to go through creating a listing presentation. This is not necessarily the class for that. But here's what I do want to go over. So all I did is I just narrowed it down to where now I'm in the listing presentations of listings. And so let's say I happen to like this presentation. I'm going to use this one. I don't know if that's one that I've played with before. Let's see. Okay, it has everything in here. The thing about this is it actually has the conversation that you're having with your sellers. So if you're thinking, well, if I go to this appointment, I worry about what if they do ask about marketing? What if they do ask about open houses? Well, the cool thing is, it actually has what the process is all about. In essence, if you've never done this before, and you wanted to know how to do a listing presentation, you can take this process that's here and just make sure that you're able to talk about 3 things within each topic, and you can have a good, solid listing presentation. There's a lot that's in there. If you're looking for flyers to be able to give them as far as collateral, there's a lot that's in here. There's more even in Command, so it's not that this is the only place. But going over your listing presentation, in essence, this is what you're doing. So here's what we are here to do today, to go over what this process can look like. And here are the things that I do that may be a little bit different than somebody else. They may not be different than what somebody else does it, but you are different. Each one of us is going to be a little bit different. And so that's important as well.
Susie,
Yes.
so wouldn't you agree that once you walk into the home and present a listing presentation, they assume you know how to sell a home at that point? They at least believe that you're a salesperson. They believe that you are in the real estate business, and they believe you can sell a home. Whether or not they choose you is another story, but at that
Because that's
point,
the
they
relationship.
believe you're a professional and you can do the job. It's just a matter of seeing if you can get in a relationship where they sign the contract.
And that goes into mindset.
Yeah.
Really, you are there. They have invited you into your home. So yes, I would, the answer to your question is yes. How to do it, the hows, they probably have gotten past that. Now you can show up and they can start to question it at a certain point, which is where if you need to rely on this, yes, you want to do that. And as far as going over the listing presentation, what they're going to do is they're probably going to ask you questions, and it's going to be that conversation. It is not sitting there going through a booklet of here, okay, let me flip the page and go over the next item. It's less about that. It's more about the collateral that goes into it. I use this as an example because I think most of us, have you ever opened up a new bank account and you go in and you sit in front of someone, right? I mean, it could be something else, a financial advisor or accountant or anything like that. They probably have the little spiel, whether it's 30 seconds or 10 minutes of here's what we do for you. That's what you need. And you need to have the collateral that goes along with that conversation. It's not about using the collateral and going through and flipping every page. But the information is here in this process, and you need to be comfortable with that too, because you need to be able to cover all of it. The one thing that I have heard people do, and you want to be careful of, this has things in here that you may never do. You may not ever send out a postcard. If you're not ever sending out a postcard, please remove that from this. It's all editable. So you're able to remove that. But the presentation itself is in there, and the process is in there that goes along with it. But you're building that relationship. So I just want to make sure that you guys knew that there's a lot that goes in here, and you can use that.
I spent the time to set up a buyer and seller when I first got here, because I was going to courses. So just there generically to where it's now just fill in some blanks or print and take, or
Like you use one of those and you just have it.
I use that exact same one, the first one.
Yeah.
And I went in and, cause I didn't have comparables and all that stuff, so delete that page.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a sale or anything yet. And so I called 2 friends and I'd say, I'd like you to repeat after me. And they did. And I said, can I use that quote? And they go, sure. So it's now in there that leads people to more real estate style conversations.
Oh, that's
than
funny.
Renting Raymond James Stadium.
That's good, I did that right when like the second day I was here, I think I set that up, and I need to go back over that and tune that up now.
That's a conversation that you need to be able to have, that you know it by heart.
Yeah.
Because then it's a conversation, and as John said, they've already invited you into the home, assuming that you earn that right somehow. Then it becomes you're having conversations with them, because they are going to ask you, most likely, it would be rare that they don't ask you something about marketing. Now, they may not know a whole lot about what marketing is involved, but they're probably gonna say, what kind of marketing do you do? Well, there's a list of things that are on that presentation, but the listing consultation is truly a consultation. It is not, it is less about a presentation and more about a consultation. Now, once in a while, and there's a DISC class, ooh, I think, is it this Friday?
I think so.
It's coming up, DISC,
Yeah.
take that. Oh, fabulous.
Refresher course, take it again and again.
Take it again and again. One of my favorite things. If you are working with someone who has that personality style, that's what the DISC is. It's personality
I've been
style.
doing this for
Yes.
30 years.
Oh, that's right. You know
Yeah,
that.
it's
Yeah,
next Thursday.
next Thursday. Okay. And with that, if you're talking to that person that has that more business style approach and wants the stiff presentation style, you want to be ready for it. So you're going to have that there. However, if you can't break through and have the conversation, then you may not get that one, because you need to earn that trust. And that can go back and forth. You may have earned the trust to get in the door and they may like you. And then at some point when it becomes different, you may lose it. We have had, it has happened to myself. It's probably happened to John, to where had the listing and then at some point during the consultation or something, you lose the listing. It's like, it's yours, it's totally yours. And then it's not yours anymore. And there's a variety of reasons why that can happen. If you do enough business, it will happen. So we've got those cycles. And so the listing consultation, treat it like a consultation, the servicing and marketing. So how do you service it? That's what I want you to, whether you write it down or you take note of this, the servicing of the listing has so much to do with having consistent communication with your seller. You will head off so much because something is going to go awry. There's going to be a speed bump of some sort in almost every transaction. There's something. Hopefully they're small, but you want to have that consistent communication. Absolutely. I spoke to somebody yesterday that I have a transaction with, and I found out he was supposed to have, the closing was supposed to happen on Friday. He had yet, which I should have known this, he had yet to actually talk to the title company. So he was going to be going out of town, and the title company knew this, but they were busy and had not set all that up, and I'm so panic mode.
Yeah.
Point is, communication is huge, because I was calling to check in. How's it going? How do you have everything? I had talked, title company thought everything was going smoothly. And yet I was like, oh, wait a minute. You had not spoken to them, and now you're going to be gone, and you're going to be at some hotel and you're not quite sure what hotel that is. How are we going to get that paperwork to you? You know?
So the checklist is what
Yeah.
we use. We're not having a checklist. And then we've had customers tell us, you know, you don't need to call me all the time. And we found out through hard experiences that when we did that, not calling them all the time, then they start to wonder, why aren't you calling me? Or the transaction takes, you know, there's certain things that happen, contract to close, and then there's a certain part where there's a long time where there's nothing to talk about. We found out we need to continue to talk to them and tell them, hey, nothing's going on. I just wanted to check in with you. How are you feeling?
And that line is perfect. You know, it's not really, I don't have anything to share with you at this moment.
Yeah.
I really just want to make sure that you're, you know, everything is moving along on your side.
Or make sure they're text or email or still, like, what's their
Yeah.
preferred mode, right? Because some people will do a quick text more than answer a call.
They will. I encourage you though to continue those dialogues
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
make those phone calls,
Yeah.
because you can hear in their voice
Yeah.
if there's stress.
Yeah.
There's stress. It's
Yeah.
moving one way or the other, buyer or seller. You're gonna have that, but you can hear stuff, and whether they pick up, if they ever pick up, until they tell you, please do not ever call me. I only want, which is gonna be rare, if they're gonna do that.
But you're creating your brand experience for them. So even in that 5 to 7 years, when something happens again, they're like, wow, they were really on top of it, knew what they were doing. I was informed every step of the way.
It's almost better to just tell them up front. It's it may be a little bit annoying. I don't know if that would be or not, but I want to let you know that I'm going to call you every day or every other day or once a week, whatever you're going to do. Just that way they know what to expect. And then I'll call you and then I'll text you on other days. But that way we're in communication. So even though it's only going to be for a short time during this period.
Yeah.
And that way I make sure that nothing gets lost and I help you. I mean, you do want the most help, don't you?
So the servicing is, do you have your checklist? Do you have, so we've sent out checklists and yet there are checklists that are in the system. So I'm not gonna go into Command for this part. Do you use Command or do you use DocuSign or Dotloop?
We have adopted the DocuSign.
You have,
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
because I know there's some
We're
that
fully
haven't quite
adopted
yet.
in DocuSign. We used Dotloop for years, but
Yeah.
we're all,
Moved it, I know.
Yeah,
I
we're-
went kicking and screaming too.
we're not using Command, unfortunately.
Okay, well, you're using
We did Brevity,
Yeah.
as a team, we had some issues with Command. They
It
weren't
is.
there yet. So
It's a-
individually, I'd say Command is fine.
Yeah, I would say so too. And in the last couple of months, they've done a lot that I found is a lot better than it
Yeah.
was even just a few months ago.
I'm sure in 2 years, it's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, I would agree. So as far as servicing and marketing, so servicing part, do you have your checklist? So the checklist that you do need to have is, we as an office have a checklist. There is a copy of it and there is gonna be one revision, but you can still, from a basic perspective, it's pretty much right. There is a checklist that's on the opposite side of this wall right here. We also have emailed it out and it's in the Facebook's page as well. It's in multiple places and I just sent, you've seen one, I think you've seen it before we've had cards, I think you have it in your booklet.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. So you have those checklists. So that's a checklist from a paper
It's like a
perspective.
countdown to closing checklist, is that what is it, like?
There's the checklist I'm referring to right now is the paperwork checklist.
Oh, okay,
So that makes sure that you have your paperwork, because it may happen to you from, once in a while, hopefully it's rare. But as far as your checklist, make sure that you do have all of the paperwork that you need. Yeah. That's the paperwork. But also, do you have a checklist? And in Ignite, there are checklists of what things have to be done and when do they need to be done. And that also can build out your communication with them. Because if you're on a 30-day cycle of once you do have a contract, there are different things that are happening. Inspection, the second deposit if there is, or first deposit, second deposit if there is one. Is there a loan involved? There are a multitude of things. So in Ignite, there's a lot of that type. But even before it goes live, do you have your personal checklist of what you need to be doing? Because there's photos, there's entering it into the MLS, there's getting them ready for that, for the experience to be as smooth as possible. One of the other things is enlisting them as the seller to be on board with the different things that are going to be happening. So imagine you go to that appointment, you get everything signed. It's not going to go live for 10 days, which is kind of a normal thing. We rarely are going live the next day. It's usually a few days, if not a week or so. What's happening in that period of time?
They're trying to clean up the house, they're going crazy, they're in a storage unit, staging might be going on,
All of those things.
Yeah.
So
Finding that rental.
we work ourselves as agents and have a lot of those pieces. But going back to the servicing of them, have they been prepped appropriately? And part of that comes to the consultation. If you are getting them to sign that document at that time, here's what's happening tomorrow. Here's what's going to happen in the next few days. So we as agents need to start to develop our own type of checklist that goes along with that. And there are things, your basic stuff is in Ignite. A lot of the basic stuff is actually in Ignite. But if you are going to have any kind of a staging type of thing done, great. Do you have cleaning people that you can call on that may need to go in and clean a home? Things like that. Is there a painter? So we as an office have a lot of references that you can pull upon. There's also a book think there's a few of them that are left that are so if you go outside of this room, a little bit past the printers on the left-hand side, there's a wall that has a lot of vendors that are in there. And then there's also a booklet, and there's a couple of them left that are from the Realtor Association that has a lot of vendors that are affiliated with the Realtor Association. So you can pick one of those up. I think they have it electronically as well. So what are those services that need to be done? Make sure that you take an inventory of the home of what is going to need to be done. And know that you might have 2 days before the property goes live and need to have somebody come in and do that cleaning. So who are those on call, which nobody's really on call anymore, but you will need to know that we may need to do something right beforehand and planning appropriately. So having that consultation with them and letting them know, here are the 5 things, because you have gone through the house, you kind of know, here are the 5 things that you're going to be working on that, is your responsibility as a seller, I'm helping you with, but also know, if there's a hiccup along the way, it may reset our dates. And that's where those consultations come in and ensuring that you have that checklist for yourself. So as a practice, and this was when I took this class by somebody, they recommended going through your own home and imagining. Now, maybe your home is absolutely perfect and doesn't need a single thing done to it. That's not my house. I wish. It's always a problem. So go in and really make a list. It's like if I was going to put my house on the market, if there's 100 things, if there's 3 things, whatever it is, what are the things that can come up?
I don't want to
Yeah, I don't wanna think of, you already have a honey-do list, you don't need to do it yourself, right?
But that's how you can be more prepared for what, this is the what ifs. And so when you do have that consultation, it's like, that's okay. We have people now, the hope is that, yes, I could get a painter in because this room, you have the teenager.
Yeah.
True story, this would be us.
Yeah, true story.
Teenager who decided to, I don't even know what she used to put posters, and there's all kinds of things on her walls, which, is fine we own our house and we've let her do that, but, walked in one day and was like, what did you use? Looks like gum, and it's not the stuff, it's not the proper poster blue stuff.
Oh my goodness.
So we just haven't touched it. We're like, I don't even know.
Working in the home health industry for years and going into people's homes, like very rarely are people like ready to, like even in a week, like most people would need to do a lot of decluttering and cleaning and just touch up and handyman stuff.
By the way, if you're going in that direction, there are some senior, you may have already known, some senior packers and movers that you can call, and
Yes.
supportive realtors, you can find them.
Oh, yeah.
Transition, yeah. That's kind of who I'm marketing right now, is getting to those people too.
And to that point, sometimes you are going to come across somebody who's starting a business that is relatable to what you're doing. So whether it's a declutter, they're organizational people, there's people getting into that business all the time. If you are searching, you'll probably find somebody. It's like, how could we partner together? It's like there will probably be a piece of business that I could use your help, as long as you've vetted them.
Yes.
And then you have the ability to be their partner as well. Because sometimes if they've been in the business for 5 years, they may have 3 or 4 agents that you would be competing with. And while that doesn't mean that you can't compete with them, let's look for others as well.
I'm trying to do my own vendor list just to have it to email in that pre-listing package. Just kind of reaching out to people and having my own vendor list of people that I know that I've worked with.
Yeah. So as far as the servicing the listing, if you don't have a listing right now, and for you that has the listing on the regular basis, and you might be doing this anyway, go through how can we improve on the steps to getting somebody ready to sell.
I'm taking notes right now.
Yeah.
There's always room for improvements.
Always. I've been, in the business about as long as John, and once in a while I'm like, you haven't ever heard of that happening? Okay, let's see what we can do to make that work.
I might have one. Do you have one of those frequently asked questions that you add to your MLS list listing.
Always,
Do you
yeah,
have one that I could
yes,
use?
it keeps growing, but I would say,
I did a,
ask me in 2 weeks, but I'll check, but, when my admin comes back.
Okay,
Because
I
I
don't know where it
found
is.
one and he's got a different one, and I don't know
oh,
why.
oh.
Oh,
Yeah, we gotta put him in our book, I'm like, okay, it's.
My listing is like next Friday, so.
And the office actually has
They have one somewhere?
Keller Williams, the select, I think on the.
on the intranet?
I think there's an
Oh.
older one on the internet of select success, of frequently asked
Really?
questions, I think so.
Okay,
It's the
Been
blanks,
around
right?
for a long
Like the
time.
roof age, that one,
Yeah,
right? This
there's
is
some-
roof age, appliance age.
Yeah.
And I did a listing, maybe it was one of yours, I did an open house for one, and it was so easy, just pop it up on my computer, because that's what everybody wanted to know, the age of everything.
And we leave a home book in there, and I always like to have it in the book, and then you're doing open house, don't know the home, you just flip, or you start the open house, you start looking through the book.
Oh, you leave a notebook?
Yeah, we call it our home book,
Oh.
our home information book.
oh, nice.
It makes the sellers feel that we're doing something special for them.
Mhm.
And then I always want any buyer's agent that comes through to be able to look in a book and just like, oh, here's a book, let's click through and see what information it has.
It's probably gonna have an answer to the question that you're asking.
Yeah, and also when anybody holding an open house, it gives them one more conversation to have and keep, the longer someone stays in that open house, the more comfortable they feel about the home, the more they like it, and the more, or the better relationship they're gonna build with our agents that stay there.
Yeah.
That are hosting, so,
Makes everybody shine.
yeah, gives you a conversation piece.
That's good. Very good. So it might have been his.
It was probably, I think it was one of
Yeah.
yours, because I found it very helpful, because, it was like, ask the listening, I just wanted to be able to answer their question.
Look on select success and in the documents, on the market center document, select success. There's documents there, and I think there's an original one that I started with, and you take that word and then start adding or deleting things to it.
Very good.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know where the intranet is, I'll show you that at another time. Okay. And then, of course, we have the offers and negotiations, which this is where you're going to earn your commission, because if the negotiation goes south, pun intended, then you're in trouble. And of course, the offers and so forth. So explaining that all to your seller as well. Here's what's going to be happening. Here's what may happen in the market that we have. You yourself as an agent understanding the market and what could happen. Doesn't mean that you're going to have 30 offers just because there are houses that are having 30 offers right now. You may have something else that's happening. So as far as your offers and negotiations, that's where we're going to earn our commission check and make sure it stays together. And then, of course, the contract to close, which does go through, again, those checklists to make sure that at the end of the day, that everything is done, that at the closing table, you are ready for that closing. So the contract to close goes from the beginning to the end. So that's what the cycle is going to look like.
But post-close systems are really important.
Yeah, that's
because-
not on there.
Is that
It is.
post, number 7?
Oh, sorry. Oh, post-close system. So sorry. It is on there. I apologize. I was reading. Yes, post-close system that's how you're going to get your referrals.
Yes.
That's how you're going to get your referrals, whether it's at the beginning. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I thought that I had said that and I'm behind myself.
That's where the money's at.
That is where, yes, you may have a transaction and it might be a great transaction. It might be the $500,000-$600,000 home. But we consistently, and the math that we do, Keller Williams has this as far as our math, is for every buyer, if you were to look at the next 12 months, can typically produce at least one more transaction, if not more. Many times it can be more, but you can almost count on it being one. Because they move in, it's a buyer, they move into a neighborhood, they meet somebody and they refer you. They have a friend moving to the area, they refer you. They just call you because, you know what, I know you're not an agent in Orlando, but my cousin is moving to Orlando. Can you do you know anybody? Because you have prepped them and had the conversation that you're with a company that has agents all over the world. And if you ever have any type of a real estate need, please let me know because I can probably connect you with somebody that can help.
2 pro tips on that.
Please.
So
Yes, because
close
you do a lot.
systems, this is where a lot of our, this is how our businesses grow. So one, you're gonna use the D2, you're not familiar with that.
You want to tell them what it is?
Do the database twice, you're gonna touch them twice every 13 weeks. There's 13 weeks in a quarter, so do the database too, you're gonna put them in that system. If you don't have an event, you can have them lunch, so you're gonna put them on and you're gonna take them out for lunch. I mean, if they're, most people we get along with, we like them, they usually works out, lunch, coffee, something inexpensive. And as you grow, you start to have little events, so you have multiple people. You're gonna put them on a 13-week touch. One other thing is what the post-closing, save their home, all their warranty and their closing statements and all those things. And on January 1st, you put it in, you pull it out, put it in an envelope at closing, put a stamp on it, get a forever stamp, put it in there, and save it in a file. And on January 1st, you mail that out and with a letter in there that says, hey, I know you're gonna be looking for this because tax time is gonna be coming. So you're gonna wanna have this. That's your first touch of the year for January.
Yep.
And they're gonna love it.
And homesteading.
Yeah, and I just hope everything's going great. You know, if you have any real estate needs, just, you remember I'm always here for you and I'm always thinking of you.
Is D2 a smart plan or what is it?
It's a system that you take old or Ignite down, that you tune in, right?
We do it in Ignite, and we also talk about it in our team meetings every week. You see it at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
The two
But
letters.
today
Yeah.
is, or yeah, this week we
Oh, yeah.
are on.
Yeah, so it's just a, yeah,
System.
a
to
letter
It's
to
a
call.
contact
Yeah,
system.
yeah.
Mhm.
So you just do it yourself. Okay. I thought you meant it was like an automatic thing they would send.
Because there's
emails or-
26 letters in the alphabet,
Yeah.
and so there's 2 that you're doing
Yeah.
on the weekly basis.
Yeah.
And then you do it again.
Got it.
So
And-
follow. This is where the money's at. This is where the goal's at.
It's, yes,
Longevity.
yes, and all of those things that he just talked about are, we have this, so we do have a smart plan that you can put somebody on, which if that's what you're using, which you should be using, some type of a campaign, some type of a relationship building campaign of some sorts, whether it's Command or another system. And it's asking for that business in a multitude of different ways without the phone call that, hey, do you know anybody? Is what he's doing, just like that he sends out in January for all of the transactions that he's had. He's asking for it, but he's giving them something as well. And it's not something that costs a whole lot of money to do.
No, you
You
really
had a
get that
transaction.
contact. You normally you throw it away or put it in a file. You just, what you need to do is just fold it in an envelope and send it out to them, because you won't need it anymore. The office has their own copy,
Electronic copies, yeah.
so
Mhm.
you can scan it, keep the record on a OneDrive somewhere or Google Docs, so you have it, but
I'm a paper person too.
And it is a system. I mean, what he's done is he's developed a system, and you will find as time goes on, you guys being in your first-ish year, that you will have, there's these 5 different things that we all do at the beginning of the year to prep, here are things that you can do, especially what you just mentioned, as well as the homesteading is a big one that we get reminded over and over again, which is very helpful because
So you're
you might
reminding
forget.
them to apply for homestead if they live in
Reminded
the
them.
state. Gotcha. If they were already homesteaded before.
I want to save you thousands of dollars. I'm thinking
Thousands.
of you. I really hope you did this.
Yeah. So there has to be some kind of a system for that, whether it's home anniversaries. That's a popular one too, because nobody is sending them a card that they just moved into their house a year ago, or rarely. You will. Yeah, us as agents do. There's not a lot of other ones that are home anniversary types of things, unless it's to get more business, which yes, we'd like to get more business from it too, but it's also that home anniversary card. I've done that since I began, and it's just fun. They're like,
Oh my God, really?
yeah.
It's only been
Been
a
a
year. We still haven't painted that room. It's been a year.
Yeah, it can be that. It can be that too. It can be that. So what is your system? And something that Heidi does, and many of us do, I have at home as well as in my office, booklets on here's what my personal cycle when I'm working with a seller is. And it could be that you just continuously, whether you do it by hand,
You
yeah,
can do like a little.
that's
yeah.
okay. That's
This is how I do paper. I'm just not good on
I mean, I use the computer too, but sometimes I just like to have it on paper and
Mhm.
like look at
It's
it,
a lot
touch it.
easier, it's faster sometimes.
Yeah.
I agree that it's faster for a lot of that kind
And
of
keep the
stuff.
blank contracts in here too, in case I just need a blank one.
Pushback from my millennial
Mm-hmm.
admin, all of them that I've had,
Mhm.
every one of them, like, why don't we have Bill?
I know,
Like,
I know.
because when I want it, I want it, I don't
I
want it
know.
to come to you.
My 49-year-old brain is still one foot in paper, one foot in electronics.
I want both.
There's,
Although,
most of us are using both.
yeah,
Most of us are using both. Yeah.
this is how my brain works.
Absolutely. So it all goes back to, there's a system. There's a system for everything. And while we have our basics that we're giving you, whether it's through Ignite, even through this class and a multitude of other classes that we go through, you're going to start to develop your own system. And whether you take your notebook and have 7 different sections to it, and here's what's happening with lead conversion, here's what's happening with my listing presentation, and your notes and stickies, and I have stickies all over the place, that highlight whatever it is that you're doing. You do need to have some kind of a system so that you know, okay, I'm working with my seller and this is my listing presentation day. Here are the things that I need to remember. Yes, I'm going to show up with my listing presentation documents. That's for them. This is for me. I've shown up, and do I have every piece of that laid out? Now, some of us are a little bit more organized than others, and yet you still, until you do it naturally, and even when you have it naturally, those of us that do it naturally tend to have some type of a checklist that go along with that too. Like, okay, do I have these 4 things? You've ever been someone who has still left the house without the sunglasses or without whatever, you're on your way to something. All of us have done stuff like that. So whether you've been doing it for 10 years or not. All right, so mindset, change our actions, and get the most out of this experience. So as far as the changing of your actions, so if you were to all of a sudden be a real estate agent tomorrow, there's going to be some actions that the intention is you're sitting here with us, right, today. So what action, and this isn't the answer at the moment, but as we go along, what is the action that we're going to take tomorrow that will be different? What is the action that will get us to the 12 or 30 transactions that we have from sellers in the next 12 months? So if you have thought of something that is going to be your main focus, that I'm going to do this a little bit differently maybe for John this year, or more of, or if you're newer, if I have that I need to have 15 transactions in the next 12 months, if it takes me 2 months to get to that first transaction, because it might, there's something that needs to start happening tomorrow, or maybe this afternoon. What's my plan? So keep that in mind, because we're going to be building out what those actions are. All right, so my conversion ratio. So let's make sure that we go through this and make sure that we hit those numbers. So we have the contacts to lead conversion. The percentage goes, let me start that again. The percentage shows how many of your contacts are motivated leads. You will have an interaction with someone and they're like, yeah, we're really ready to sell. And then they talk to their partner, or they realize what's happening in their family. It's like, well, yeah, my kids don't graduate until next year and they're seniors and I'm not going to move during that. And yet it sounded like a great idea 20 minutes ago. It may have sounded like a great idea for a week, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, yeah, maybe not, maybe not. The leads to appointment. So you're going to have conversations with people all the time. You're going to have lots of conversations with people, and they're not necessarily going to lead to an appointment. So when we say appointment, that is whether through Zoom, because sometimes you are going to have someone who is out of the country, out of the state. And then there's also going to be those that we physically go to their home with them, sit down in front of them and have the appointment. And then of course, oh, that's interesting. It just all of a sudden happened. And then, no, I think it's in the right spot. And then also the appointments to listing contracts. Because you can go to an appointment and on occasion, they are not gonna sign that listing agreement that day. So are your thoughts, so tell me, you guys are newer and have not had as many of these listing appointments. What are your thoughts on, you go to that appointment, you'd like to have them sign, how often do you think that that might happen? That they actually sign on the dotted line at that moment?
50%?
It's gonna vary with different people. Okay, you guys have any thoughts on that, or comment?
I would hope more, but I would assume that they're probably interviewing multiple realtors. It depends on what number you are in that.
Do people really interview?
Not necessarily,
No,
they do.
Yeah.
But not, they don't have to.
no, they don't have to.
You might have that come list me call, which, you know, they're great. I don't want you to assume that that's gonna happen like with every time,
Right.
but they do happen, that they are not gonna be meeting with anybody else. And therefore you have that listing. All right, John, do you have what your numbers are? You wanna share how often you go to an appointment that they're interviewing somebody else too, that you don't get it signed that day?
So I would say like 1 in 4 are.
About 20%?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 25%, 1 in 4 are meeting with other agents, usually. So a lot of times, most of my appointments are like 2-step, where it's like go for a pre-listing conversation, and then they need to think about it, and then I go back and get the listing signed. So,
Okay,
I'm not a one and not typically.
Yeah.
Sometimes I am.
so he's at about 80% of yours, they have basically hired you when you show up,
Pretty much, yeah.
which is good. And
Yeah.
that he earned that from all of the work that he's done over the
The
years.
thing that what does make a difference for me that I've changed is I'm never afraid to say, so would you like to go ahead and list with me? You know, or same thing when I'm doing, anytime I'm meeting somebody, I remember one thing in my head, set the appointment. So ask for an appointment, set an appointment, ask for the lead, ask for the business, and try to ask, okay, so if this isn't a good time, is there another time, or other than that, what other information would you need to know that could help you, so you can go ahead and get your home listed on the market, so. Try to
That's a script that he just said.
So other than
Whatever
the
it
objection,
is,
yeah. Is there any other reason you wouldn't list with me today? Well, I want to interview another agent. Okay, so and then we have to go through that whole thing. So
Mhm.
sometimes they're just not quite ready, or they want to try it themselves.
Now going back to the
Yeah.
DISC conversation and that we do have that class coming up and where the value comes into. Sometimes from the conversations that you've had with them, you already know a personality style. And there's an expectation. If you are meeting with someone and we call it a D, so the person who tends to be very decisive and they're driven and they're going to make a decision on the spot type of person, that one, you may be able to have them list on that day.
If they get the right enough information.
If they have the right, if they have the information, but in your case, because many times yours are referrals and people that you've earned their business already, you might have that. If it's a D personality, they might have, now there might be some things that they need to talk about because they've done things to the house and all of that. If it is a person who has lived there for a really long time, has a lot of memories, and is that hard to make moves,
The fierce change guy.
fears change. Yeah, that person, you may know going into it that they may not be ready. I mean, it would be great, and you're going to treat it as such that you're ready, but they may need some of that. Okay, this is one of the 5-step processes that's going to go through their head, and you just need to make sure that you're meeting that expectation with that step, whatever step they're on. Those types of things. Okay. So as we go through all of this, this all begins with the listings, the leads, listings, and leverage. Have you guys seen this before? It is on page 192 of the MREA book. This is one of our cores. It is our core. It is our core. So you may not be at this point yet. John is at this point because he has some other people that work on his team. But if you imagine that you have 2, 3 transactions going on at any given time, as a newer agent, that may be quite a bit to be juggling, to make all of that work, which is why you get to the point of leverage at some point. So you're gonna have your leads. And so we talked about whether it's 12 or 30 or 50 or 100 sellers that you're gonna have in the next 12 months. How many leads do you need to actually get there? So what does your database look like? So they need to be a homeowner if we're focusing on sellers. If you were to have them that were leads that are online, which we were just talking a little bit about what that can look like, that percentage of online leads is about 1 to 3%. 3% is on a pretty good day. It could be higher, but it's usually about 1 to 3%. You want to be conservative about it? It's only about 1%, and that takes a year to even get there. And that's on buyers. Sellers is a little bit less. Now, if you are spending enough money, then that percentage, the percentage stays the same, but somebody is going to rise to the occasion, which is where if you ever hear us talk about Boomtown, Boomtown is a system that a lot of agents will use once they get to a certain level, and that can be $5,000 to $6,000 per month. But their percentage is still between 1 and 3%. It's a lot. And it doesn't happen overnight. It happens down the road. It does. Now, some agents, and it tends to be when you get to a certain level, you already have name recognition, like the person that's already doing business in the community. If they then see additional advertisements that are online, she's already gone on the side of having some type of recognition. So that's just more justification that they know her, which is where it's kind of hard for us when we're new agents to look at it. It's like, well, this one, I just see, all these ads, things like that's like, well, yes. And also you're seeing signs, and also you're probably seeing her maybe at an open house because you've met her at an open house, and your friend used her, and this, and that's the layerings. So that person percentage might be a little bit different. But overall, it tends to be between 1 and 3%. So I've got my leads. How many leads do I need to have actually have those transactions? So overall, and I think I mentioned this at the team meeting, do you guys remember or have you heard how many that are from your sphere of influence does it take to get to a transaction?
How many people or what percentage?
Percentage, it doesn't matter, whatever the math is. So if I want to have 12 sellers, or if I want to have 12 transactions, let me do that. If I want to have 12 transactions, how big does my database need to be? As we remember?
Was it 10%? For some reason.
About
it's sticking in
10%.
my head.
It is. It's about 10%. Now that's 10% if you're utilizing your database and you're doing the 36 touches, and those are good touches. You are doing, whether it's an event. And when we say event, that doesn't mean that you have to have that big party. When you're first starting out and your budget is low, I've spoken about this for myself. My budget was really low when I started as far as spending extra. I could spend time, but money I was tight on. I just had them go with me and do things. It's like there was a breast cancer walk, and I had 2 clients that had that touch their family, and therefore I asked them, while it wasn't an event, I realized that it was an opportunity for me to spend time with them, and it meant something to me and it meant something to them. It could be the outdoor barbecue. There's all those too. But you can be creative if you don't have a lot of funds.
Pies is where it's at.
Pies.
Pies? Pies are fun. You do pies too, don't
We did
you?
a pie event.
No, I know, that's what I said.
We just did
A lot of them do it.
dirt cheap one. This was awesome. We just did, we did an ice cream happy hour. on Main Street, and there's a new ice cream shop,
Yeah.
Main Street Creameries. It's like $5, $6 an ice cream. Our total bill was like $200.
Really?
And we had multiple people there, but it wasn't so much that the people that were there, it was the people that we invited, 300 people,
Mhm.
and they got touched over several weeks.
Yeah.
So, and oh, sorry, you couldn't make it.
Yeah.
And then they got the pictures later on. So it's not always,
But
like one
actually-
dinner with somebody or 2 dinners with somebody, but we got to touch multiple people
Yeah.
and they got, they brought,
And it's community-based.
yes, yeah, and we got to help out exactly. the local
You could touch them
creamery.
multiple times then, the invite, the,
Yeah.
if they were there, then the follow-up pictures if they didn't make it, and.
But that's where that 10% can happen, by doing things like that. And, some of us don't necessarily have that $200 to spend in
Yeah.
that quarter. And yet there are other ways that you can do it.
Partner.
And you can do the same thing because
It's very true.
your whole database is
Poor
completely
Mike.
different than my database,
He's gonna get.
So if
All
I'm doing
different people.
like just mimicking your ice cream social, but at a different period of time, but it's going to my database
Yeah.
versus,
I love Susan, I love that you went on a walk. and
Yeah,
So it could be like, hey, there's a dog event, there's a dog costume card, and my dog's gonna be there, you want to put a root for my dog, I mean, whatever it is. I don't know.
it could be anything.
Anything,
Yeah, and those are those extra, yes, you're touching them because you are sending out invitations, calling, post, whatever your means are, again, and I started with like a budget of 0 or very
Yeah.
little. But I would make phone calls and text messages or stop bys and all of that kind of stuff.
a golf
So-
clinic, I've got a golf, a golf pro.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody, hey, I'm gonna, have this golf guy come out, he's gonna do a clinic, and I wanted to invite, like 5, a couple of guys from the neighborhood, just so we could all learn, because I figured, why not, so, or something,
And it's something that means something to you,
yeah.
which I'm all about the ice cream, don't get me wrong.
Way too.
I'm more interested in that than I should be.
Yeah. me too. But
Yeah.
I'm passionate, like Anya and her cats, my gosh, I was like,
Oh, you're both into the cats.
we love all animals, but we don't have dogs now. So she's like, seriously, don't talk bad about cats, right on yourself.
I'm allergic to cats, I'm still not gonna talk bad about it.
Exactly. But that whole, spay and neuter thing and going to meet the people there, I mean, $1 million listings from people that you would look at them and you go, "There's no way they're gonna go there."
They're not,
They've got
They're
multi-millions. Yeah.
that's awesome. So if you were to think about your sphere of influence and the people that you have in your database, and we all have, whether it's a database from previous businesses or organizations that we belong to, how many people do we have in our database? If you're a little unsure, then you probably could say, okay, from this business, I know you have other businesses, you've had other businesses. From that business, I have really good relationships with probably 100 people. Or even if it's 20. If it's 20, 10% of 20 is still 2.
Mhm.
I'll take 2 transactions, right, to start with. So make sure that this is going to match those goals. And if it's not, we've got to add to our leads. Then the breakdown is how long is it until that person is, or someone in that database is ready to actually have a sale or that they're going to be buying. Got to pay attention to that too, because the likelihood if you have only 20 that somebody is ready today or in the next 30 days, probably fairly low. It could still happen, and yet probably fairly low. However, if you have 100 or 200, which is where you hear us start to race to 100 and 200, you have 200 people in your database, and those people, if you were to text, call, send a message on social media and say, hey, how you doing? I'm thinking of you. That person, and they know who you are, you have enough of a relationship that they would respond. If that number is 200, you can meet all of those goals. Just statistically, you can meet all those goals. If you have 200. As far as the listings go, it takes less hours to service a listing than it does to service a buyer. Now, John is the listing agent on his team. Good and bad about
Sounds like Scott.
Right now, it's taking a lot more time, 'cause I have some out of town folks, and I am going over and turning all the lights on in the morning and turning them all off.
Oh,
And we're in a crazy time where there's multiple offers, so I have every buyer agent has the same questions, and they're calling,
Oh, yeah.
and they're not reading the instructions.
Frequently asked.
Are there frequently asked questions?
Yeah. Are there documents on the, do you have this document? It's loaded onto the multiple listing service, it's right there in the attachments.
See that paper?
Are you, yeah, they don't, so many.
They'd rather call.
It was easier for them to pick up because they're, they're high, they go,
Yeah.
and have fun, and they want to call, and they're gonna help their customer, and they're not reading documents, and they're not doing those things, so I totally get it, but for me, it's exhausting,
Yeah.
because I'm up high, CS. Anyway, so it's right now taking, I'm gonna go take the trash cans in and do all kinds of little things, so listings are typically less work. But right now, I think they're a lot of work. And if you're doing it at a higher level and you don't have someone to leverage it, if I don't have an admin or a person to go runner to do that, then yeah, I am the runner, so.
Runner.
It could be, yeah, you could be the.
I know why you're tired today. It's dragging.
Right.
And
But that's just-
He's got a lot of
That-
business. That's good.
although at the same time, if he had those that were buyers and he was taking them out to see 3 and 4 properties, it probably from an hourly perspective would take more time.
Yeah.
Than what that is, and yet that is still some time.
Especially because, putting in lots of offers,
Mhm.
yeah, and not getting the
Not
offers,
getting the
and,
offer.
And then the emotional strain that goes on to and comforting our clients, they are on their 6th offer,
yeah.
things like that. Yeah. So our listings, we tend to physically from a time perspective, we're able to service more listings than we are buyers. At a certain point, you can only show so many homes, and there is not another hour in the day for us to do that. So then you get to the point of the leverage. So I'm saying this because this is something that happens with some of us when we're newer. We get a little overloaded with that one client can take a lot of time. And sometimes they do, even when we've been in the business for a while, we're like, this is all that I've done for 2 days, this one client, and that could happen. And yet hopefully that doesn't happen on the regular basis. But what tends to happen is when you start to have a few clients, you then stop one of those things. So what thing do we tend to stop easily? The leads. Do it a lot. If we stop the leads, do we ever get any more listings?
The one thing that kicked our business into gear more than anything was hiring an admin. Because now we had another mouth to feed in a way, we had someone to pay for, our expectations went up. They expected us to do our job.
Oh, yeah.
Just do the job, and our
So
job
make the
is
call.
talking to more people, so, yeah, I'd say that nothing did more. I've so put that off for so long, and when we finally did that, that's when we kind of got our big,
But did she
Or
take
you go
care of
cancel.
some of those leads for you too? Like,
it
did
just
she
took
take
a
care
lot
of
of
them?
things off the plate and
Yeah.
help keep us focused on the things that we should be
Should be
focused on.
good, yeah.
A good admin drives you.
Yeah.
And they also help in business.
Yeah.
Mhm. Because that person may be sending something out. You had that ice cream event,
Yeah.
and maybe there is some type of a email or card or even a phone call. Because if you have enough people come to these events, it might be that, it's so nice meeting you. I'm calling because John asked me to check on, did you happen to get whatever
Yeah.
needed to be done, taken care of? They want to make sure, did you need a painter? That it's those types of conversations, and where John may not make that phone call every time. And yeah, that doesn't dismiss, John is still making the phone calls, but on occasion, you do have another support that it could be something like that. And I know that they do a lot of different things, admins.
I
Can
would
do a
recommend
variety.
taking the class Team 1 with Gene Rivers.
Uh-huh,
And I would also recommend putting on I'm gonna sell 12 listings and get an admin.
oh, that's a good point.
So you're just pushing yourself to that next level.
And there are transaction coordinators that are out there.
Yeah.
There are administrative people that are only looking for some hours.
I'm saying, can you?
So you
share?
do not have to start off with
Full-time.
that full-time. And while, yes, that might be what you do, and I'm not saying one way or another on that, but you don't have to. You really could find that person that is working and wants only a few hours a day, and that might be one of your options. Because we tend to, as agents, get to it. It happens slow and then happens really fast. That you get to the point you don't need one today, and then you need one. And by that time, when you really need one, you're possibly losing business, and those leads are not happening. And all of those things that John is talking about that they do really very well, they do take time. Without an admin, it would be hard to do. How often do you do events?
We do them every quarter, however, now we're gonna start doing them every 6 months, and then it's all over Austin, our previous
Mhm.
leader. So he was doing 14 a year at one point, they dropped it back to 12. And I've got some of his tips and tricks, and so we're gonna increase, the goal is to increase to 6 and do 1 lunch a week. So we're having some one-on-ones with our
Oh,
besties,
nice.
our best clients.
Yep.
Or people that are potentially, good referral partners, or people we just want to be in relationships with
Mhm.
and deepen those. And so lunches or, coffee or something. But right now it's quarterly, so ice cream socials, pie pickup events, picnic, or something like that when it's outdoors in the winter, nice and warm here. And
Food trucks are
yeah,
Yeah, food trucks are very,
expensive.
yes, they can be.
it can be
They can be expensive.
inexpensive.
And
We can go into that whole thing, but we're gonna get derailed.
no, but there are so many different things. Like,
Historic Spanish Point picnic and use Gold Rush barbecue, least expensive, great food, so,
there you go.
works.
See? Yeah, you can do it on a low budget and you can do it on a larger budget. And doing it for a few people, because it doesn't have to be these big elaborate parties.
No,
Let's say sometime in January after, first of the year or something like that, and you have like 6 people that you want to invite and do something for. Do it for 6 people. Do it for 1 if that's what you need to do.
How about the Super Bowl? We're gonna have a Super Bowl party, or there's a Super Bowl party at this location, and I'm gonna buy the first round of drinks and
See?
plate of nachos. It
Doesn't have to be
our events.
super
are-
expensive.
Yeah, I mean, they've maxed out at about $1,500 so far, and that's per 100 people, maybe $2,000.
But you're doing some that are, the ice cream you said was
$200.
$200?
It was $150, but we gave a tip,
Uh-huh.
and they didn't even expect it.
Yeah.
They didn't have it, they didn't want to. They were like, we just serve ice
That's what we do.
cream.
That's
So much,
what we do.
And you can
And they'll
broker it out
probably
as
still
you're
talk
ready.
about that.
yeah,
You're following a revenue model for your business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I've got 1 sale and I just made $4,500. Well, this is going to put over for that, this is
Yeah.
going to that, and I'm going to live off of this. And
Exactly.
so you have to prepare your mindset.
We're
But
treating it
then you
as a
got 2 or
business.
3 or 4. Now
and
you,
that's in the MRA,
Yeah.
right?
That is in the MREA book, right here. That's the book.
I got the teacher's edition.
So go back. You did you order it?
Yeah, that's my back.
There is a teacher's edition that he's referring to.
Oh, really?
It has like these. Has tabs,
Oh,
which is kind of handy.
I got
It has tabs. So if we want to have 1 transaction, or if we want to have 3 transactions that are sellers every single month, who is the ready, willing, and able person? Because again, you will talk to someone and that person is absolutely hates to live in that area and is going to sell, but are they going to sell this year? They may not. They may be selling at another time. So ready, willing, and able to make sure that we're meeting those goals is who we're looking for every single day when we lead gen. Yes.
No, I'm just stepping back just like a paragraph in the page 21.
Yep.
It says, if I'm doing 200 to 300 deals a year, I can't follow a lead for 14 days. If I'm doing 25 deals a year, I can probably follow them for 30. When they say follow, can you just walk me through that?
Oh,
Okay.
sure.
So it's after 14 days, boom, you're no longer a lead, see you later?
Not
Or then all of a
exactly.
sudden they're just on
So
the
there's
auto
the
thing
third,
that goes
yeah,
out.
it goes back to the auto. So the 36 touch, just about, unless they tell you, do not send me anything, I will use you, but I do not want your emails, I do not want your postcards. That person may not be on the 36 touch because they told you, do not do that. Could be, you're gonna have a handful of people when you have a big enough business. And yet, you are gonna have those people that are a year out. And the year out is going to still need to have those contacts. So the 36 touch that we refer to regularly, and there are some that are on the smart plans. There's not a lot that are already built there, but there's a lot of examples that you could then make it your own. He talked about the ice cream social. Well, I'm okay with taking, if I happen to be starting and I have my budget, and my budget is $50, and I invite 6 people and their family to come to an ice cream shop just because, it's ice cream day, which I think just happened.
It did.
Oh.
Yesterday, I think, or something, Sunday.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, it was recently. So doing something like that, and that's just the regular, these are people that are in my database. My intention is to stay in front of them, and hopefully I will have them refer business to me or have a sale or a buy on there for them specifically. But the person who has said, I want to sell my house, and they are ready now, like they say, we want to sell and we want to be in North Carolina in six weeks. That's the now person. And that's the one that the following up of the phone call, the text message, the email that when can I meet with you basically is the now, and doing that for a certain period of time. You can't do that for a year because you won't be able to, they'll actually block you at a certain point.
Right.
If you're doing it for a year. So the 7 to 14 days is for that person that is the now buyer. And if that doesn't get you anywhere, at some point you need to make that determination, whether it's at 7 or 14 days, and we tend to talk about 2 weeks, that they then are on that 36 touch. Now there might be a reason that, hey, I need to do this in 6 weeks, and then, the company is having something else happen, and so my move has been postponed for 2 months, then, okay, there's an adjustment to be made. But as the paper says, if I'm doing 200 to 300 deals a year, I can't follow a lead for 14 days. If I'm doing 25 deals a year, I can probably follow that lead for 30 days. So the busier you are, the shorter your definition of a lead is. And so it's calling them a lead. It doesn't mean that they're not part of your database.
Mhm.
Database lead.
Have to change their tag.
On the opportunity, like I always move things, so I'm
Yeah.
thinking as you're talking about, you move it to cultivate instead of
Yeah.
active, or, you move it back.
Exactly. Yeah. If you had an appointment with someone and that just gets postponed because something's happening in their world, then yeah, that may be that may turn into a cultivate. But if it's just been 30 days later, you still might be calling it a lead.
Yeah.
But you can't do that forever
Yeah.
if you have 100
Yeah.
transactions that you're having. Because they get lost.
Yeah.
And you also won't be growing that business that's 6 months down the road.
Mhm.
It won't
The
happen.
growing pains is part of it.
So what happens when that happens for you, if you're having 100 to 200 transactions, you have some type of a system and also some type of help. So your leverage may be that you have an assistant, and you should have an assistant. That's always your first hire. And whether that assistant starts off that it's like a transaction coordinator, we're going to call that could be very well your first hire. Could be. We have a company.
Don't we have an
Assist-
in-house?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
It's
So that-
Assista Pro. They're not really in-house.
oh, okay.
Yeah, but
So
we do
that's
work
like-
with one.
I consider the transaction coordinator.
Mhm.
So if that, after you go through 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, so you understand them enough, as you go that route, then the assistant to me is so I can spend all the time on the lead generation, having those conversations, and everything else, like work in the database. And get that
Everything that's
set up
behind the
and-
scenes is not the client facing that you're
Right.
either in front of, that you're on the phone. An assistant may be, depending on the level of the assistant, may be able to take care of all the others.
At what point do you bring in the transaction coordinator?
We've had people do transaction coordinators after their first transaction.
I mean, like during the transaction, where do they?
Oh, once you have an executed contract, is tends to be where they do it. And then they take care of all the other follow-up and pieces and make sure that the title company has this, the lender has whatever they need, the reminder for this, things like that. And I think that they're $150
Yeah.
per transaction.
150. 'Cause I looked at it because I mean, I've had the one transaction, but that was so bogged down.
Yeah.
On Wally's place, that I'm like, you're kidding me. Okay, there's no way I can go out and just like make 10 calls tomorrow.
Right.
Because you had to meet them there. You know, Wally's case, you had to go pick Wally up for everything that had to happen and drive him someplace, and 'cause he doesn't do any of that.
Wally was fun.
And it's
Wally.
it's
That's
a
your
friend of mine.
That
at
was
Tiki
his
Hut, but,
friend.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
know,
it's
sold his
seller.
place, but I had to, okay, when you come to get me? So they had to go get him to go to the bank, and get this thing, he had to go get into the tax office and get him a ticket.
But that was the white glove service that Brad Enterprises, or what's it called?
He's gonna tell all his friends.
That's-
that you
Everybody
drive
in the
them
Tiki
around.
Hut.
And I can sell
So,
$170,000 mobile.
yeah. But you learned every
Oh,
piece of it.
And the
Learn
fact
every
that,
piece of
just to add on that, just that I call the buyer's realtor every day. What do you need from me? How's it going? Where are they? Because they were in Las Vegas buying this place. And she was like, and at the closing, she said, I just want to thank you for calling me every day. Because you know how many people that don't even return the calls when we're trying to buy their house? Other realtors, and it was just, and she was really buttoned up even on MLS and
So
other
that's a
stuff.
mind shifting that you
Yeah.
can use, because people will say, you haven't sold anything yet, how are you gonna help, right? And when you say you have, all this time to help you, right? Like you've had extra time, because you only had one listing. So you were able to like, yeah, and you made a relationship with the realtor too.
Yeah.
So. she's
Yeah.
like-
And I mean, I've talked to a lot of people, not that I've sold or anything, but nobody ever asked me, how many homes have you sold?
A listing.
It
is a
rarely
listing,
happens.
right? Well, they
I
might
always get,
have-
Rarely
or
happens.
I guide the conversation about
Rarely.
the market, because we get
Yeah.
stuff that's flooding your email every morning with another percentage of something on there. And you can,
And you can also
Correct.
use our
Yeah.
office statistics. So it doesn't have to be you
Right,
every time. Now, once in a while, you will have a seller, more so on the seller side,
right.
that they will ask you, well, what have you done? And, you know, always be honest with them and let them know what's happened. And here's how we do it in my office. And if you ever need to bring somebody in, you can bring somebody in. Because sometimes the conversation goes to the point that, you know, I'm gonna lose this. Instead of lose it, it's like, well, you know, I can hear you're a little concerned that I'm newer, and I can bring in a top agent from my office for us to have a conversation. And then you know me, you know that I'm gonna take care of you. And then on the other side, I can have this other person that you are looking for. Yeah, you're looking for more experience that can be a partner in this sale.
Now, when you're using that transaction coordinator, do they keep you updated all the time so that, you know, when
Yeah.
when your seller is
Yep.
Asking you all the time how things are going and everything, you have some idea how to answer?
Oh, you still know what's going on. It just tends to be that in your other business, you've had assistants of sorts.
Mhm, sure.
It works the same way, that you still know what's happening.
Yeah.
You just have someone that physically takes that 15 minutes that needs to follow up with the title company to see, hey, we're missing blank, or where it's going on with this. That call is made by somebody else. Those types of things.
Do we still
Calls,
have a
emails.
Assistant Pro
We do.
offered? So,
Yeah. Yeah, they're $150 now for
yeah,
transaction.
that's the greatest. If you're single agent and then new, I
Mm-hmm.
would say you want to do this process, but you may want to use Assistant Pro and then tell them I'm new. I want to know every step of the way as we go through it so that I can shadow you. And you also need to make sure you keep them accountable because sometimes they get too busy. So you want to stay in touch with them. We didn't have it when we started, and we just had to kind of figured out and it was sometimes to make mistakes, so, yeah.
Yeah, you don't wanna miss anything. And it goes back to those systems and those checklists and things that at the beginning, and even to the point, most of the time, they use a number of transactions and they'll say a single agent with little or no help. And that's a very broad term, little or no help. An agent should be able to handle about 3 transactions a month, which ends up being 36 transactions in a year. Now, that's not gonna necessarily help you grow though. Because if you're doing 3 transactions a month and you don't have any assistance, you're probably gonna start suffering when it comes to your lead generating. That's typically what's going to happen because that will keep you busy. So then looking for some assistance by that point. But if you do your calculations and you look at it and it's like, well, I could have somebody that I'm paying $300 a week to do a couple of hours and I'm doing 1 transaction a month, that might make sense to you. And I'm using AssistaPro or another service, whatever. There's lots of difference. And there are other systems that are other transaction coordinators that are out there that will do a little bit more than that basic function of following the paper trail is what that company does mostly. So when it comes to this Ready, Willing, and Able, let's do a reminder. The Millionaire Real Estate Agent book, remember, red book right here. I pointed that out enough. Agents are selling listing lead generators first. So what our first job is to be a listing lead generator. If you're looking to build a business, that is our first job. Marketers of those seller listings, second, and buyer listings are working with buyers, third. Any other order and the odds of achieving millionaire sales numbers drops dramatically. That's on page 192, by the way.
Everything.
There's a lot on page 192. 190s are very popular in this book. Those are the ones that we refer to quite a bit. Now let's talk a little bit about pre-qualifying for your lead that is a seller. So we want to absolutely have that seller that wants to sell in November, right? I want to know about that seller that wants to sell next March. I am happy to. Next March just makes sense to them. Maybe there's a wedding that's happening or there's a child or something. There's something in their life that makes March is when it all needs to happen. I'd love to put them on my calendar and know that that is a listing that I'm going to have in March. However, if I want to meet certain goals by the end of the year, then March of next year is probably not going to count in that. So we are looking for who is the one that is ready now and pre-qualifying that listing. So when you go to that appointment, you should know what their motivation is and understanding that. And most of the time when we're dealing with buyers or sellers, we tend to find that there are going to be probably about 10 different scenarios for something. That's the way that this all happens. And they start to fit into those types of categories. It's a life-changing event. Baby, death, marriage, family changes, right? Work, divorce. Yeah, good and bad. There's life-changing events that happen. And they tend to fit into what those categories are. And so when we ask the question, why do you want to sell? However it is that you ask that question, the reason may or may not be flexible to a time frame. So as far as being ready, start to determine what is making that a now or in a little while or in a later time frame. So that's what we're going to do when it comes to our pre-qualifying. So if I am working with someone who is a now seller, that's the person that's going to have a whole lot more energy. However, what is my system for the person who is 6 months out? Because just being on the regular 36 touch and they're 6 months out, but they have said, I need to sell in 6 months because whatever that is that's happening, that person you could lose because someone else could then start to call, text, email, be in conversations, invite them to an ice cream parlor party and have a better connection with them between now and then. We can lose them, even though they may love us and they even go to whatever it is that we're doing. If we're not maintaining that connection and having that strong, delivering them the information that they need to ensure that they are ready to sell when they are ready, when they want to sell, we could lose them. So we do want to make sure that we are in touch with whatever their motivation is. Now, the other thing is we want to be careful that we're not looking for them to be the now seller when they're not the now seller, because then it starts to skew what's happening. So having the good conversations are going to be the most important. Not all leads are equal, and the leads most deserving of your face time are those that are pre-qualified as able, ready, and willing to sell within a predictable time frame. Your definition will include a length of time that suits the amount of business you are doing and the amount of activity in your market. So I love for myself, and I realize I'm in a leadership position, so mine's a little bit quirky, but I have friends, I have neighbors and family members and things like that I will help with a sale from time to time. And sometimes I will have someone that's referred to me. And so I use a simple one-page calendar that has January through December, and I put their names. Because I have personal goals. I mean, I like to do a sale from time to time. I mainly do the sales, and I like to have that going because I want to be able to have relevant conversations with you guys. And if I never have a buyer or I never have a seller, then when I'm having conversations, it's just like, oh yeah, 3 years ago when I had a sale, that just doesn't sound the same. So I have one of those sheets, and within that sheet, I'm looking for certain times for me to have buyers and sellers. And so I want to fill them up. So I might go and do an open house from time to time for myself personally, because like, oh, I don't have a buyer for next month, right? So that could happen. So what I want you to keep in mind is if I do have 12 sellers that I want, or if I have 20 or 30 sellers that I want, what does 3 months from now look like? So we are currently in July, August, September, November, right? For the most part, if there's not somebody that has risen their hand at the moment that is looking to sell now, it could take 3 months from now for you to find that person, whether it's in your database or that you meet them and they're new, and them actually having a transaction that closes. Likelihood of it happening in less than a 90-day period of time is lower. It's much higher around that 90 days. So who is that person? And if I don't have that who today, what activities am I going to do to create that who, to find that who, to find them? I feel like I got into a Dr. Seuss riddle. I was trying. I was trying to make it work in my head and it didn't come out. I was like, I could really make this go around. So who is that? And if I don't know, and that's actually very common. It's very normal for us not to know who that is, even though we have those 200 people in our database and we're communicating with them systematically and all these things happen. And we talk to someone and then 3 weeks later we talk to them again. It's like, yeah, I was offered a job. I'm going to be moving to, Idaho, and I'd like to sell now. Well, 3 weeks ago when we talked, nothing about that was even happening. You loved your job. You were never going to move. Florida was where you would be forever. And then all of a sudden something changed. So that will and can happen. It only happens when you're systematically reaching out to them. So we're looking for that. Who is that person? Now, the other thing that starts to happen though is by doing the activities that we should be doing, the phone calls, the events, the text messages and interactions with them, there's someone that's going to rise to the occasion consistently. So whether it happens for 3 months from now or whether it happens 30 days from now, when you are having those systematic interactions with them, they will rise to the occasion. So the difference between them all is there's a lead, there's our A, B, and C leads. So you're gonna start to classify them, whether you do A, B, and C, 1, 2, and 3, it doesn't matter to me, green, red, yellow, whatever it is, you need to have some kind of a system. Because you're gonna interact with people. And sometimes you're gonna interact with that person. Let's say you interact with somebody who has retired here 2 years ago, sold their place up north, their family lives in the general area. They're definitely not gonna go back and work somewhere, so they're not gonna be pulled away. Seems like they've retired. They talked about retiring here. They love what they do every single day. Probably not somebody themselves are going to be a seller. Probably not. Could be, but probably not. But if they were to happen to say something like, well, we would like to be a little bit closer to the water. Love where we are, but we would like to be closer to the water. But only if, it's the right price, things like that. So the driver is kind of a like, you're a big old maybe.
Yeah.
Right? However, you may have them on that lead because they have risen their hand and said, this is what would make me leave or like make me move. So if they've said that, then there's a classification for that. That person, it might be that they're a C. It might be that they're a purple, I don't know, whatever direction you want to go in. But for the class purposes, let's use the A, B, and C. So they may be a C. So if you were to have 30, 50, 100 transactions going on at any given time, you're probably not going to spend 3 hours a day on that particular person. However, you are going to be systematically reaching out to them and say, look, I found this is on the water. You talked about, a $600,000 budget. What do you think about something like this? Sure. Would you do that? Absolutely. But that becomes one of your touches. So make sure that you do have them classified as you go along and using the tags that we have in our system. Whatever system you're using, there's some type of tags. That's what you do. That's how you could do it.
Is there any place that says, because, I've got a big database, so I'm having to roll through it,
Mhm.
tag and do, and I made a magazine, but it won't go to everybody unless
Yeah.
I put what tags they're in and this and that. So I keep going back and again, you create your own, you have your master, this is what it is list, but is there one of those that works really great now for Stellar Realtors that says, okay, everybody in my database is a lead, or this is buyers, or this is that, and how do I track what I'm doing with all those different segments when you have really large databases? Because if I send it out, if I've got of 3,000, I got 145 that are tagged leads,
Mhm.
and another 500 that are sphere of influence, and another that I get into how am I managing all of those different things when I'm putting them on all the different programs, because I could have somebody here on 6
Okay. Yeah.
different things, and this guy's only on 2, and this guy's on 15, and what information am I then receiving to know, oh, I gotta do this today with those folks? So it's how to manage it. I know how to create them,
Mhm.
but it's not
But
how
how do you
to
manage them?
manage it, and I keep this,
You're
everybody
writing
saying,
notes in the.
I have my own little
Right.
system, or I have my system, or my own thing. I'm like, well, is there one that works already that we can kind of?
So tell me if this is a piece that would make sense to what you're asking. So I'm not completely sure that this would make sense. So we do have the tasks for you to go through it and the to-do list, those types of things. And so everyone that's in your database, in theory, should be on a 36 touch.
Right.
And that 36 touch is for those that are, it's for everyone. And then you will also have, and you've said that somebody might be on 6. The managing becomes the ones that are only on 36 touch, and you can see what they're on. If they're only on the 36 touch, there's not necessarily a searching for a home for them, for that person.
Right.
So if you're looking for the tag that is a buyer now, a whatever you're doing, those are the ones that's what you're working on. Everybody else is on the 36 touch.
Right.
The ones that are either an A, B, or C, which are basically running you through the next 6 months, those are the ones that you're working on the daily basis. And they have to-do tasks that are, they have like the daily tasks that are associated with them. So that's how we would typically,
Okay.
and you talked about it being 140 or whatever that number is. Let's say it's 140. So 140, you will have that, okay, out of those 140, there's 20 of them that there's something that you need to do, whether it's sending this person, double checking if there's anything new that came on the market, which again, we have auto things that may
Right.
be taking care of that, but check that person is taken care of. This one, I told them that I was going to call them and check to see if they got where they were supposed to be with the painting of the house. Check, it's on that. So I want to say it starts to be manageable with that.
Well, because you've got a
Um,
large database.
mhm.
So that's why I'm asking the question of you, because it's like, okay, if you got 3,000 people, how are you managing?
I wish it was only 3,000, but
Well, and that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
because I scaled mine down from like 4,000 something. The duplications came out and sure 3,000.
Yeah.
I have to go in and tag 3,000 contacts.
yeah, that's the time consuming
Okay, that's-
thing.
And it's like, okay, if I can do 100 a day,
Mhm.
you know, I'm going, oh, that's 36 days, like everybody. But then you set up this plan that's 36 touch, and I've seen that come back on, okay, they're on it, you know, today's your quarterly call. Under
Correct.
Tasks, and you start.
And by doing it on the daily basis that whether you're doing 20 or 100 or whatever that is, it then becomes manageable, because if you were to tag them all,
Mhm.
it would, painful. Now,
Yeah,
we do have
it
the ability to stagger it to a degree, but yeah, that can be,
Yeah,
Right.
just all of a sudden you get a message going, okay, you have 472 contacts to make.
oh yeah, I had that happen.
Way, with the Sister Pro, they do have admin people that can do block time. You just hire them for a certain time period.
Oh, that's
And
good.
they know, I believe they know our command,
They do.
and they could go in and do some of that work. So you want, hey, I want to buy X number of blocks and X number of weeks. I want to set up my DTD2. So if you could start helping me sort my database
Okay.
out, then that would be a way to leverage on the triangle,
Mhm.
leverage that out and get some of that done. And then you're just focusing on your calls and don't worry about just let it slowly happen and you'll get on track.
That's true.
Okay.
That is true.
That's good
Sometimes it
advice.
is, yeah, whether it's that or some of us may have a teenager that we can, you know, say, this is what you're gonna do. I'm gonna show you how to do it 4 times, and you're gonna, that might be it. But getting your system in place is an obstacle for us that sometimes it's quite a big obstacle.
However,
When it's
it's like,
that large?
We're not opening a storefront. We're not, this is the least expensive business to start. And that's your storefront, in a sense, your website and then your marketing plan. And those are so critical to get up and running. I think a lot of people spend a lot of time putting the website together, doing these different things, and it's like, get in front of people, get them on a systematized
Yeah.
Plan. That's the key that's where our success changed. And just knowing it's not about money, it's about helping people, and that everything changed.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Money comes.
So what we're looking for is the business building conversations aimed to achieve these goals: getting an appointment, getting a referral, and also strengthening those relationships. Getting the appointment, we must be asking for an appointment. This is a business conversation that you're going to have with people. You only earn the right to have a business conversation with them when you have some type of a relationship to begin with. If they walk through the door of the open house and you just started that relationship, yes, asking for, I'd love to sit down with you and talk about what you're looking for to buy a home. That may be because they've walked through the door and they already have risen their hand that they're interested. A person who you just happen to know for the last 10 years, you've had other business interactions with them, or as a friend, the calling them up and asking them for the business, it may not be that first phone call. It may be that you're excited that you're now an agent, or you're excited that this is happening. And there's a lot of activity that's happening in the market. And I'm just calling everybody that I know because there's probably, whether it's you or someone that you know that's looking at selling. As I'm hearing, I just went to a team meeting and everyone is looking for the next 4-bedroom, 2-bath home, and you have one. Have you thought about selling? Or do you have a neighbor that's taken an awful lot of trash out? Do you see anybody putting a lot of stuff by the curb? They may very well be selling. And these are just the kind of conversations that are not the, you want to buy a house? Right? So getting the appointment, we do want to have the appointment when they have risen their hand somehow, some way that they are interested in buying, selling, or investing. Now, you can also have appointments with people, and John mentioned this as well, within your database that you're having an appointment with them to get more business. Now, you have someone in your world who does a lot of networking and just like things.
What is today?
It's Tuesday.
On Friday, I had breakfast with a friend that's a care manager.
That's the one.
She does estate, so she's a fiduciary for people and things like that. So when house is going through an estate, and she's the estate manager, she said basically she usually has like 6 to 8 a year that she has to sell houses. So
That'd
like,
be a great contact.
she's
Right.
like, you
That's a
know,
referral partner.
Yeah. And so we've worked together for many years in the healthcare industry. She trusts me, she knows my heart, she knows I'm honest. And so she's like, I'm going to give you some business, and then I'm going to set you up with the attorneys. Once you kind of have some on your belt and you know what you're talking about, I'm going to set you up with the elder care attorneys. Then I'm going to talk to you with these elder packers who pack up the houses and that know that stuff. So that one person, I'm going to spend a lot of time nurturing her and working with her because she's going to.
And from that,
she only gives me half of her business. She's already using a realtor.
Wow.
She has somebody. She knows me, and she knows that I want,
Yeah.
to do the best for people. So even if I get half her business, it's worth it.
and that's where you start to build out your business plan, because this is going to be part of this. This whole process is getting us to the point, if we have it that it's 30 transactions that are coming from sellers, then what is the activity that we're going to be doing to actually get there? And that'll get us to that appointment. So from this person, the expectation, and again, adjustments are made as time goes on. This isn't proven for you yet because you haven't spent the last year doing this with her.
Right.
But the expectation is, from what she has said, is it might get to, say, 7 transactions might come from her in the next 12 months. So that's where one of your lead sources can be. And so it might be that you're going to work towards her introducing you to 7 appointments. That's great. That would be the appointment. It also could be that she hands you that here's somebody that needs it, and you basically get that listing, right?
Yeah.
Because the handed to you versus opening a door for you, those are going to be different. You're going to classify them differently. But strengthening that relationship that you have with them is your number one with that particular person. So we need to have enough people. So we're going to capture enough people. We're going to capture enough people. What are the activities that we're going to do? Because as lovely as that is, and the hope is that that just flourishes, it may not quite reach the expectation that you have from a number perspective. It might, and it may not. So we need to have a few levers to be capturing this business. So we want to have many opportunities that come to our seller leads. So there are, what you were just talking about, where else can we be getting seller referrals? Is there another activity that you can do? I'm not referring to you're doing an open house and a seller walks through the door. I'm talking about who do you know that could possibly be part of your sphere, that could be a core advocate of yours.
You could even reach out on command to the agents where you used to live in Keller Williams on command and make relationships with them where you lived, all the offices in like a 10-mile radius of the town you used to live in, say, I'm from here. These are the people, anyone moving here, I've moved, you can talk about whatever pizzas that they, the local stuff from out there. And you're like, oh my gosh, you get on the phone with them. Oh my gosh, you went to that school? Are you kidding me?
I thought about that. I didn't really know how to do that because I can see there are I don't know
Hundreds.
how many
Hundreds,
offices, a ton of offices, in the suburban Chicago area where I'm from. And each one has 100+ agents. How do you what do you do to reach out?
So here's the activity, and this was on our call. So I have a call every week with people that are like me, and they have you guys, a year or less, and you can do it with your MAPS people, and you probably have done it several times. Call up and find the productivity coach of those offices where you have lived. You've lived all over. We've got like 17 states probably, or at least areas that you could call them, and you become that people know the word Sarasota.
Yeah.
You definitely can say Liquid Ranch, things like that, but they don't necessarily know Liquid Ranch. Sarasota, you are their partner. How many agents do they have that they work with? And most of the time we are working with 40, 100 even or so agents. Because think about that. Sarasota, a lot of people move here.
Yeah.
A lot of people move here from Chicago. They do. A lot of people move here from other places. There will be someone, and that becomes another leverage for you. I am an agent. This is what I'm doing. I have been told, and they will absolutely appreciate, because I haven't gotten a lot of them as far as phone calls or emails. And, I want to know how can I earn your business as your referral partner for your other PC agents?
And
We
they
do
will-
it as MAPS clients, right?
They keep 25%, right? If they refer. to
25
you.
is a pretty common amount. Yep. It's all negotiable, by the way. So you might have somebody that asks for more or less.
You go to RASM and find the top 5 places where in the country where people are moving from to here. Okay, and whether you even lived up there before or not.
Right.
Right.
Well, I was giving them one task.
No, but I'm just saying, it's not like, it's great if you had some contacts and whatever, but it's like.
But call the
I
PC.
would even go like around to the Chicago style pizza places around here and say, I have eaten at all these, I know which is the best deep dish. in
There
this
isn't
area."
one.
Well.
There's not one from the Northeast.
So, yeah, either. Okay, well, the closest one to.
You don't buy pizza here. Just, I know you're from here. I'm from Florida as well. We do not make good pizza.
Pasta pizza is buffalo style pizza. It's pretty good. But anyway.
That's not real pizza.
I don't.
I actually threw one out of the way.
That's hilarious. So don't do that. Okay, but yeah, reach out to your people. Those are your people.
Yeah.
That's what you know. Reach out to the, I only have one under my belt, but I'm just like thinking, like, if I had what you have, I want people from up north. I don't have anyone, because I've lived here my whole life. My parents lived here their whole life. You have this whole set of people up there that I want. I want those people because they're moving here. And you have it. You got it.
You just
Well,
have
to
everyone in the
yours.
healthcare industry and the rest of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have old people. I know old people. They're dying.
It's
I am
Florida.
people, and I know, one of the interesting things that's coming up for me right now is we had to pass up our 50th class reunion because of COVID. So we're gonna do it next year
There you go.
when the class of 70 turns 70.
Perfect.
And we have just reconnected as a group, like unbelievably on
There you go.
Facebook.
Group.
Unbelievable.
Put your
It's
card
like
on there.
turned into a huge group, and everybody is just retiring now.
That's
We're
perfect.
right at that
Are you
stage.
gonna have
Put your
a
card on
reunion?
What's
Are
that?
you gonna have a reunion?
Yes.
So when
Next
you
year.
have your reunion, start working on it then. It's just a single, like, color. It can be a trifold, something that's over. And it has, we did something like this when we did a family reunion in Mega Camp. And it shows the Florida lifestyle, some nice homes,
Yeah.
price points that's starting at this all the way up to
Oh, that's cool.
waterfront starts at this is the starting point. Your contact information on the back, like a little map of like Tampa and Sarasota, and show the beaches, and then when you go there, hey, what are you doing? Well, I'm doing this. Oh, that's great. You know, and
Why don't you
Well, it's
sponsor?
amazing. I learned one of my class lives in Lakewood Ranch. One of them lives on Longboat Key. I didn't even know they were down here.
Go to lunch with them.
That's funny.
Go to lunch
that's
with
where
them.
your lunch is.
There you
Yeah.
go, go to lunch, and then you know other condo friends on Longboat Key, and then.
Yeah, and I was class president, so everybody knows me.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
I'm having success with Golden Light.
I'm looking at that, something that I'm gonna be able to use coming
No,
up.
use your Facebook page now. Put
Yeah,
your card on the Facebook
Yeah,
page
yeah.
now.
And under like.
And you can be contacting those people now ahead of time as well. You're already in a relationship with them. And so, well, that's what, next summer?
yeah,
So
Send them a message, yeah.
Not this summer, but
yeah, we
Next
next
summer.
will be a year from now, yeah.
So
When we turn
having,
70.
there is someone from that group, how many people are on that Facebook page?
I
Probably.
think we've got about around 400.
That's a lot of people. Out of this 400, I will promise you, someone, whether it's them or somebody that they know, is probably going to be buying in this general area in the next 12 months,
yeah,
if not a few.
so there's a source.
That is a source.
Your neighborhood, you could send out the golden letters and you're trying to get in the door with your neighbors. And just, hey, there's some golden letters, we don't need to go into the details of that, but you can find those sources.
I did send it, I do have the email addresses to everybody on my block.
This is a
So
letter
at
that
least
you
let
write
them
by
know,
hand.
you know.
This is a letter you write by hand, and it's
Oh,
a
okay.
process. So that's another one, and you're specifically asking if they want to take advantage of this market. And there's a whole system, a simple
Yeah.
system that I think.
Mhm.
you can teach. So. ask
There's
them-
got to be some type of a consistent communication with them, and we can put people on several different 36 touches.
I'm
If
writing
they
that one
live-
down. Do you want to
Yeah.
take advantage of this market?
Well, there's a whole letter that. you
Yeah,
don't
we
even have
call
to do that.
the
There's
golden
already
letter.
formula, there is what's it called?
Golden
System.
letter.
The golden
Oh.
letter?
Golden letter, it's a system that somebody already invented, and I'm using it and I'm getting in the door. So,
Yeah.
Really?
yeah, I have not listed one from them, but I'm really close to listing one.
Where is this?
And it is
where is
just
this
a
golden
letter.
letter hiding?
You can Google it. There's going to be a ton of them. And if you have any trouble, I have one that I can forward you.
Yeah, and then you can message me and I can send you. Actually, I should give them to you, Susan. so you
Okay.
have them.
Yeah.
Because it comes up all, I'm bringing it up all the time. 'cause it's working.
No, a lot of people are bringing it up right now. And the market that we have right now, it's one that It
works
is-
for-
very relevant.
Yeah,
It's extremely relevant. So that's knowing your market and paying attention to the shifts that are going on. You're going to hear us do shifts because this market will shift in another direction. It shifted into this. It just happened to be the crazy market shift.
I think we're feeling it just a bit in the starting to
Yes.
change.
Yeah,
I
It's
see
starting
that.
to adjust.
I see that.
There are some adjustments. We just don't know where
Yeah.
it's
6
going
months
to adjust
from now.
to.
6 months will be a different market, probably.
We will. Yeah. This is different than it was 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Way different. It's different than it was 4 months ago.
Yeah.
4 months ago for sure. So connecting with the behavioral styles, we talked about the DISC. When you get really technical with your tags, I love the tags. Whether it's a different system that you use, it's not command and it's called something else, for the most part, you're categorizing your people. And if you can categorize them, if you have that person who knows and loves data, then that can be on a very different type of 36 touch versus someone who is not, who is a bullet point kind of person, doesn't want a lot of the extra stuff. You can get really good with your 36 touches because you might have somebody that gets additional info, gets like a report that nobody else would ever read. You give the short version to this group and you can give the long version to another group. So connecting with your behavioral styles, as you go along, as long as you have the system that allows that, and we have so many things that are just sent to us that we can repackage, or even through our system, there are things that they can use. And then of course, pre-qualifying the seller during the capturing them. finding out what is their intention. Why is it that what is their motivation? Why is it that they are looking to sell? And then, of course, we want to close to that appointment. So you talk to somebody that is going to be going to the reunion, but you wanted to just give them a call. That's a year from now. I just wanted to see what was going on with you. I saw that you, whatever, they love golf too. You love golf. Talk about golf. Whatever the reason is, just make some genuine connections and then start to put them into your different, why did you just send me something?
I asked for a golden letter.
Oh.
Just to remember.
I wrote it down. Actually, I do need reminders, so I'm not against that.
We've been through this.
I did write it
before,
down,
so it's
I did write it down. They actually brought my little notepad. Well, I brought a notepad. So we do want to close to that appointment so that we actually get closer to knowing that if we want to have 1 transaction, 3 transactions we want to have listings. We want to have 3 listings every month. And we are ending up with 1 listing appointment every week. That may get us to there, right? It may not, depending on what our number is. So how many of those appointments do we need to have on the weekly basis? Also backing out, are you going to be going away? Are you planning on doing things the week of Thanksgiving, the week of Christmas, things like that? Got to count for all of that. So your schedule should start to look like, well, I intend on having 2 appointments every week for listings. I intend on having 1 appointment or 1 a month. Whatever that number is, I'm not here to judge that, but we got to start to look at what am I doing to ensure that I do have that appointment, and am I asking for the appointment? It's like, I'd like to sit down with you and talk about selling your house. However that conversation goes, you want to close to actually get to the appointment. You need to ask for the appointment. We are famous for not asking for an appointment. I've talked to many of you guys that are newer. I've talked to agents that have been in the business for a long time, and John may have had this happen as well. Get off the phone, had this great conversation. This person is looking at selling in a month. Got off the conversation. It's like, I don't have an appointment with them. Had the best conversation, hung up the phone, and it's like, well, how's that? Now I'm gonna come back. Right?
You should literally write it in front of you, ask for the appointment, set an appointment. Buyer or seller, open house, always ask, are you a neighbor, looking at, thinking of finding out about home prices and home values? Would you like to, have an appointment for me to come over?
Be prepared for open houses that you could actually go on an appointment after that open house. It will happen from time to time.
And offer, maybe set up in your mind, find a location, Starbucks, a Panera, somewhere you can say, I have a free 30 minutes after my open house. We could go and sit down and have a real estate conversation and just, discuss what it looks like for you.
Yep.
And I got that from a top agent on the call. It's like, oh my God.
Because they probably don't want you coming in their house right that minute because it's a mess or something. So they're not.
That's
like-
Sometimes they are,
Maybe.
sometimes they're open to it, and sometimes they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I've just got this 3:30 and I haven't filled it. And I usually have somebody that wants to take advantage of my real estate knowledge. So would you like to know about a little bit more about the finance process? Or maybe we could find out a little about how I can help you and what you know about the real estate industry. People want to look smart. Be
Yeah.
right.
They do. It's a conversation. In our minds, we know we want to validate, are they ready to buy or sell now? But these are conversations that we need to be prepared for. So be prepared. And I think that you're the only one that's done an open house with me. In that cabinet, I had buyer documents and listing documents that if there was to be an appointment right after, could have easily said that we could have done that.
I had my listing presentation on a PowerPoint
Mhm.
cabinet in a folder when I was doing open houses. I listed an $800,000 house at an open house while I was there.
Oh, wow.
I mean, basically, I didn't expect it, but they walked
We're always
in.
prepared.
We live around the corner. We saw you had this home that you're doing open house at. What can you tell me? And we nobody around, it was dead. I just went right into the listing presentation. I pulled out my little file and I kind of did it. And so would you like to list your home? Yeah, why don't you come by and we'll sign it. And we'll sign. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe
Yeah, isn't that
that.
great?
So it does happen and you just need to be prepared in order to have the success. So just practice. And then I think you'd willing to help.
And don't look so shocked when it doesn't happen,
It's hard.
Yeah, act like you've been there before, you know.
right? Like,
Right.
yeah, it does all the time.
Yeah. It's happened all
I'm
the
always
time.
shocked when they, after somebody knows and suddenly, yes, always.
Yeah.
Explosion.
Yeah, it will. It will. That's cool. Let's go over some of these, because we're gonna take a break at 12 o'clock. I don't know if you guys brought food or you're gonna go and get food, but we're gonna take a break and we'll figure out how much time we need for that. Let's go over what the 10 close. I'm just gonna read these, and I think you have them in your paper as well. The 10 classic closes. There's the hard close. Let's meet. That can sound like, you know, like where you like move closer to, if you're at the open house and you like move closer to them and kind of like roughly, let's meet.
Are you on a specific page?
In your
That's
book, it's
34 is what I've got.
32.
page 34.
Oh, 34.
34, thank you.
Yeah, they don't have, it's not in my slide presentation, but it is in your paper, on your papers. So 34. Okay, so 34. The hard close, let's meet. The softer close, I really enjoyed visiting with you, would like to get together and discuss this further. It's a very common and very conversational type of style, not very threatening. The direct close, can we meet today at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock work better? Like, are you available this afternoon at 3 o'clock? I'd love to meet. You could combine some of this, but these are actually asking for the appointment. The indirect close, would it be okay if I got some information, look over, and then we can meet to discuss it? Because maybe there was some things that you needed to collect for them. The the trial close, we've gone over enough today that a meeting would be our next step. The assumptive close, it sounds like we should meet. I'm available most times this week, so what works best for you? The negative positive, would you be offended if I asked if we could meet to go over this?
Oh.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because I'm used to using the 3 yes close.
What's the 3 yes close?
Well, you ask 2 trial questions that people are obviously gonna answer yes to. Then they get used to saying yes, and then you can give a 3rd hard one, and it's gonna be a yes, because they've just said yes twice. You
They're
don't ask,
comfortable saying yes.
you don't ask a question where somebody's gonna answer no.
Mm,
I think they're all good except for that one.
except for that one. It's not uncommon for that one to not go over well here. There are parts in the country that it's very interesting that is a very common, I don't know if I'd say common, but we always get this. I've been with Keller Williams for 13 years, and would you be offended? It's like, I don't know, I'm from Miami and I lived in New Jersey, and it's like, everybody's offended about everything. And it's like, that's the point where, you know, when I lived in Jersey, it's like, we're supposed to be offending you. That's what we do. So I don't know. However, it may be appropriate. These are giving you ideas. So I always just like having a little bit of conversation around that, because it's just always seems to be very interesting. The take back close. I really enjoyed visiting with you. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can help you, or not, but I'd be honored if we could meet and find out. As a circumstance, that might be appropriate. Could be. The tie down close. Would it make sense for us to meet in the next day or so? I will tell you that tends to be my style.
Yeah.
It does. The alternative choice close, what works better for you, meeting today or sometime in the afternoon or tomorrow morning? Now that one you're going to hear a lot in our scripts.
Yeah, you hear it a lot from a lot of people.
Hear it a lot from a lot of people. Sometimes it depends on how far have you gone in this relationship with them? Because they may have actually asked you for some information along the way, and you've allowed that to go on, and then you have a close like that, you know, you've asked me for some information. I need to collect some of this and find out some answers for you. I'm available tomorrow at 2 o'clock or Thursday at 4. What works best for you? combining them all because there was a conversation that happened. It's rare that our scripts go line by line, but the reason we do our scripts is so that we can take that and then have that response. Brad's been around when we've done scripts before, and you have probably heard enough of them that you're like, oh, I've heard that before, right?
Mhm.
And it's because, yes, all of that information is being gathered, and yet it led us to that script because the dialogue happened. And now we've gotten to the point of the script. It's like, you know, you've asked me for some of this information and I have available tomorrow at 2:00, or would Friday work better for us to meet? It's the same script. I mean, I'm doing it because I know the script.
It's like Andrew Pepper speaks in scripts.
He does. He does.
I mean, even in a regular conversation, it's like, I'm just an agent too. He's like.
I really can sell my own house. Thank you very much. And yet, so does Austin, and you heard him do it quite a bit, and they were entirely different. Their styles are vastly different in the way that they communicate to a buyer or a seller. And both of those things are okay. They both are successful agents. Okay, so it's 12:00 now, so I want us to take a break from it for a few minutes. I need to eat a little something myself too, for us to go through. How are you guys doing so far? Putting some stuff together, right? Going through philosophies. We really appreciate John hanging out with us
Yes,
too.
thank you for your wisdom.
I'm making notes and things I gotta do and get my head clear on things, so.
I'm sure you go to family reunion and mega camp and all those things that I've been to several of them as well. And we go to a class. We've been to basically the same class
Over and over.
5 other times.
Yeah.
And we still walk out and say, wow, that's good stuff.
Yeah. Well, why am I not implementing that? Why am I doing so much of this? I need to get my 20% focus. Why am I going to, and we're going to go to summer masterminds tomorrow or the next, can't remember, this week.
Tomorrow? No.
Tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
Afternoon, yeah.
You're confusing me.
It's tomorrow afternoon, summer masterminds online, so.
Mhm.
Okay then.
Every time I do that. Anyway. All right, so we're gonna continue. All right. So we're gonna clean up a little bit of, we started talking a little bit about that pre-listing when we were going over what this is gonna be about. So now we're just gonna go through, some of it we'll go through a little bit quicker because we already hit upon much of this. But I do want to make sure that you have this in your big picture. And it does say big picture. So there is a pre-listing package that you should be creating. Just like John had mentioned, not all agents do this, although John mentioned that he does this quite a bit as that 2-step process. So let me just give you a little bit about what a 2-step process would be. It tends to be that you either deliver it electronically is okay. Depends on the person. Electronically may be the best bet for you, depending on the circumstances. Maybe they're not here, second home, that kind of thing will happen quite a bit. Or it's that you send it, or I'm sorry, that you either hand deliver it or you mail them out some type of a packet. So if you do not have already, I would say either get them from us, and I want to say they're $2 a piece or $1. They're not a lot, maybe $2 a piece. We do have some red Keller Williams folders. Well, they're Keller Williams folders. I think we have some black ones with some red lettering and vice versa and things like that. So using a folder of such and then putting into the system, hold on. Yeah. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Hello.
Sorry. You're okay.
Don't mind me, I
Just wanted to make sure you were talking a little bit better. It's rough. It's rough. Really feeling good.
Oh.
So having that type of folder, and then in it, I mentioned it before, but let's just make sure that we have this all buttoned up. A few recommendations. 3 recommendations is okay. If you only have 2, that would be okay. I would say shoot for 3 or more. Well, 3 to 5. You don't need a lot more than that. And recommendations, your professionalism, do you take care of people, that type of thing. It does not have to be real estate specific, but if it has another industry, you may want to do the ... that they talked about how great you are, and then that you've taken it taken part of it and not, they were great at when you
Right.
sold me, potatoes or
Right,
something
right,
like that. And
Lift a couple on your LinkedIn, yeah.
yeah, so you probably have some recommendations, and LinkedIn is a great place. If you haven't gone on to LinkedIn, definitely recommend that. That's a place where you can easily get recommendations. For some reason, people are easy to do it there. So have that, and then also have a few things that you're gonna do. Here are 5 of the 30 things that I do in my marketing plan. Whatever your marketing plan is. In the listing sample that you already have with Keller Williams, it does have a marketing plan in there. So you could elaborate on that, or you could just use that. But when it comes to that pre-listing, just give them a little bit of a taste of it. And I would say have something that is a little bit more about you. So it might be that you use your network of so many people. Brad has 4,000 people that he has within his network. So he makes sure that he sends out communication to his network of 4,000 people. Because you could, out of those 4,000 people, there could very well be somebody that wants to buy, what's this?
They're all getting a magazine.
They're all getting a magazine. What is this person's seller's name? This new seller?
Oh, Stan Tyrell.
Stan. Okay, so Stan,
It's one
we
of
start to know his
4,000.
people by
Yeah.
their first names.
When are
And-
they doing that magazine thing again, or is there?
They just did it on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, or are they doing it
No,
tomorrow?
they just did it.
They just did it, yeah, because it had just come out at the beginning of July. There might be a video out there. I feel that Scott Leroy Marketing has a video on how to do it as well.
I think they do.
They have
really
one
it's
on
just the
everything.
time, and it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
And anytime you don't like something, you just click on it and delete it.
That's good.
Or delete a page where it got comparables or
Yeah.
15 things in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
You just delete that
Delete that or
page
change it.
and you can reorder them pretty easy. My stumbling block was like, how do I get it out to everybody?
Yeah.
Because unless they're all tagged and you pick a tag that's every person, it goes to nothing. Where you have to individually send it out to everybody. So that's why I was like, I
Because
have
you
to go
need to
through
tag
that.
your people. Yeah, you gotta tag your people. This is why tagging is important. It'll help. It'll help
Oh, I
with
know,
that.
in the long run, it's gonna really dive into the database and digest it on different pieces and parts.
Can
that
you just
we
tag them
work
as
with.
magazine?
Yeah.
You can just.
You
do
could.
magazine tags
It is
and
part
everything like
of your 36 touch though.
that? Yeah,
You could add the magazine as part of your
Oh, I
36
see.
touch, but you have to add it into the system.
I see.
That's the,
And that's
That's the goal.
difficult because the magazine doesn't always come out. So you get a tip saying magazine or
Mhm.
whatever that your task is. And then you go, oh, the new one's not ready yet. So then you skip the step.
I see.
So and that's where when I really dove into the
That's true.
database part of it. when I
that
was
part
like,
makes it a little hard.
you gotta do the 36 touch, stagger it if you've got a lot of people. Otherwise you just get
Oh, yeah.
inundated, your little Kelly app goes,
Yeah.
you have 2,000 messages, and then it won't even answer them or let you see what they are.
I agree.
So you have to,
Sorry if you're moving through
Start- yeah.
on the magazine.
So that pre-listing packet has a few of those things, tends to be, think of it this way. This is who I am, right? And that could be your reviews. This is how I can service you. That's your marketing, and it's a little bit of that. And then the next step of, I'd like to go over the market analysis with you. And you could do that small piece of homes are up 6% since, over the last 6 months or whatever the number is. You could do a little bit of that, but it's the taste, and then you dive into it at the listing presentation.
Okay.
So it's the packet, the process, and then the buy-in is what you're looking at. What also happens, a lot of us that have been doing this for a little while will go into that and leverage it as I'm going to send this over to you before we meet. And you're probably gonna have some questions, and then I can go over those questions when we actually meet. And one of the things that we will go over is pricing strategy, ... and a few things. But the pre-listing, what could also happen from that pre-listing is it does answer some of their basic questions. Because as you become a busier agent, John could probably speak to that as well, and Brad might be able to speak to about Wally, is you can have a listing appointment that is an hour or 45 minutes, you could. That's on the shorter time frame. And then you could also have a listing appointment that's 6 hours. Ideally, you don't want the 6 hours. You want it a little bit more like the hour and a half. Is you can cover everything really in about a 45-minute period of time. You could. And yet you're strengthening the relationship or partially building the relationship during that time. That might take a little bit longer. John, do you have how long do you schedule appointments for, typically a listing appointment?
Say it again.
How long do you schedule your listing appointments for approximately?
I scheduled for an hour.
Okay.
And they can go anywhere for me about 45 minutes, up to 2 hours sometimes, so depends.
That's right in line with what I was saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, for the most part, you can go over just about everything in about a 45-minute period of time, usually. But if they're talkative, or if they're struggling with this as a hard decision, or the reasons that they're selling are a little bit rough, then you might need to just take things a little bit slower. That can happen.
When I sold my house before I was an agent, I had 3 agents come by, my wife and I did. And one agent, well, 2 agents came by, I think they were from Sotheby's or something, and they toured and they and they fluffy, and it's like, oh yes, we can help you sell your house. And it was like, they just kind of wandered around the house and there was no substance there. It was really odd. We'd never sold a home in our lives. So, and then another agent came by and she had all this information and data and she would not frickin' leave the damn house.
Oh my.
So she kept talking about all this stuff and all this data. It was like hours. It was horrible.
Oh.
And I think she was called a banker. And then there's this agent that came from Keller Williams. We'd never heard of Keller Williams. And she came over and she had like a presentation and it was like just enough information to give us the market analysis. And it was kind of just about an hour roughly, and it was just right. Guess who got the listing? And I don't even think,
Goldilocks.
yes,
Goldilocks effect.
and I don't even think she was that seasoned.
Right.
She's been in business like very long. It's just that she followed the models and that's why we became Keller Williams agents.
Wow.
Because of this great agent. So it's like, I learned what the point is. I learned, shut up. Don't talk so much. Don't present too much information. Try to make it and give information and get out and be
Respectful of the
informative.
time.
Yeah. Just,
And what you can also do is you can back some of the conversations up with more info, whether you have it that maybe you did bring a little bit more detailed information in the CMA, you go over things, and yet they seem to be a little bit more of that data-driven person. And so you might have that there, but yet ideally you don't go over line by line, but which would be exhausting and painful.
Yeah.
But you might end up also having someone who does want a little bit more info. And so you could always pull out, it's like, well, this number is coming from, and here's how we get it, and here's the explanation behind it. I can leave this with you, or I can send you, some more information about that. And then that becomes that conversation. And instead of you sitting there, because sometimes somebody will ask questions, but they don't want an hour's worth of dialogue around it. They just want a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you got to feel some of that out.
it's hard for me because I want to give everything and I want to help everybody, I know everything. And I'm really learning to be conscious that I need to ask a question and shut up, or listen to what they're saying and give a shorter answer.
Yeah. It's good. Very good. So in your booklet, there are some lines for you to put more information as far as like what you would put into your pre-listing packet. What page that is on for you? It's on 46 for me. I don't know if it's 46 for you. I think that my numbers are a little bit different. But it's back into that chapter 2 pre-listing section. Did you guys find, like, where there's some lines for you to fill out, some stuff like what's in your package, in your pre-listing packet? So we just went over some of that. Then there's also, just as a reminder, it does talk about your pricing recommendations. So clients may have inaccurate information about the prices in their neighborhood. And that's because they are looking at, across the street, Jane sold her house for $600,000. And they're like, it's the same house as mine. That's their thought. Well, it's not the same house as theirs. More times than not, there are things that are different. Well, Jane's house has a pool. Even if it is the same model as yours, she has a pool. Both of your houses are 20 years old. She's redone her kitchen, you haven't. You know, there was all these things that could come up. And so it's not uncommon for the person that you come in has an idea of a price. And unfortunately, it is sometimes a seller thinks that it's worth more than it actually is. That will happen. It does happen on occasion that is below, which those are refreshing. They're nice. Don't count on that though. It doesn't happen all the time, but it will happen once in a while. And then there's also the, when you walk through it, you're gonna see, you may understand that there are things that have been done to that home that are not gonna be relatable to the next buyer. That seller maybe has done something and maybe they spent an awful lot of money on it, and yet it's not gonna translate into more money in their pocket. In some cases, it can actually hurt them. It's great when they've done everything tastefully. You're like, oh, this is awesome. This is the best listing ever. And then, you know, there's some that are not quite that. Yeah, have a little bit of that. So our objective is, you're going to want to think of what is the, think of the objection that you handle most frequently. So us as agents, when we go into a listing presentation and listing consultation, you frequently are going to have somebody come up with your price, like how much does it cost them to list with you. So these are going to be some of the things that you handle. Now remember, this is talking about the pre-listing. We're going to go into listing consultation as well. That doesn't mean that that's what you're putting out there and you're going to have a big flyer saying that I charge 7%. It's not what we're trying to say. We want you to be prepared for how to handle all of these objections. And then there's also, as far as another agent objection, what can you add or improve in your pre-listing packet that will preemptively handle this objection better? Write your ideas. So if somebody were to bring up how much does it cost to list with you, and you're at 6%, 7%, 9%, or 4%, whatever that number is. And there are people that do it for 7%, by the way. You're hearing me say that, and you're like, who charges 7%? Some agents do. And there are reasons to do that.
Stevie Schwab, every time,
Is it 7% every time?
always.
Okay.
Like 30 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There are, it happens quite a bit. So it tends to be, people are going to pay for something that they find is valuable. So if you're going to give them a pre-listing packet of some sort, then maybe there are some things that you know that you're going to do. What is your value proposition for them so that when you come in the door, they're going to already feel a little bit better about whatever it is that you charge. And I am not recommending in your pre-listing packet to put in how much you charge. You may feel, and if you want to do that and see how that goes, go right ahead. I haven't heard of other people doing it. That tends to be a conversation. So the way that we can handle that though is by making sure that we have value in what we're doing.
I had an interesting objection, comment, just around, a couple beers after golf one day. Somebody said, you're getting twice the commission on a $700,000 house than you are on a $350,000 house. What are you doing for that extra money on a $700,000 house?
And,
I have no answer for that.
you
I'm a new guy.
okay.
Bunch.
And Brad would say it like that with gusto.
You know, what, one thing they don't understand is what all your monthly expenses are to do everything else you do, that you're, you know, you don't just sit around and do nothing. You're always trying to network or build something up or go here, go there.
They don't care about that, they're like,
Yeah.
my money's going to. this,
Yeah,
I'm going with that
they
money.
don't know everything you're doing all the time,
Right.
so that you have a network to help them sell their house. They don't get that. But
Say I'm playing golf, like,
Yeah.
and it's expensive.
it's not cheap to golf 3
You
times
seen
this
these
week.
golf shoes I wear? So,
That's what I do.
so the other thing to keep in mind is that we have to feel and understand what we are doing is of value that we're bringing to that other client. And if we question it, then we may not, and I'm saying this with love, is that we need to, we as agents need to truly understand what can we do that does validate more money. Because you do have a point, a $300,000 house versus a $700,000 or $600,000 house. In theory, you're making twice as much money, and are you doing anything differently? Well, you probably will do things differently because the marketing is going to be different for a $600,000 house versus a $3. And that marketing that you do is actually more expensive. So maybe that you're doing drones. It tends to be around the marketing that you're going to do.
You know, it's, the only thing I can think of there is that the buyer pool is probably smaller,
Mhm,
and you're
it
gonna
is.
have to spend more money to reach a smaller buyer pool.
So turn it around a little bit though, in that how much do we have to, how much does it cost us?
Yeah.
And more about them
Yeah.
and how quickly and how much more they can make, because that's what they care about.
Yeah.
They're not gonna care about us and that it takes us more time or that it costs us more money, because that's on the us
Yeah.
side. Turn it into what am I doing for you?
It might stay on the market longer too, because buyer pool.
There's a holding time. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
I mean, a
minutes,
3 to
but-
600,000 houses are selling pretty quickly right now too. That's not always the case.
Right.
So you do need to have an answer for that.
Yeah.
And make sure that you are doing something that is from a financial perspective, the seller feels, well, and not even that they feel, well, yes, that they feel, but that they know that the value, that there is more value to what
I'm
you're
glad
doing.
we talked about this out loud, and I feel better about having an answer for.
Yeah.
I think the answer should be the same regardless of the price range, really. You're
The
providing
things that you do,
information.
it tends to be the level that you do them
Yeah,
and how they're done.
more concierge, more.
Yeah, you're still gonna take care of the home. You're still going to have open houses, let's say. You still may be doing marketing pieces, whether it's virtually or physical paper documents that you're, or cards that you're sending out, things like that. But they're gonna be different for a $600,000 house than they are for a $300,000 house typically. But you have to be, you as an agent have to be comfortable with, this is why I'm gonna be worth that. And how much more money you're gonna have in your pocket and how less time your house is gonna be on the market because of the efforts that I'm gonna be doing. So the other things that are in that seller package that are helpful for everyone, and keep in mind, this isn't a me as the agent that makes my life more, easier. It comes back to you as, or them as the seller, what makes their life easier. So there's also some of the seller homework that they have. So there's your value proposition, remember, so that's something that's the validation as to why they want to pay what they're gonna pay for you. And then the your unique selling proposition. So there is an example of what is different about me and my way of doing real estate business that gives you, the seller, certain special advantages. So you got to answer that question to get to your unique selling proposition. And Charlie, you've been in sales for a long time, so you know what this is. It's just a matter of turning it into what will work for you as a real estate agent. So jot down a couple of ideas that you might have as like what is different for you. And if you have a market that you're going to be living in and doing the most business in, for you healthcare, for you between golf or relocation buyers and sellers, that's something, Charlie, that you might want to pull in. You know, John does a lot of agent to agent networking and referral business. So referrals is going to be a way that he can communicate. Brad knows everybody.
We live on the water, so I'm going to offer, if you're buying waterfront property, we'll take you by boat to see how you get to that property, knowing the waterways, in that way. So golfing, you can drive around the golf cart and show them whole nine, this is great, whatever, I don't know, just do that. Use your golf cart for marketing.
They're different lifestyles.
With boating, especially waterfront, like you're selling them a lifestyle, not just a house. So here's all the waterfront restaurants I manage.
Them are lifestyle.
They're lifestyle driven. So people are seeing that in Chicago and they want to live on the golf course, and you have to sell them on why they want to live on a golf course. Why do you want to live in Florida on a golf course? So a live, Facebook Live, like that's what we were going to do on the water, going to our lunch, tiki bar lunch, like, oh my gosh, I would love to do that. Like, got to sell them on why they want to be here.
Oh, yeah. You do. Very good. So is going to be a unique selling proposition that you have. So make sure that you jot down what is, if you're doing it because that's what you enjoy doing and the background that you have, incorporate that into your unique selling proposition. So it's always, for the most part, you're answering the question, what is different about me and my way of doing real estate business that gives you, the seller, certain special advantages? Your network.
Being part
You're
of Keller Williams.
playing. Keller Williams can be an advantage. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have those types of things, the water lifestyle, the golfing. I don't have the golfing. I know about water because I just how I grew up. But if you don't have that, yes, the Keller Williams advantage that you have. 180,000 agents. It's an advantage right there. 170, 180. I don't know what the number is today. It's a lot. It's a lot of agents. And we happen to live in an area that a lot of people want to move. So the person that wants to buy that golf community home, I know how to talk to them. I'm playing golf 3 times a week. It's getting into your real estate business. Your real estate's getting in the way of your
So
golf.
3 times a week, you have 3 people trapped for 4.5
Yeah.
I know, right? They'll go through all stages of, they'll like you, they won't like you, then they'll like you again at the end of it, depending on how they're playing. Absolutely. So giving your seller the homework, here are the things that it's going to help you with. It is going to save you time. Now remember, we're not always thinking about just us, but it comes back to them as well. It's going to save you time. So if you've already given them information, you're going to be able to have more of a consultation instead of just explanation about everything. And there are 2 different things. It gets you and the seller involved in the listing process before you've even met them. So you may decide that you send over the actual listing paperwork at the time of the pre-listing, because they're probably going to have questions. So if you have a communication with someone and they talk about data and they're very data driven and they like info, you may send them over the listing documents and just let them know that, you might want to read over this. You had some questions about the paperwork. I'm going to send that over to you. You could even set it up in DocuSign. Send it over for them to sign it, potentially, depending on the conversation. So I'm going to send it over just for you to read over how to do it. And when you're ready, you can just sign the paperwork. Depends on the conversation and if that makes sense. If you think that that would scare them off because you're saying they're here, just sign this. We've never met,
Yeah.
talk to you for 10 minutes. But then on the other hand, some people, you might have had enough of a relationship that would make a lot of sense. It also gives you a way to, as far as sending them information ahead of time, it gives you a gauge as to where you stand with the client. If they completed paperwork, then you may be able to just sign the listing agreement. Now I have, as a practice myself, and I learned this also from someone else, is sending them over the seller's disclosure first. Or as a paper, you might send all the paperwork, but as far as them sending or filling out the seller's disclosure, because that tends to take them the most amount of time. And especially if it's a home that's not like 2 years old, if it's a home that's a little bit older, they may need to do some investigating to have that ready. You know, you've mentioned that you really want to get this on the market quickly. And so we're going to be meeting on Thursday. But I'd like to send you something over. It's called a seller's disclosure. This is something that you're going to have to do no matter what. And you might want to start to fill that out even before we meet. It doesn't say anything about it being that you're their listing agent necessarily. They don't have to fill that part. You know, they don't have to go that far, but it can get them started. And then there's some buy-in that goes along with it.
When we were at that open house in Mill Creek, you looked up in some, I don't know where, to find building permits that had been issued on the house. Where did you find?
Tax records have some of
That's in
that.
tax records? Okay.
You're gonna have some of that. Now, depending on the age of the house and whether or not it's there. Yeah. Okay. Let's go a little bit further into the listing consultation. And before that, just as a reminder, so again, Gary Keller, he has some good sayings. Words of wisdom. The right approach to close for a meeting is the only approach. You need to ask for it. As John said, well, I do it. I'll do it sometimes. Asking the question, you know, aside from blank, are you ready to sign listing paperwork today? So listing consultation itself. You want to look for the big picture of this listing consultation. So something that I did, again, I stole this from someone else. And I don't know if I would do, I haven't done it this way in quite a while, but I used to, that I would, you know, when you got there, ask them at a certain point after touring the home, things like that, when you sat down to actually have the conversation, I would ask them, would you like the dog and pony show or do you want to have a conversation? Now, remember, I started my real estate career in New Jersey, so it's a little bit in your face kind of attitude.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's what you should be doing today or also here. Although I might be in a situation that I would feel comfortable that that would be what would happen. But the essence of that, the intention behind all of that was some people, and it's very few are going to want this. I had it happen once, but there are some that are going to want that full-on professional. You sit there, they're, you know, sitting straight and go over, here's page 1 of the listing presentation, and we're going to go over this, and you know, now I'm going to turn the page and we're going to go over this piece, and it's that very deliberate, very stuffy kind of thing. Most people want to have a conversation, and so I had taken that because the person that I was trained by said that, and so I was like, well, they did it, so I'm going to do it. However, again, I would be a little bit more refined now, but the essence does go back to, it's like, you know, I have a lot of information here. And so what I'd like to do, and you tell me if this would work for you, you know, can we just talk about what this process is all about? It's kind of the same type of thing. But what you also are looking to do, if you don't know them personally, you don't know them from having conversations with them, they are very likely going to show up as that, am I a detailed person? Am I a very fluffy person that I want to spend 15 minutes talking about the drapes that are in the bedroom that were from 1980, but I love them, they're beautiful, and everybody else is gonna love them, they're gonna pay me $15,000 more for my house because these drapes are amazing. You're gonna meet that person too. So looking for how to communicate with them as quickly as possible as you start that conversation is gonna be important. Because sometimes you don't know a lot until you get there.
Do you do the walkthrough generally first and then sit down and do this? Because I would think I would want to see any kind of, I can tell that by somewhere from their closet. So like if I look at.
Today, not so bad. 2 weeks ago before I was
No,
clean.
I mean, you can, I mean, if you see the type A closet, you know they're gonna be like detail oriented, they want you to get to the nitty gritty, so
Good
like,
point.
you know,
Yeah.
not, in general, most people are in the middle, but like, I would think I would wanna walk around and of course see what kind of upgrades they think are great and that you might not think are so great.
So
before you-
interesting, there's a lot of different styles that can go along with that. John, you want to share how you do that? And I'm gonna say there's like 3 different ways and everybody can argue that their way is the right way.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
No, no, I-
Are you thinking about
I
it?
have a listing appointment right after this.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So he's
trying to
getting
put it-
ready.
I put it in DocuSign. And paid attention.
I get it.
So listing appointment, yeah, you're spot on, because sometimes you walk in and it's like, so would you, are you ready to sign the contract? I actually do, for the most part, I follow the old, the Diana Kokoska.
Mhm.
And I'm with a little Ben Kinney presentation, so I'm really transferring.
I like the 2 of those.
Yeah, I like them both, and it's hard, so, I think I've kind of got a bit of a mix. I've got the scripts from Keller Williams from Bold, which are pretty universal scripts from different companies as well, like Barry and all that. So I usually walk in, and then may I set my things on the kitchen table? Because I'm doing, you want to do some, you're a leader type of things, and you're asking questions to lead and direct.
Okay.
And then after, sure, great. Well, sometimes I'll ask, may I have a glass of water? That's getting them to get something for you.
Oh.
And then, okay, and I oftentimes try to, well, would it be all right if I take a tour of the home and just walk through your home, because I can do this in about 5 minutes. I've done this so many times. And in the meantime, you could go ahead and just fill out some paperwork right here. I've got the seller's disclosure for you, and you could do that. And then they say, well, I want to write another script. That's all script. That's all the bold scripts.
Mhm.
So sometimes they really want to show me the house. I said, well, okay, that's great. You could show me the house one. I just take a quick look so I can see through the eyes of a buyer. You know,
Yeah.
I can do that. And then on occasion, I will take them with me, because if they go on with me, then what we start doing is, they're very house proud. And we look around and they go, oh, wow, look, so this house is great, yeah. You know, you've got that little, the edge of the mirror that needs to get touched up. You might want to have to put some trim around that and walk through the home. Oh, looks like it might need a little touch-up paint over here, but they got scuffed over there. Or that window needs to get fixed, or that blind. So you
You
start
get
to,
in the details before you even
you
got
kind
into
of
the
what you're doing is,
presentation.
you're knocking it down a little. I got this from a Bold coach, so
Knock it down before you
yeah,
get to.
you're knocking down
Ah,
their pride a little bit, gently,
yeah.
subconsciously. Their home isn't as
Mhm.
spectacular as they believe it to be.
It's not the front of the magazine,
Pardon?
not the front of the magazine.
Yeah.
Like the magazine
exactly.
cover.
So, and politely, and kind of having a conversation, if they really want to show me around the house, it's okay with me, because we're gonna talk about the negative. I'm gonna say positive things, but I'm gonna say, oh, that's got, that, I wonder how much that would cost to get fixed.
Mhm.
How much that could get fixed. So they start to get those notes. And then we sit down and we have a conversation about that. And I typically go through a listing presentation and just say, you're hiring, am I doing this? Should I be going on, or should I stop?
No, I think I think that answered your
Yeah.
question
Yeah.
of where we are at the moment. Yeah, so
Go on.
I appreciate that.
I
One
can
of the
see how
things-
that would break them down mentally before you even sit down for your listing presentation. If you're starting to nitpick their house before you even sit down and try to like get them to use you.
You've got to be tactful. about
Well, I
it.
was just gonna say,
I mean,
I would be
nitpick,
careful,
but yeah.
yeah, I would be
They feel
careful on
like
how you
They
do.
feel like they're gonna, that you're picking up,
It-
hurts their feelings.
You've got to be super
Yeah.
tactful. It's like a sandwich, something positive, something negative, something positive.
Yeah.
So you're making relationships with them, but you're not,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Yeah. So he said something, and I'm not sure if you guys picked up on what he also said is, by seeing it through the eyes of the buyer. So there's a lot of us that do that on purpose. And I would almost say that there is some of the subconscious that it almost starts to justify when you then have the conversation too. Because when you sit down with them and you ask them, I noticed that there was something like broken or just not perfect or something like that. Did something happen? It looks like there was a window that's different than the others, those types of things. And then you can do a little bit of that listing too. It's the same kind of effect. And also sometimes they are showing up that's almost like a need to do, and you can also build a relationship with them when you do that. So what you do have to also set the expectation is, if you find that it's someone who might be like a rambler, and that you could even let them know, it's like, okay, well, let's do this as if somebody is viewing your home as a potential buyer. So most of the time, they're going to go through these rooms, and it's going to take like 5 minutes to do the whole thing. Believe it or not, it's super fast. So let's do it that way, and that might help from a time perspective, because you could turn a listing appointment that goes ideally for an hour, and you're standing in the dining room and they're talking about lots of things, and you've been there for 30 minutes. So
Talking about the home a little bit helps me when I go a little bit later is there's basically 3 reasons to hire an agent, and there's 3 parts of selling a home. And there's market the home, there's pricing the home, which really the buyer sets, and then there's marketing the home, there's how the home shows. And so the home, I handle the marketing for you, but it's really up to you as a seller to how the home shows.
Yeah.
So that's helps me when so those things that we just see, you may have to get those fixed prior to me marketing your home and taking the professional photography.
So something else that I've done, and I know that there's been people in the office I've done this too, because I've had conversations about it, that you have the where if you were to, I totally lost my train of thought. Hold on 1 second. I forgot what I was just gonna say. Totally. Somebody waved at me and I was like, oh my gosh, totally.
Or listing services or something?
I've
This-
been
Menu of services?
No, I lost it again.
I offer staging as part of my
Which one?
marketing. I
Yeah.
plan to offer an hour's worth of staging, a
Yeah.
professional
Okay.
stager, as part of
Yeah.
that I will pay for the first hour, so that's gonna be part of my pre-listing, like. what to
Staging
offer.
can be very valuable for
And then
that.
just go in and give them ideas. They don't do it, and if they wanna pay for it, they can, but
Mm-hmm.
they go in for a consultation, so I pay for a consultation. So
Good.
that's gonna be
Yeah.
part of.
So I'll give you how I did, in New Jersey, I did this, and then I moved down here, which we do it a little bit differently here. So in New Jersey, I would pay for the stager almost 100% all the time.
Yeah.
Here, not as much. Here, it's not uncommon for the seller to pay for staging. Doesn't mean that you can't do it either way. So there's something, so when I was up against someone else and it came to that listing, what we did is, I had this woman, her name is Ingrid, absolutely lovely, from Germany, heavy German accent, about this tall,
Yeah.
red, flaming red hair,
Wow.
very strong personality, but you've gotta love her. Like, no matter what, for the most part, everybody loves her. And so if I was up against someone else, it's like, I have a team. And here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to bring with me my stager. And so I'd pay her be about a half an hour, and I would pay, a lot of times I just took her to dinner, but nobody
Yeah,
needed to know that. She'd like to go to a nice dinner. I was like, that's a whole lot cheaper
Yeah.
than paying her a real
Yeah.
fee.
Yeah.
So we would, so that's what I would do. I would actually bring her. And so when we went around the home, she did her own thing. And I prepped them for that. I said, she'll come in and you're not necessarily gonna show her the home, she's gonna want to walk around if that's okay. And then you and I can go and do from the eyes of the buyer, and we're gonna do that. And then at the time of you signing the contract, pay attention to what I'm saying. At the time of you signing the contract, my stager Ingrid will deliver her suggestions on what you should do. Now, part of that, as a marketing piece for me, I will handle, and I would say what I would handle. In some cases, I handled it all because the house was lovely and it was really, her staging was gonna take a half a day. Everything was gonna be good. There were a couple of occasions that I did have the seller paid for some of it. But they didn't get what her suggestions were, and she wouldn't even say anything. I mean, she would talk to them, but she was like, once you have your signed contract, I'll be happy to have a phone call with you to go over this with you. And it was strong. I'll tell you, it worked. The other thing is she actually worked with other top agents in our area. And so if I booked her before they did, they couldn't have her.
Oh, love it.
I did do that.
I did that with my last listing too. I always do the staging consultation. I didn't do what you did. That's awesome to bring her in, but I said, and I'll have a stager come in and give you a consultation. When you sign the contract, I'll go ahead and give you the information. But my coach was kicking my butt because I used to leave everything, here's all kinds of stuff for them.
Resources.
Yeah, and my coach was like, you need to just pull everything back. Show and then put
And
it
take.
back. And when you sign the contract, I'm gonna give you
Yeah.
one. And even the staging, like walking around and giving tips on things
Tips,
to
anything,
do.
yeah,
So I just backed off on that. So,
until it's signed, because that's where your value is, right?
yeah,
You're giving it for free.
so I need to talk more about how I can help them
Oh, yeah.
when we.
Well,
sign
and that doesn't always make sense as far as that goes too, as far as having a consultation with a stager, because they can be kind of expensive. They're actually more expensive here than they were where I was, which surprised me. They can be kind of pricey. Although you can have a stager come in, and there are stagers that are out there that are a little bit less expensive, possibly, that could be part of that listing consultation as well. But the more well-known are gonna be kind of pricey. Yeah. So when it comes to that listing consultation, you're gonna need to know your scripts. We've heard John speak quite a bit about that. You're also gonna need to understand the market. So they will possibly, and on many occasions, ask you something like, well, 2 years ago, not that you would necessarily know this, but 2 years ago, the house across the street sold for, and you're like, okay, I didn't bring 2 years ago data
Yeah.
because it's not exactly relevant for the market that we're in at the moment. But you still should be pretty versed with what's happening in their neighborhood. So you're gonna need to know whether you know it off the top of your head. And I'll say for myself, I am not great at remembering a number. So if they were to say, well, what did the house across the street sell for? I would not necessarily know that number, even if I looked at it right before I went into that appointment. That is something that I struggle with as far as remembering that exact, it's a struggle for me. I'll have it though. And that's what you want to make sure that if you know it, that's great. You're better than me with that, but you can bring in. So coming in with your info as well as what you're willing to share with them and hand over to them at the time that they sign are going to be two different things. So you should have homes that are comparable for them. And I'm a fan of having, if there's something that has happened right there in their immediate neighborhood and it's happened in the last year, I wouldn't necessarily have a full broker synopsis paper for every listing, but I probably would have those single line that at least has my number, and I can always pull it up if I wanted to on my phone or if I have my laptop with me. Because they're gonna ask a question and you're not necessarily gonna know. It's gonna be like, okay, I knew the 5 most recent sales or things that have happened in the last 3 or 4 months.
Can you
And
pull
then
that
they
up on the
say-
app? Can you pull that up on the Keller Williams app?
The thing about the app is it's only gonna show you actives.
Mhm.
You
Oh,
would
you
need to
can't
pull
see.
up your MLS. Yeah. Prior to your appointment, I would recommend going and pulling for the last 12 months, anything that has sold or is on the market, just so that it's clickable for you. Because you can then easily just click on it. And I would pull that up from the MLS, because you can either have it in your recent searches, that you could easily click on that part. And then if you email it to you, which I'm a fan of emailing it to me as well, I then can see it in addition. So understanding the market, as far as understanding the market, is the market up? Is it down? Days on market, is that going up or down? Is it a neighborhood that is a family neighborhood? And I'm using these terms in this scenario. Is it a neighborhood that is going to know your market, know what your buyer, who your buyers are? Is it an investor market? Is it a family neighborhood? Is it a retirement neighborhood?
Wait, we can't say family.
I know, that's why I said in this room.
Yeah, familial.
What? You can't say family anymore?
You should stay away from the word family as far as like family neighborhood, because what you think a family is like is maybe very different than what I think a family. I was a single parent. I will tell you, well, I'm not that sensitive to that type of terminology.
Right.
However, being a single parent for the entire life, basically, of my son, I was like, yeah, that's not my family. My family doesn't look like that. So I'm just saying that just to be the personal side of it. And yet I grew up having the typical, very typical family. So you don't know. You don't know.
It's, yeah, you don't know, and I
It's a
think,
trigger word.
more than
You don't know.
anything, I think that the person that's gonna get offended about that is looking to be offended. or looking for-
Probably.
Looking for an
Probably.
opportunity to
Yes.
do some
But
harm.
keep in mind, the other part of it though is that you start to go in a certain way if you're pigeonholing people in some ways. So if we come from let's discover what they're looking for instead of, okay, I'm going to put you in this classification, I'm going to put you in this classification and so forth. Just be exploratory with your
Most
conversations.
neighborhoods are a little bit of everything, unless they're 55 and up, or, I mean, you're generally a little bit of everything.
You're going to start to know those just by going into the neighborhoods. Now, we also have so many of these neighborhoods that are built to pull in
Different levels.
a certain type of person.
Yeah.
You know, when they have the dog park, the playground, the pool, all of those other things, and the certain price point is probably going to pull in a certain type of person. If it is a neighborhood that does not have the playground, and of course, if it's 55 and older community, then you're like, okay, retirees for the most part. So there's a lot of that segmenting,
Yeah.
whether we want it or not,
Yeah,
that comes along with that.
just can't say it.
I just say, look, take some time, look around the neighborhood and do a little bit of research. But there's great people in every neighborhood.
Yeah.
I don't want
They're
to
gonna probably tell you what they're looking for.
Yeah.
They are.
Amenities,
be
yeah.
careful of steering. So
Yeah, it goes along with the steering. And the thing is, you can travel into that relationship, or you can travel into that conversation unwillingly and not for any other reason. And then all of a sudden it becomes a very different. When you're in this business long enough, you will have people ask you totally inappropriate questions. There's that. Okay, so understanding the market. Use communication techniques that build the rapport. So know who you're talking to. Be a consultant and not just that agent. They are buying a home or they are selling a home and they are entrusting you with a lot of their financial well-being. That is a consultant's job. There are plenty of agents that are out there that are just looking to sell the house or for you to buy a house. And they could care less on whether or not it's a good financial decision. Whereas when you're exploratory with your conversations and you are consulting. This number 5 about building that appointment toolkit, we've been doing that all day so far. So this is going to have some of the reminders. Let's see what page you would be on. But this as far as the 10 steps.
59.
So yours is page 59. Oh, look at there, matched that time. Thank you very much. You're gonna confirm the appointment. Now, this is an interesting part of it. If there is no rapport, if you have not done the legwork ahead of time, confirming the appointment can sound something like, yeah, I just wanted to confirm, I'm gonna be meeting with you tomorrow at 5 o'clock, I'm excited about it. They then have the opportunity, if they're not loving this whole thing, of saying, oh, I'm so glad that you called, right? I mean, in some ways, it is an opportunity for that. Whereas if you've built up, whether it's through pre-listing information, or I'm really excited to go over this, that, and the other, whatever is appealing to them, there may be more of that drive to really keep that appointment and make sure that they want to list with you. Now, something about the confirming the appointment, I'll tell you another thing. So I talked about my stager, Ingrid, you know, Ingrid was my bag of trick. Yeah, she was Ingrid. Loved her. She's just such a cool person. In addition to Ingrid, as part of my listing appointment, frequently, not always, if there was another home in the area or in their, you know, that was a good comp, it didn't have to be from a dollar perspective, but if there was enough about it that it made sense, I would want to take them to go and see another home that's on the market that is their competition. So the appointment, so I wanted to confirm appointment, we're meeting at 5 o'clock. And then also, as I mentioned before, we want to go and see the other home that's on the market that is your comp. And so I want to make sure that you're ready at 5 o'clock or whatever that is, because you have to then confirm that other appointment. Now, I loved taking them to go and see another property. Now, this does take, if it's in the same neighborhood, it may only add another 15 to 20 minutes to your appointment. But again, if this is not a slam dunk, and never treat a listing appointment as a slam dunk anyway. But what would happen with that is it would help from a pricing perspective. And you would know from the pictures yourself, probably going into it, is this the one that's going to make theirs look great, or is this the one that's going to make theirs look really bad? And it did help with pricing. So that was something that I liked doing, and that was my preference to do. Didn't happen every time. And in the market that we have right now, it is not necessarily going to happen every time. But keep that as a thought to go and show them another property. It's really helpful, very helpful in pricing. You also want to adopt a yes man mindset. I gotta get better at using this. If you've been invited into their home, they are open to saying yes to you. Treat it that way. Treat it that way. There's a lot of language when I come and have photos taken of your home. That's not a, well, if you decide to hire me, I will have a photographer come in. It's all about assuming that you have the listing without being cocky about it. There's entering and touring. These are your 10 steps to master. These 10 things, if you're doing these 10 things, you will probably get further than most agents. You want to begin conversations. Find out things that you have in common. There's going to be something that you can talk about as time goes on. And ensure that you know their motivation. If you had not found out their motivation beforehand, this is an opportunity for you to discover it. And if you did know what their motivation was, ensure that they are tied to that motivation. Because they may have said something, but maybe there's more to it. You want to uncover and prioritize their needs. Not everybody is ready for it to sell tomorrow. Some people are thinking that this is going to take longer than it probably will. That's in today's market. It's gonna be the opposite at some point. But you want to know what their priorities are. It may be a challenge for them to allow showings. Physical reasons, things that are happening in their lives. And that part of it is more important to them. And so you may have to kind of like maneuver things around. Consistently be checking for the commitment. Asking for the listing throughout this whole process. When there is an opportunity for you, I have the paperwork. So, you've mentioned how you'd really like for this home to get on the market by the end of July. That would be fast, 10 days. In the next 2 weeks. So I just want to make sure, you've mentioned you wanted to do a couple of things. Is that going to, are you going to be able to get that done? What can I do to help? I have some references. I have some people that if you need to have this done, let's make sure so they have that buy-in. Of course, there's going to be objections along the way. The idea is that those objections become small objections throughout the time. They might have a big objection, but we want to start to minimize those. There will be expectations that they have of you that you may not realize. Asking them if they have ever sold a house before, what was good or bad about that interaction. Because they might actually say how, John was saying that there was someone at the listing appointment that just was hours and hours. So you might have somebody that says, well, we had someone and, all they did was just call me all the time. And I don't know, but it was just overload. I was always on the phone with them because they always had a question and this was always happening. And it's just too much. I don't know about too much communication. That's kind of a rarity. But there might be that somebody also said, it's like they put a sign in the yard and I never saw them. That happens. There are agents that totally do that. Put a sign in the yard, you never hear from them. They did one open house. It also might be that they say, well, you're going to do an open house on Saturdays and Sundays for the next 6 months, right? You're like, oh boy, how many new agents do we have in the office? You're going to negotiate to resolve issues. There will be something that comes up on almost every transaction. You might, if you do enough transactions, there may be something that is absolutely nothing comes up that's unexpected, but assume that there's going to be something. By communicating with them on the regular basis and having those interactions and asking them how things are going, double checking your checklist, double checking with everybody that's part of the transaction or getting the house ready for sale is going to probably eliminate, if not minimize, those issues. And then of course we close. Yay! We like the closes. Closing is good. Interesting nowadays, it's not uncommon for you to have your clients sign on one day, close 3 days later. I have somebody that did their paperwork today that's closing possibly tomorrow, most likely Thursday. Or a couple of hiccups. It is not a cash buyer.
Really?
It's a listing that I have.
Oh.
So he signed his paper. Yeah, he signed his papers today. So I was here and he was signing his papers, which is kind of nice. It does happen quite a bit that they will do them remotely or they're signed before it actually closes. Even buyers will do that too, because it's just easier for them to go at 9 o'clock in the morning instead of the 3 o'clock in the afternoon closing, which is really just that paperwork being finalized. And then they go pick up the keys. Yeah. You want to have that consultation follow-up. Yay. They decided to hire you. So if they're going to decide to hire you, you've got to start servicing it. Excuse me?
Page 71.
Page 71 for everyone. Thank you very much. there should be an assumption of what am I gonna do if this person decides to hire me? This is true for buyers too. So, great, you talk to someone at an open house and they want, and it's a buyer, what do you do at that moment? There should be your next steps. Same thing with a seller. The seller, you're gonna start servicing them. So they have signed the contract. What do you do at that moment? So, and they need to get a copy of the contract, right? So go home, scan it, send it over to them, start making your appointments for all of those other things. That goes back to Ignite has some of your basic, here are the things that need to be done for a listing. So use that as your basics. But if you are 10 days out from listing this property, they want it to be listed on the 1st of, she wants it at the end of the month, right?
30th, yeah.
Yeah, so the 30th. So if that's the day that they want it to go live, and that makes sense for your process, what do you do that day and the next day, right? John's gonna go and get a listing this afternoon. He has a process for when he comes back and has a signed contract.
Yeah, and part of the process, we go there, assuming the listing, so we go and fill out paperwork as much as we can. And cautiously tell like, when we bring in comps, we go to the listing, we just make sure that they know we made an assumption about some of the neighbors, but we just want to see your home before we make that firm. I've heard other agents keep that hidden if they come to the appointment. What was it, Steve Twan was saying that, yeah, I've come to the appointment and, well, how can I make an assumption about your home without seeing it? I can't believe anybody would bring all that information.
You could do both.
Just makes it look, trying to make the other person
Look
know
bad.
as
Yeah.
Well, to that point though, if you're walking into a neighborhood that whoever this person, who's your nemesis in your neighborhood, know a little bit about how that company or how that agent is operating. So like in a neighborhood like the Mill Creek and things like that, it's a little all over the place. There's not one person that does all the business. It's a little bit all over. And if they wanted to, if they had some questions or you are thinking that they might be talking to another agent, it doesn't hurt for you to see, well, who is this other agent? How do they do things? You know, if you notice that their photos, they're not spending a whole lot of money on their photos maybe, or there's something to be said. And it's not about talking poorly about that other person. It's about the highlighting the differences that you might have. I am not advocating for any of us to walk in and say, well, Susie,
oh, no, never talk about it.
don't want to do that, right? So there is going to be some kind of a process that you have on that day. Now, if you haven't done this before, that's what we're here for too. You know, we want you to be prepped to have the appointment. You had the come list me, which is great for, it wasn't about, would you get it? It was like,
That's it. Okay.
like, all right.
Telling the customer what happens next is huge as well, and if they want to know, and let them know that this is what's going to happen next, and I'm going to continue to tell you what happens next, and I'm going to send you, best practice would be to create a list and let them know. And in Command, I believe you have a checklist, and then other systems like Brevity, they have checklists, so you can send them out, or you can create their own, but that conversation of what's happening next is so huge.
Having, whether it's a piece of paper that you hand them, and knowing who you're talking to too. If it's not a very electronic person, then you might have something that you physically hand over to them. It's like, okay, here are the next 10 things or the next 5 things that are going to happen over the next few days. And I wanted to make sure that you have this in your possession. We do a lot of them, but for the most part, it's been a long time since I've had somebody that had to do everything by paper, but electronically. Congratulations, your home will be listed on or before such and such date. This is what's occurring. Those types of things.
That's in Command, that kind of template.
There are some that are in Command, and Ignite has some stuff as well.
if they did DocuSign for all they have a copy of their documents, you still need to send them a separate email, or did they, like, what's?
They get,
do they
and
get a copy?
this is the whole thing about when it comes to those systems. It doesn't look the same. Like when you have DocuSign, what ends up happening is it says like completed, and then at the bottom of the email, there are some attachments. So it's just not the same
They can
as
just save
getting,
on their computer.
yeah, getting something like congratulations, your home will be, and I'm just using that as a term, you know.
Yeah.
I like the congratulations,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know, I'm so excited to be working with you. Here are the next dates for you to keep in mind. And also for your reference, another copy of all of the paperwork for your reference. So you'll have the, you know, thank you, and you're gonna start the service. You'll also then win the next one if this one doesn't end up working out. You also sometimes will have an opportunity that you don't want. There will be a listing from time to time that you do not want. And you may think it's like, I'll take any of them and everything. And maybe that's the case for right now. But as you get along in this, there will be some times that it's like, well, not so much. So you guys have started your list with that. Let's just make sure that we go over all of the servicing and big picture and get that into place. So you have in your, again, in your documents, there's quite a bit that's in here. So let's just make sure that we have everything buttoned up. We in this office, and this is not the case for every office, we allow you to be a single agent or a transaction agent or a single agent with the ability to transition. That's not the case for all agencies. There are some that will only allow you to be a transaction broker. So if that's something that you haven't explored, I think it can be worth it on a listing appointment as to how to win it. We have, myself, as well as when I had more of a team in New Jersey, won listings because they had no idea that that was something that they would do. Like, yeah, most offices, and most offices around here will have this too, but they only operate as transaction brokers. So they don't have the fiduciary responsibility that I would have with you, and here's what I can do. And then they start asking people if they're single agents or transaction agents, but they're not allowed. There are a lot of offices that will not allow the agent to be a single agent. So this isn't a agency class, but I encourage you to come to the classes, and also we do have a video that Scott did on agency. Refer back to that, but keep that in mind.
I would prefer that we would be transactional in most cases, but we can use single agency if we choose to do so.
Correct.
That's what I thought.
I prefer myself personally to be the single agent. And this is what ends up happening though. The moment you start consulting, once they sign that paper, you are not a transaction. You're not. So most of us, even when you transition in transaction, there are a lot of people in this office that do not then become, are not that they're not transitioning. They're just kind of like getting the paperwork signed and then still operating as a single agent.
And that's if
You're
you
not supposed
have
to do
the
that.
buyer and the seller or another agent within our market center.
Under our broker.
So under our
This
broker,
office,
not-
it's only this
not the
office.
Oscar one.
That is not, nope,
Okay.
correct.
And our Facebook page is only for this market center.
It
They're
is.
coming soon. It's only for this one, not that one.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. We in leadership have the ability to post on the other. So sometimes we have had that we're sharing something from the other office, but they are separate. Yeah. And part of that is we have to, if we want to maintain that single agent.
Oh, right.
Keeping everything completely separate. It's not that we share anything that's necessarily problematic with that, but keeping it separate is keeping it separate. So we have our purpose, right? Our value proposition. You guys wrote down some notes on what your value proposition can be, right? Are you prepared to, if you were in the elevator with that perfect client, to give them, why would they hire you? And if you're not today, I want you to have that as homework assignment, to have that value proposition. Your unique selling proposition, value proposition. All of those things, be ready to have that conversation with someone who actually says, I want to sell my house. You want to be prepared for that.
I think it's always challenging. And my aha from this class, or our biggest help for me was that you said, you just said in passing, and that we do a lot of referral business. It's like, that is a value proposition that I really don't tout enough. I always say, well, we're gonna market it to the top 20% of the, blah, 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 and we'll get it out to others. But I really don't make it a value proposition that I'm connected with hundreds of agents across. I say it and internationally, and I don't make it as much of a big deal about it.
But when I went in for my appointment with this girl, she has 2 teenage girls, so her, like, I don't wanna do a lot of showings, right? Cause I don't wanna have to try to keep my house clean with these 2 teenage girls. So I'm like, well, like the best case scenario would be I would put it on our coming soon Facebook page, and someone in our office is gonna buy it from another agent's gonna have a buyer, and we're gonna put it on MLS and we're gonna put it pending. And she was like, what? That can happen? I'm like, yes, like that could happen. And she was like, oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
And so when I think I heard that a couple of times ago, where they said, yeah, I mean, there's 200 agents like right here that have buyers waiting, and they know about it before it's even on MLS.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I was like,
You could take Keller Offers class,
mm,
and then you could do just like you're seeing all the television ads right now about offer pad and different ones. You could be that agent. You can say, you know what, I can bring you I can bring a cash buyer.
Yeah.
So it's available to us.
yeah.
So if you haven't done that, and you may not have done this, I know that you may have heard us talk a little bit about that. Explore that, because you do have to go through the training. I know you just did part of it.
But right now, they're buying at pretty good prices, really good prices.
They did. Well, Zillow is unfortunately buying at good prices too, which is
Yeah.
not helpful for us.
And
They're
I've
still
sold
paying
homes.
5 to 6% though, aren't they? Still paying 5 to 6% to Zillow. Like that, they're still paying that same commission almost that we would make. So it's like, but they don't have to do showings. It's like, no,
It's a cash buyer.
it's cash, right? Yeah.
Cash buyer. I've sold them, I've done it, and actually the home is really trashed out.
Mhm.
It works great.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I have
The color offers.
yeah, I had a home, the guy was like, there's no way, he's got this big dog, he's like, I can't do anything. I just wanna move out and buy a new home with my fiance.
Huh.
Like, yeah,
and exactly.
Yeah.
And so that ended up being a Keller.
there was a
a
killer
cash-
offer.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
yeah, and they came in and flipped it, and boom, went on the market at a much higher price. In this market, they're paying good.
That's good. That's very good.
Yeah, and if they don't like the
And
offer,
what
you
do
don't
you
have to take
get?
it.
Yeah, they don't
Correct.
have
Go
to-
on MLS, the regular route.
But you've shown them that you came in
So
with an
valuable.
offer, and that happens. Now, that's not necessarily, this one you said is, everything is very tasteful. and
Yeah,
It'll
yeah.
sell. That is a end user,
You
right,
never know.
ideally.
You can say, we can, before we put it on the market, we can
Yeah.
go, I can get a cash buyer for you, can see what that looks like. That's work, we'll go on the market.
So you still just act as, you don't have to just exclusive, that's just something in your tool bag that you can do, but you have to be certified to do the color offers.
It's a class that it's an online
It's a
class that you
class.
take.
I did it online in less than 2 hours.
Oh,
It's very doable. Put that on your list of things to do.
Yeah, my calendar for tomorrow.
They have the 2 types. There's that they give you a cash offer, or there's also that if it's a home that needs to have repairs,
Ready to sell.
ready to sell is what it's called.
So,
And that is also through them, but that's getting a type of loan for them to be able to do repair work.
repairs required.
Mhm.
Okay.
So you're gonna have your service standards. And they have down here, and just as a reminder, it's a yardstick of your performance, measure of how well you're performing. An activity, what are the service standards and how are you accountable to them? So you're gonna have some type of an idea. These are without a doubt, I am doing these things as my standard. I will always have a professional photographer. I will always have a 30-minute consultation with a stage or some type of staging services. I'm just throwing these things out there. I'm not saying that that's what you have to do, but there are going to be some standards that you have. As a standard, these 5 things are going to occur. As the activity, what is it that you're going to be accountable to, that you can check off that this was done, blank, 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 blank. Oh. On page 79. This is also talking about if there was to be a team. So you may not be at the point yet that you're thinking, okay, this is a business that I am going to have to hire someone. And yet you all have goals for the next 12 months. At that point, whatever that number is, if you're having 12 listings in a 12-month period of time, there will be some type of an systems that you need to have in place and assistance. So treat this business as if it's there already. You may not have that hire done today, but you're working as if. It's like, I'm working towards this. What types of things? Now that spot may have the name next to it, Charlie, because you're the person that's doing it. But the idea is that maybe 6 months from now, that, all right, Assista-Pro is doing that. Those types of things. And develop, document, train their team. So this is as if it was a team. Again, you're not a team, John's a team. However, your notebook, and whether it's these things that we're going over today and you're filling in these spots, this is your manual for how your business is run. What is your marketing plan? So there is, oh, yeah. Oh, perfect.
Is the other guy still on here? Or did he pop
He
off?
had to leave a little while ago.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew that though. He had told me.
I haven't heard him.
So if I wanted, there is a marketing plan. Actually, there's a few pages within this. So this might be your standards because it's already laid out for you. And you're new and you don't want to develop something yourself currently. Let me just copy what somebody else has. That could be what's already in here. It has some strategic promotion that's
Under
in
my
here.
design and then under templates.
This is, yeah.
Okay.
And there's others, there's also within Ignite, there's more there. The Coming Soon campaign. Now, keep in mind, us as under our board, we're not able to openly, like on Facebook, we can't put it on Marketplace that house coming soon, give some of the details and then have it, it's not actually listed. Not allowed to do that here. In some areas you actually can. However, we do have the Coming Soon page within our office where we market. So definitely actively market that because that is something that could show up and you might have an offer on that first day because of that. You could still, even without it being on a Coming Soon. This is more so when we have a little bit of a different market.
Can you put a general thing out, like on your professional page? Hey, are you looking to move into Harmony? I have a listing coming soon. Can you do that?
I have a listing coming soon is what you can't do.
You can't say
You can
that.
do all the other stuff, but you can't say, I have a listing coming soon.
Okay, contact me for
Mhm.
more information.
Yeah.
Are you looking at for moving?
Are you
into
looking for
Harmony?
a home in Harmony?
Home in Harmony? Contact me for more information. You
Mhm.
just can't say anything about a
Can't say-
listing coming soon.
You're so close to that line by the other part.
Although you'll see people are doing it.
Oh, they are. I see it. I do see it.
You do see it, yeah. So there's a lot that's in here that can be your marketing plan. If you don't have one, if you want to be creative and find your own things that you're just going to copy everything that John does for his properties, it's pretty open. I mean, you can figure out quite a bit of it and he shares so much.
Copy.
Copy, because I don't know if I'm being presumptive about this, You've copied a lot from other people.
Oh, yeah.
I've copied a lot from other people. This is not so, I mean, sometimes
Inspiration.
I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. Never heard about that before. And then of course you look into it and it's like 15 other people were doing it. And if I would have only paid attention to that class that I took, I probably would have remembered that they were, I already went to a class that told me to do that.
We're gonna get to the best copied copy.
Exactly,
Just everybody uses.
exactly.
I never copied in school.
No.
I only copied at Keller.
Only at Keller Williams. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So you're gonna need to have your marketing plan in place. And like I said, I handed it to you basically.
Mhm.
But of course, go through it. Do not wait until you have that listing appointment and you're there and it talks about how you're gonna send out 1,000 just listed cards that's gonna cost you $800. I'm throwing out numbers. Yeah. And then you're like, oh boy, well, I just told them that I'm gonna do it. And so now I've got to do it. And that just cost me $800 or something like that. You've got to manage that budget. So depends on how much you want to spend when it comes to marketing any listing. There are some that will take the calculation of what the amount is that you're expected to make from that sale, and they'll use 20%. It might be 10%. If you're really good at doing a lot of things on your own, because there's a lot of things that you can do online that don't really cost very much at all, then that might be an avenue that you explore. It's up to you. But if you're looking for a number, a lot of people use between 10 and 20%. Now, the first listing that you have, probably going to spend a little bit more because you haven't done this before. And so you're putting some things in place that might cost you a little bit more, a sign that you didn't have before, that type of thing. If there is to be staging, keep that in mind. So staging, don't be surprised if staging on the low end, if you have them just spending a couple of hours, could be a few hundred dollars, maybe $600 even. And then of course, if they're doing a whole house and it's taking a day and they're bringing some things in, could be like $1,500 to do staging. Really could be quite a bit.
How much have you ever spent on staging? I've only staged, paid for staging once.
Oh,
I've just paid for the staging consultation. So,
I'd say $600 to $800 wouldn't be
yeah,
like nowadays for here, but that's not of them bringing in a lot.
yeah.
That is more of just going through the house, organizing, things like that. Now, when I did have Ingrid, she had a whole, I just loved her. I miss her more and more, the more I talk about her. She really was. She actually lived in her store. She had a store that was very ornate, but then she'd bring the things into a home and it would make it look modern. Even if it was a modern house or a contemporary house, it all fit in. But if you walked into her store, she actually had a bedroom that had stuff for you to buy. She had a store for you to buy
And that's
things, and
what
a lot
she
of
did.
stuff she created. She actually slept on that bed. Oh my, so weird. But in a great way.
Yeah.
I'd say
yeah.
weird. Loved her.
Interesting.
Stacy, is the agent paying for the staging or is the client?
Depends. It depends.
Either
Here,
way, you do.
Here, I hear of clients paying for staging, a consultation. That's a
Depends on the
pretty-
price point.
It depends on the price point too. You're
Yeah,
right.
So price point, and I actually give a staging consultation for almost everybody. This is part of my value proposition.
Now, do you personally do that or you bring in a stager for
I'll
that?
bring in a stager
Okay,
majority of the time, unless I walk around and I go, this home doesn't need anything.
Right.
Or even on some of this, if it's really low and maybe not. And then, I say that you can then, I'll take care of staging and then if you decide you want to have them do more work than just come in and give you a consultation, then that's up to you to decide to pay for it.
Yeah.
And then,
that's pretty common here.
a luxury property, like I just had a luxury, probably should have paid for the staging. I didn't, a previous one that was a luxury property, we did, so that, I don't know. You gotta be careful about what you do
What you
and set it up to a certain dollar amount, is what I think it would do. Yeah. I'll pay for up to $2,000 worth of staging or
I
something.
did a lot of half a day.
Yeah.
And so it was a time frame that and before the staging, there would be, these are the things that she's going to do. So it was pretty laid out. And that was, and even if it took her longer, she would still, because this is what she promised that she was going to do. Now, she would also bring in a lot of things. So she had paintings that she had done or she had bought, and they would stay there. And she sold stuff of hers all the time. It was so interesting.
Would like it.
Yeah, on the back of everything. So if like she had like a vase or something like that, on the bottom of the vase, it would have,
Right.
it would have a price.
It's,
And there was an inventory that the seller signed off on
it's a,
for what she did.
$150 to $200.
For a consultation,
Yeah.
that sounds about what I hear nowadays.
What's the name of your staging company that you use?
I'm using Betsy Perfectly Placed Home Staging.
I've heard good things about it.
Well, Betsy actually will physically go in and work with the homeowner. Hey, let's start moving things right now. And she'll give it during the 2-hour consultation. And then, so she kind of
Shows them.
drags them in like,
Yeah.
okay, now if you'd like to do some more, here's a couple hours. If you'd like to pay for my time beyond what John had set up, then we can do that. Or if you'd like me to bring in materials, I can give you an estimate for that.
That's
So
good.
it's a 2-hour consultation?
It's about a 2-hour
Oh,
typically, yeah.
okay. I was thinking it was an
I've
hour.
had a few different people, but she's been the
She's good.
most
Yeah.
like, active. And
I
so-
did most of mine for like an hour,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
I mean, what he's
If
doing,
she's- If she's dragging it, it only helps you to sell it
Yeah.
because it cleans.
It's an hour to 2 hours, just gotta
Yeah.
talk to her, so.
it helps all of them. Excellent. And of course, you're going to need to know your pricing. So you may have, I think that everybody has been to some type of a CMA type of course. What you're going to hear pretty commonly is the price is more about what the seller. If we go in and say your house is going to sell for $500,000, we then own that price. If it does not sell for $500,000, we're the ones that are wrong. Whereas if you've given them information and you've outlined from a process perspective of what it looks like, if you're looking to sell this house quickly, here's where the market is, and you give them those examples, and then you ask them, what do you think? And you can lead them in a lot of the directions. They then own that price compared to us. So keep that in mind when you're doing it. Go through your CMA classes, but you're going to see on the high end and on the low end, and then their property. And if their property is on in the middle, which a lot of times they kind of are because of the comps that you pull in, then it's leading them in a direction to where the pricing is going to be something that you're going to agree with for the most part. Unless you walk in and there's something surprising about the home that you have to make an adjustment one way or another that you just didn't know about.
So most of the CMAs that I've sent have like a blank where you put suggested price in there. So just leave it blank maybe.
That's what you fill in when you find,
Well, like.
when you
the-
find, oh,
the com-
as far as giving that over to them,
Yeah, like I put it together. It's the one in MLS and it's the
clouds.
the cloud one.
There's the cloud and there's just a regular, I don't know which one it is, but it says it's in suggested price. It's a different pages you can select that go
Mhm.
over to them. And so maybe I should just leave that blank then and have that conversation versus.
It is more about the conversation than the handing it over. It's like, we're gonna talk about your CMA in the first page, I think. It says suggested price of,
Yeah,
you're like, well, we haven't even had the conversation.
right.
Well, and
So I would leave that out. I would leave that out.
it's tough because I know Stan, he's gonna go, I want 450
Whether it's worth $450 or not.
or not.
And
Okay,
they
so
might
you
just
can go into
be-
that and I just did it and you can manipulate it to where all of a sudden it's kind of
That's a-
there and it's still based off of comps in his area. But you just took out the 3 at $210,000. So it's how you do it.
It is. So let's do just a little bit about, not a little bit, I mean, it's all the things about offers and negotiations. So you're gonna have your best practices for that. and also how you respond to the offer. So we have our checklists in the office that have all the paperwork that they need on the listing side as well as on the buyer side. This is your process. So we have different diagrams that are kind of like this. I'm a fan of giving them, this is that other thing that I take a listing, I give them something like this, but this is what the process is going to look like. Once we receive an offer, this is what can happen. And there's a lot of these. There are some that are in your listing presentation, but I like it as a secondary to give them the same thing back again. We all know this, buyer makes an offer, you get to the point that you're either gonna counter, accept, or reject. They're gonna negotiate. So that's how you would counter the offer. Accepting the offer begins the contract to close process, meaning that they accept it. We now have a date that we're planning on working towards that closing date. We're gonna just keep on moving forward. Rejects the offer, the buyer agent contacts the listing agent to learn more, and don't assume that no means no. So you as the seller or the seller's agent may hear from your seller, it's like, no, I don't want 450, I want 500. Well, you listed it at 500.
Yeah.
And you want 600 now.
Yeah.
Because that's what sellers do nowadays.
Mhm.
They're crazy.
I
I know
know,
that.
I just read that bidding wars are definitely on a decline. So the bidding wars are.
Was that on
it was
like
a
Florida
Verizon,
Realtor?
or it was one of those emails they just sent out. They said that it's on a steady decline.
Yep.
That it's, there's the bidding wars are not.
And we were saying that a couple of weeks ago. We could see it. We could see it. So remember when we are negotiating that we don't know where it's going to end. And you may have a agent that you're having conversations with as a listing agent, and that other agent may be the one that brings you that buyer that ends up getting the house. And so we as agents, we are looking for everyone to feel good about it as much as possible. Now, the thing is, this is a seller wants a lot of money and the buyer wants to save as much money as possible. How do those two meet? Somebody is getting the short end of the stick is what some of us may think. At the end of the day, there is a price that makes sense. If the seller's getting a little bit extra, they may be, but the buyer has to be in tune with that and they're excited about buying the property. So the idea is for no one to feel at the end of it that they're getting screwed, that everybody is as happy as possible with the transaction. The buyer is excited because they got the house that they wanted. The seller is excited because they got a good price. Please make sure as soon as you do get an accepted contract that all of the paperwork is filled out, initialed, signed, everything as soon as possible. That first day, you want to make sure that everything is there. Now, how you do that is you have your checklist for us in the office, get all of the paperwork and get it in to be reviewed by our compliance person as soon as possible. The compliance person will go through and make sure that all of the documents are good.
Yeah, they get it as soon as you upload it.
As soon as you upload it and you hit submit, they will get it. Also, the title company is going to get all of the paperwork. So ideally, between compliance and the title company, and if there is a loan, the lender, they're all getting all of the paperwork. If there is to be something that is missed, ideally, somebody catches it right away because everybody is getting everything that first 24 hours. It still can happen that 2 days before closing, there's an initial that's missing. That can happen, but ideally it doesn't because there's enough people that are reviewing this. But you get that second opportunity to make sure that everything is in line. And the reason you want to make sure right away is if there is something that is missing, especially an initial or a signature, if it does begin to be a sticky situation, that might be how it falls apart. Because if it's something that's not signed, that's supposed to be signed, you might actually lose it. What the buyers must do over the course of the specified contract period for the contract to remain valid. So there's the two things. So every I did this backwards. Every contract has two conditions. And I already said that what creates the contract to become active, and that's all of the signatures and initials and dates. And then the buyer has things that they must do throughout the contract process. A lot of that has to do when there's a loan. Well, there's still other things. There are certain things, certain criteria that has to be met unless they've waived everything. So if it's an all cash buyer, no inspection contingency, then they bought the house on day one for the most part. Those are less of those in the crazy market that we had. We did see that from time to time. More times than not, we at the minimum are going to have some kind of an inspection contingency time frame.
I could not find the inspection contingency in DocuSign. Do you know what that is
It's
called?
within the contract.
Oh, it's in the, okay, I saw that in the all right.
Yep, it's in the contract. Yep. So the last two things that we're going to go over, just making sure we stay on time, is the contract to close process. So again, I've been referring to these contract checklists and we have them. And Gary, once again, has words of wisdom. When it comes to bulletproofing the transaction, take everything will go wrong approach. Assume everything will go wrong and come up with ways to possibly prevent them from happening or effectively deal with them if they do. There will be a speed bump. Please, with your buyers and sellers, let them know, I don't know what it's going to be, but there is going to be something that comes up. Most of the time, it's a small speed bump. There is a delay of a day in doing something. You know, the hope is that everything that comes up, we're able to handle. The first thing that's coming up is going to be, let's say it's the inspection period. And with that, here are the things that we know. Your house is a 20-year-old house. They're probably going to find something. So assume that something is going to go wrong whenever you have a listing or that you have a buyer. And if you're prepped for what to do to handle it, because there's usually a solution. Most of the time people want options. And if you've given them the ideas of here's what can happen, but at the end of the day, you want this house on the buy side. At the end of the day, you want to sell this house. And so if there is to be a leak in the sink in the bathroom, we just want to know how to handle it. So they're going to go through different processes. Ensure, have a conversation with the title company. Just give them a call. They probably will have, and we have several title companies that we work with here in the office. They have like little diagrams, just like what we've gone through as far as what it looks like, what their process looks like. If you use Van Dyke, they have emails that you get as it moves along in the process. Not all title, or that's a lender, sorry. I used the wrong term. That's not what I meant. It's not them. It's Integrity. Integrity sends you out, you know, here's where we are. This part is done. I don't know how they have their system done, but it seems to be pretty smooth. And there's lots of other title companies that will do that too.
Who generally picks the title company versus attorney versus whatever, buyer, seller, or?
Depends on the market. Right now, a lot of the time the buyers are picking because it then becomes who pays for it, and to be more competitive with your offer, many buyers are choosing to pay from our guidance usually that they're paying because that's a difference of $2,000 that makes their offer look a little bit more appealing. Although you can adjust the offer to make up for that. It's not a one or the other. Yeah, over here, it is negotiable. Over here in this area in general, it goes back and forth quite a bit. In some areas on the East Coast, in some counties, and it has to do with a fire that happened in West Palm Beach. One county does it one way, and then the other county, even if you're on the line, the other county does it exactly the opposite. It's like, this is our standard. Like, okay, it's negotiable, it's not exactly a standard.
No.
So it's not. You will find that depending on the market is probably where it's gonna lean one way versus the other. But right now, we have a lot of buyers that are choosing. There is the loan underwriting. If you have not heard of this, there are lenders that are doing to be determined property address. I'm just mentioning that just to be aware so that the buyers are sometimes already going through underwriting, which is a more appealing offer than someone who has not gone through anything with underwriting. 'Cause that's when they discover everything. That's when a lot of times stuff can go wrong on a buy side. So when you if you have the listing and you have a few different offers and one of them has the type of offer that the lender has gone through some of the underwriting, they can't go through everything.
Right.
They've gone through some of them, that might be a more appealing offer.
So that's different than a pre-approval letter?
Correct.
That's
It's further
deeper.
along. Pre-approval, correct. Pre-approval is the first step. Underwriting is when they start digging in. You were gonna say something?
Yeah, just kind of back in the process with the, I just had a listing and one of the buyer's agents had their showing and they came back for a second showing, they brought a contractor in and they had the contractor basically do a home inspection. And then when they submitted the offer, they had a 0-day inspection period.
Oh,
So they removed that contingency altogether.
Mm.
And then the cash
Okay.
offer, I mean, they're the winning bid,
yeah.
but solid, I mean, that's just a solid way to beat out the competition.
I was gonna say I've seen a couple that say pre-inspection completed on the selling side. They did their own pre-inspection beforehand, so does that kind of
I've done that.
take that kind of out of it as well?
Well, the thing is that if the seller paid for that inspection and something goes wrong and the buyer has bought the home, the buyer doesn't have any recourse to go to the seller. I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
Or some of the inspection companies have warranty or
Mhm.
inspection, what do they call it? Not a warranty.
Insurance.
A guarantee.
Insurance, yeah.
oh, mhm.
Like a type of a home warranty insurance, 90 days on some of them like. piece
Yeah,
of
there's-
land.
there are things that you can, that you could definitely do. And we've had, and John sounds like he's done the same kind of thing. Sometimes you've had a home, it's like, there's some stuff here. And we may want to just get an idea of what's going on
Yeah.
so that we know.
Before that first inspection comes through.
Okay.
and then-
There are some agents that live by that and want to do that with every single home.
I love having my home pre-inspected, because at least then I can tell the sellers, that you guys get pre-inspected, you know what's wrong. You can get some of these things done in your own time frame, and maybe you'll save a little bit of money because you don't have to have a
Contract.
professional for some of the items, such
Yeah.
as after the contract, everything has to be done by a licensed professional.
Good point.
So depending on whether it's non-electrical, non-HVAC, maybe you
Yeah.
get some of it. little
Like a handy.
There are reasons.
Handyman type
Handyman,
items done,
yeah,
yeah.
okay.
There are definitely really good reasons to do that. Mhm. You're gonna get some documents, us as agents, we get documents prior to the closing to review, to ensure that things are correct. Now, you're not necessarily gonna know every dollar amount when it comes to the loan information and things like that. You're looking for the price to be correct. You're also looking for if they have given any money at the beginning, good faith deposit or any deposits at all, make sure those are accounted for. And also, is there to be any kind of a credit towards the closing costs, things like that, that's accounted for in those documents. If you wanted to get a sample of those, I'm happy to share. I have a sample. You could also contact a title company, which again, check out the title company, say, is there any,
The banners too.
you could do that. I meant more of, you have materials that you give to somebody as far as like the process and things like that. Could you share that with me just so I have it? Be careful when it comes to, you're not a title person, you're not a loan person. And so we have to be careful on when we're giving advice around those entities because we're not licensed for that. And we want to be careful. although understanding it as a process is important. Yep. And then the recording in possession. Please just be aware, there's gonna be your process for, there's keys that need to be exchanged, getting the lockbox off of the property, the sign off the property, if there is the sign, closing it down, ensuring that you can close it down on MLS and you have everything that you need for MLS. There are gonna be processes, so it's not that you go pick up your check at the title company and all is done. It's not, I mean, there's more to do also, but as far as the seller walks away, has the money that they're due, if any, hopefully, well, in this market, they should have money that they walk away with, and ensuring that they have all of the paperwork that they're supposed to have and that they have successfully, closed. We have these checklists. This is taken from Ignite. So it's the same thing. Keep in mind that not every property is going to have something. So you see like in parentheses, if necessary, for example, like the survey, but this is giving you the ideas. Not every property is going to have all of these things, and some things are slightly adjusted, but that gives you your background of here's what to do. This goes in combination. It's not in place of, but in combination with the checklist that we use for the documents.
It says ensure the appraisal has been scheduled. That would be on the buyer's side.
We know about it though.
Oh,
They typically call us to schedule it.
oh.
Yeah, because you gotta.
We gotta open up the
Lock-
door.
open the door. Okay.
or-
Got it.
Well,
Just
yes,
to
you don't
be there.
necessarily have to, but you need to let your seller know about it. You're gonna know about it.
Yeah, okay. It said ensure it's been scheduled, so I guess on with the other agent.
Well, what happens though is if it's not scheduled, at a certain point, you're like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
we're not gonna be able to close
Yeah.
because this hasn't been done and that's gonna need to be done. So this is the golden opportunity, as they say. How do you leave a good impression? Agents have two agendas. Move the current transactions towards the successful closing. And number two is to ensure that you get referrals. Most agents do not get the referrals. They don't. Now, we live in a different time than we did, let's say, 10 and 15 years ago. When John and I first started as being agents, we didn't have social media in a way to kind of like watch what people are doing and past clients. And many of our clients are going to be on social media, so you can kind of see what's going on. Not a bad idea. It's like, oh, they had a baby. Well, I sold them a 2-bedroom condo, so
We used to just write letters.
I know.
Way
Yeah,
back right out
you
of
could.
college, when I was in the real estate business, and it
Yeah.
was like, because there was no other way to do it. And I was the schlepper with the pictures and stuff to go in that big book that every office got that was open.
It worked. Well, just know the times and understand what to do with that. Paying attention to what's happening. Things, we tend to put things out there on social media that are these life events. So pay attention to them. You know, retirements, birthdays, the big, most people are retiring around what, 65? Like they're talking about a 65th birthday. It's like, hey, when are you retiring and moving to Florida? I mean, in some ways, it's kind of like a blatant question. And then in some ways, if you know them, it's like, you're turning 65. When are you moving to Florida?
Yeah,
Right?
are gonna be a snow.
You know them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask that question. I asked my best friend, she lives in Miami. I mean, I don't do it from that perspective, but I do it, I mean, a similar perspective. Like, you know, she's a year away from, she's a school teacher. So she's a year away from being able to retire with full benefits and things like that. And I just want her to move closer to me.
When are you coming up here?
Yeah, exactly.
The biggest problem is those damn grandchildren. Keep wanting to stay up there by their grandchildren.
Grandchildren love the beach.
Good
Yeah,
point.
They do.
So what I'm hearing is that you want to buy a house with a pool for the grandchildren.
Yeah.
Remember that one.
It is a numbers game. You gotta learn, you're a sales guy, you just gotta change it over. That's all. It's just a different commodity. So play the numbers game, contract to close. Do you guys have an idea as far as your closing documents from a process perspective? You have to do some of the homework yourself too on this part, but you have a system now. So to finish out the day, we're going to talk about how do you get more business from the business that you have. So we have, there are statistics, and I meant to look them up, and I apologize, I did not look them up. It's something like 10% of the people who buy or sell end up using the previous agent. Some of that may be because they're going to a different area. Now, if they're going to a different area, though, we could refer it. I'm happy to refer to someone in Georgia if somebody is retiring and moving over to Georgia, but I sold them a house 5 years ago here, and that would still be a referral, which is wonderful. We have the ability to have 12 months later, if you do the theory of one transaction more from every buyer, and again, these are low numbers, you could have, these are very doable numbers. You could have them higher. We get one referral from every buyer that we have. Could be more. You might end up averaging 2. One from every buyer, and then 2 from every listing that we have. Because the thing about the listing is we put the sign in the yard or we have it online, and we'll have somebody call us that they are interested in that house, and they then become our client. That's how you end up with more on the listing side, how you grow your business. With all of that, by consistently staying in touch with them, we can triple our business 12, 36 months later. It is very doable to get to that point. Now, if we're at the point that we have 2 or 3 transactions now, we may want to move a little bit further along than that. That number may not be quite enough. So we are looking to have clients for life. When was the last time that you selected a restaurant, place to stay based on reviews or read online or from asking somebody? Do you guys do that?
Yeah, a little bit.
All the
of
time, right?
both. A little bit of both.
I now know where not to go in North Carolina. One place was really, well, 2 places, one place was really good, one place was okay. And then we had dinner at his coworker's home. That was actually great.
That was good.
She had it catered, actually. That was great. So looking online is something that we do, right? We're looking for ratings. Where also, if someone asks, so I did this, I was in an Uber from the airport, and I asked, I was like, well, where, you know, you live here. I asked how long have you lived here? It was like, I don't know, like 5 years or something like that. I was like, well, you know, where do you like to go? I don't need to have it fancy or anything like that. Like, where would you like to go? That's how I ended up with the lunch place that was really good. We tend to ask people if they know someone or if they know something about a restaurant, a service. So if that's the case, how do we become that person? One of the pitfalls is dropping contact with clients after closings, leaving all of the rapport, the equity at the table instead of getting numerous details from them. So John has a process that he's sending out in January, this packet, which is a lovely idea. There's many agents that do that. There are some agents that have created a more, instead of the paper folders and put this in, that they're creating something that's just a little bit nicer, whether it's something bound or there's all types of ways that it can be done. We need to be asking them throughout the process. There is a rule of thumb. I've heard many agents who have done something like this, that when you go into contract or you start that listing, my goal is at the end of this, that you are so thrilled with the service that you have referred me to 2 of your friends. Now they're saying that because they want to, along the way, have this person that has agreed, if I do a great service, to then refer them business. Does it work out 100%? Probably not. But is it at least a consistent reminder? And as things go on, you know, I'm checking in with you. Is there anything else that I can do for you? And then in turn, there are those reminders of that referral. So you're looking for the surveys, the reviews, the testimonials in a variety of different ways. Ask your clients questions. Ask them if they know other people that are looking to move into the area. Now, that's not your number one. Your number one is to ensure that you're providing the service to begin with. But asking them also, like, do you have anyone else in the neighborhood that you know of that is looking to sell? Because now that we're in contract, I have other buyers that have been calling me. There are these conversations to be had regularly. So this is that chart. And of course, I want to say that it is, well, not that I want to say, I know that the last time I looked, which was in the last couple of months, it's about 10% of them actually use their previous agent. But this is what statistically it consistently says, that would use or recommend the listing agent again. Almost 70% of them said definitely. And yet it still is only about 10% of them end up using it. Because we don't do a great job of maintaining that relationship. And so 5 years later, when they are ready to sell, or 3 years later, when they're ready to sell, they're talking to John because John invited them to go and have ice cream.
Happens.
John,
That ice cream guy.
that ice cream guy. How many times the seller would recommend an agent? Would use, and then the recommended. So they only recommend 4 or more times, 20% of the time. None of the time that they never would recommend the agent is 40% of the time. So half of the time, less than half. Actually, 40% is considerably less.
So remember I referenced a little book that we put in the property?
Yeah.
So that little book has lots of information about the neighborhood, statistics, all the information about property, everything we can shove in that book to make it look interesting. At the end of the sale, the front cover comes out, and right behind it, it's your home book, your property information, and we stick in a couple tabs that stick out, plastic tabs, and they say, put your purchase documents in here and put your bills.
So it stays in the house for them.
That stays in the house for them. It's a
For the new
home book.
buyers.
Yeah, and
Uh-huh.
we stick our little thing that has our business cards in, we're listing agents. And then if that buyer's agent orphans the client, you know, we can contact them back and I need to start doing this piece in about 3 to 6 months. Are you happy with the home? How's everything going?
Mhm.
And just to start dialogue with them and just doing that. So that piece is there and they know who the listing agent is, not the buyer's agent. And the home that I just got under contract yesterday, they apparently got abandoned by theirs, but they owned it, they bought it in 2019 and they are not selling it with the person that they bought it with
Wow.
or the person that sold it. So two agents dropped the ball.
See?
Yeah.
Because it is 2 opportunities.
So
Yep.
the listing agent and the buyer's agent are
Yep.
both not in contact with that person, those couple.
It's not uncommon,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So these are some of the touch campaigns and the ideas that we have. You see how you have your touches and the different items that you can do. Thank you notes go a long way. They really do. When you're doing your open houses, please send thank you notes if you happen to have an address. And if a neighbor, which happens a lot, that a neighbor comes into a home if you know who it is. And sometimes they'll say, it's like, you're a neighbor. It's like, oh, okay, where do you live? And they say, I'm the yellow house, across the street. See right there? Because they're going to do that if they're right there. You then can send them a thank you note as well. I say that a lot because I want to make sure that you guys have opportunities. Sending thank you notes when you've spoken to someone about selling their home. So you will get to the point that you had a conversation about selling a home and they're just not ready at that moment. Send them, make sure that you're getting addresses of where they live, even if they're in another state. If it's about the property that they live in and it's around here, okay, you're gonna get that address. But if they don't live here, they live out of town, make sure that you have that address so that you can send them something. It's great speaking to you. I look forward to helping you in the near future. Here's my card. It's just one more touch. So there's a lot of things that are in here. And this is that 36 touch. This is where you're drawing from it. And these are those ideas. Newsletter, general marketing. We have a lot of these that are automatic. Now, it doesn't hurt for you to turn something into a little bit of tweaking it to make it a little bit special. And you can take those bi-monthly market updates, take that, send it to yourself, and then add some dialogue to the top of it. Nothing wrong with that. As an out-of-state investor, here are some of the highlights that I take from the information that's below. 3 reasons why they should sell, type of thing, those kind of things. There's a lot of things that are in here. So you have that as far as those touch ideas. So how are you guys going to, even though you're at the beginning stages, some of you are at the beginning stages of this, how are you going to communicate, create your 36 touch? What are you guys gonna do?
I need to tag my contact first, so I know.
Yeah, that's
So good and
I
bad.
gotta spend some time in there, I guess. There's
You do.
people in there that like I met at open houses and I don't know them at all. Like I might have a phone number, and then or an email that I've emailed them at least 5 or 6 times after that open house and no crickets, so it's like,
Still send it.
so I'm like, okay, I don't know anything about them. I just met them really quickly at that open house. I don't even know where they're at right now. So it's like, I have some of those in there that I'm like, I don't even know what to send them exactly. I've thought about that, like what.
The 36 touch. So look at the examples that you have that are the 36 touch, tweak them a little bit because they're general. So you can make a little bit more special and yet just put them on that drip campaign, because once in a while, there's going to be that person who does not have a relationship with any other agent. You send them these things, they never respond. And then all of a sudden they are that email that you get back that is something like, it's like, you've been sending this for me. I think we're ready now.
Oh.
And you're like, you didn't think you were alive.
Yeah.
8 years ago, I was in Charlotte Harbor Burnt Store Marina, looking at a boat. And I met a little couple in a golf cart, the realtors, Karen and Bill Fuchs.
You remember?
He's so good
Karen
with
and Bill
names
Fuchs. I had gotten an email newsletter from them every month.
for 8 years.
8 years.
And you don't delete
I
it.
know their name.
Or you
It's
don't-
like, oh, it's Karen and
You
Bill.
don't
I'm like, how are
unsubscribe.
they doing now?
I just swear, I think I've gotten something from them too. When I was looking down there, it sounded familiar.
They're like the
Are they
company
over
that
here?
sells Burnt
they here?
Store Marina. Charlotte.
Yeah,
Oh.
down there.
Way down south. But it's like, and they know everything.
Yeah.
And they live there, and that's all they sell is that community.
So I have my client that I've had the most transactions through is someone that for 2+ years, I don't remember exactly, but more than 2 years, he was getting an email newsletter of sorts. And it was within the first few years of me being an agent. So I had met him. No, I'm sorry. I had never met him. He was one of my Craigslist. So if you've heard me talk about, when I first started, I did a lot of Craigslist advertising. And so he got into my database through that, and I was sending him stuff. And so he randomly phone call. I remember it so vividly. It was at Trader Joe's in the parking lot. Got the phone call, And he was ready. He was like, okay, we're ready to buy. And it was like, you've been sending me, and his name was Christopher, and I tend to remember Christopher. It was Christopher Williams. Still know him. And for some reason, I just recognized, because I had these people that were in there that it's like I knew that they touched the email, because you have a way, depending on your system, you have a way to know that somebody opened it, the open rate. I was like, he's looking at this stuff. So I knew the name. And so it was like, yeah, this is Christopher Williams. We think that we're ready to buy now. Took him, showed him like 3 houses. He went and bought a house. He then sold that house, bought another house, sold that house. And I have referred, because I don't live there anymore. I don't live in New Jersey. I have referred 2 sellers, because he calls me and he's like, you're my referral, you're the person that knows people. And so 2 referral pieces of business, and he himself has had 1 other transaction with an agent. But now his wife went and got her license.
Oh.
Not with Keller Williams. Yeah, I know. I'm like, you're not going to refer me any business anymore. I was like, well, I need somebody in Florida. I was like, all right.
Keep sending them or keep calling.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
Keep playing.
she's actually doing pretty well. It's been about 1.5 years now. They're doing, and they're in another area of New Jersey than I lived. So I don't know how much business I would get from that either, but
Maybe they wanna
I
live in
enjoy-
Jersey.
oh yeah. No, I absolutely, we talk probably every quarter. I'm very good, and that we actually do naturally, because they will call for a variety of different reasons, and I'll call them for different things, because we just have that relationship. It's usually around real estate, but it's, just kind of, we know each other. So I wanted to thank you guys. It's almost 3 o'clock.
you.
You're very welcome. Ensure that you are putting some of these things into place as much as you can. If nothing else, one of the things that we talk about, and when we go to our family reunion things and stuff like that, look for 3 things that you can put in place. Look for 3 things that you can put in place. And this is just a reminder. Write your vision of the winner's day. Use I and make it as personal as you can. Put your heart into it. Be doing it for that reason. Describe your big life. And don't let that fear get in the way. If you haven't done this yet, and I think it's good I do it. I have done it a couple of times in the last couple of months. Walk into an open house that is not a Keller, like not one of our agents, and just see how they're doing the open house. More times than not, you'll probably see not as strong of an agent as we are, and it'll give you a little bit of a boost of confidence. It's like, right, if they're doing it, I can do it.
Yeah. Or if they're doing a good job, take notes.
And then if they're doing that, absolutely.
Hey, would you like to join our family?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, they're doing a great job. Like, how are you finding it? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So let me know how you guys are doing as far as these goals. I know some of you I'm having regular conversations with, but these aren't just numbers. It's not just, oh, okay, I want to do that. What's our plan? Let's ensure that we're staying on top of that. And the more conversations that we have with people and the consistent follow-up will get us to the point that we actually have more of that business. So there are some more things that are in your information here. There are some scripts that are in here. As far as your accountability, I know that John has a coach. You guys I'm working with,
Get a coach.
get a coach. You guys have me. Have me.
Yeah.
Yep. And let other people know about it too. It doesn't hurt to go up to John and say, John, this is something that I went through a class, and I was maybe 2nd year into the business. And they told me that you need to go and find one of the top agents. You need to go up to them and say, I'm going to have, and whatever it was, let's say, 12 transactions for this 12 months. That's what you were supposed to do. So that was our activity, like after the class.
And they held you accountable.
They did.
Every time we see you.
That's right.
So, 16,
That's right.
12,
12, yeah.
12, 20, 15.
All right, guys, have a great afternoon. You're very welcome.
Thanks for your time today.
Thank you, John.
Not the right one that you use, the one that you had, because the application sheet, I know you said you're
And
exactly
actually,
one.
yeah, I don't mind at all. I think, are you able to get on the Market Center?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right here.
You think it's on there?
I just printed it out.
You just did right now? Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
look at that.
it's always, there's a lot of ducks in there, and small ducks.